Righty. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, very wild day. Again, yesterday, we were on the brink of FRC going under. They are still down here pre-market. All eyes are still on the banks. However, that Meta earnings is taking over. Meta is up 14% right now. You got a little bit of relief out of tech. You even had data in the morning. It was quarter-over-quarter PCE. So make sure you don't get too confused because that could be a little warning sign. However, tomorrow is the month-over-month and the real PCE that we're looking for. Yeah, so quarter-over-quarter came in hot. However, the big one is tomorrow. So you get a PCE data tomorrow. If anything, the bad data this morning, it was the GDP, which surprisingly came in at like 1.1 instead of 2.5 or like 1.9. So that was a pretty big miss. All in all, people responded to the earnings. There's still a little bit of fear regarding the banks, and it's pricing in the Fed policy. McRib did get the approval, but now we wait for Amazon. Then you got more earnings in Apple next week. But depending on how this plays out, we are going to see, and then the data tomorrow. So I hope you're ready, baby. But good morning. How are you? What's going on, Chad? How are you? Good day? Good day to have a good day. Amen. Yeah, MPW came out. The earnings was not bad. Dividend is safe. Oh, what's up, Flavam? What's up, Matthew? What's up, Forever Lions? Jeff Kent, Rock Bro, Lori. Oh, and Carissa in the house. Good morning. What's up, Tony? Good morning. Battleborn, Forever Young, Richard Judge, baby. Oh, my goodness. Good morning. Love to see the name. Sipping Ghosts, Eris. Oh, Devin, Jake Cortina, M. Austin, Caballero, J. El Chapato. Good morning. Maria, good morning. Rob Irwin, what's up, baby? Clint, how you living? I know Yee making moves out there, baby. Good morning. What's up, Nick? What's up, Kurt? What's up, Ari? Oh, Natalie. What's up? Bing Bang, Alaskan Assassin. Mike's Brand, Mr. Young Calf, Carlos, Chickadee Chaz. Oh, Gunnar, Mocat, Jake, Nico. What's up, baby? Jose Ortiz in the house. Flame, Bearish Bull, Jeremy Diaz. Oh, good morning, Jasmine. Good morning, Maytax. Good morning, Wandering. Oh, Bing Bong. Oh, good morning. What's up, Smoke? What's up, Open Face? Y'all ready? It's Thursday. It's Friday, Junior. Oh, it's good. Oh, we got the Twitch, too. Blue and Yellow's in the house. Blizzy B. Lynn says, Kobe McGuire. I still love that name. Oh, Charlie in the tree. It's an intense roll call. Should I tone? I could tone it down. I don't know why I'm so hyped. Honestly, I don't know what is. I guess we're up 0.7, but even then, I don't know. I'm still worried about FRC. I don't know. It's Friday Eve. Maybe that's it. Good morning, Rujic. Ringmaster, Payday Devo, Jake from State Farm. Oh, my goodness. Good morning. Oh, man. Why is this so much fun? Why is this so much fun, Chad? Let's go. Again, honestly, we still have we have a lot of fun months ahead of us. I think they were just talking. They're like, how the hell do we get to September? Oh, man. But good morning, Chadadonia. We love to see it. Glad to see you bright and early in the morning. That's what you need out here. I'm sure today is going to be a wild one, but God bless you all. I hope you liked the video, and I hope you smiled today. Maybe take a stretch. You know, if you ain't feeling this hype yet, you could go, like, run around. Just let out a scream and run around, and you're going to be good. But don't let me distract you. Let us get into the earnings, baby. Deutsche Bank and Barclays, they delivered solid results. The German firm posted their strongest top line since 2016 as 35% jump in revenue at the corporate bank more than offset a 17% slide in fixed income. It laid out a plan to cut about 800 senior bank staff. DWS signal recovery. Net inflows of $5 billion beat. Jefferies gained pre-market after SMBC announced the plan to raise their economic ownership in the firm up to 15%. They will be responsible for credit products and debt capital markets. European stocks rose while U.S. futures gained as traders saw positive signs in corporate earnings. Still, the scope of further upside is limited amid a challenging backdrop, said UBS's GWM Mark Hafel. Treasuries fell and the dollar was little changed. Oil steadied after a 2-day decline and gold climbed. UniCredit will exercise the option to redeem AT1 bonds early in the first major test for such a call since the Credit Suisse wipeout. It will repay $1.2 billion note at face value. Its price jumped 1.8 cents to around 100.2 on the euro based on the data compiled by Bloomberg. Blackstone, Apollo, and Ardian are among a group set to buy about $5 billion of private fund positions from Kaiser. Suncor will buy Total Energy's Canadian operations for $4 billion. Xavier Nile is part of investor group that's said to bought a 7.5% stake in GAM. Caterpillar's profit beat on demand for heavy equipment. South Air had a worse than expected loss. Merck & Co. raised guidance on a strong growth for their cancer drug Keytruda. Meta soared pre-market after a surprise bounce in ad sales. The results buoyed Pinterest and Snap, which report after the close with Amazon. The latter's revenue and profit guidance may fall well below consensus, said Wedbush Securities. Man Group warned risky assets will face even bigger losses this year. The firm that beat 99% of peers last year with a bearish stance on emerging markets has one of the most defensive positions we've ever had, EM debt strategy head Guillermo Osesis said. Fed bosses steered examiners away from probing problems like Silicon Valley Bank in recent years. According to more than half a dozen people familiar with Fed oversight of lenders, there was a shift in how some institutions were supervised, particularly mid-sized and small banks that officials didn't see as posing system-wide risk. The revelation comes a day before the publication of a Fed report into SVB's regulation by Michael Barr. The U.S. economy probably remains sturdy at the start of the year, though momentum may have waned as the quarter progressed. Consensus sees GDP of an annualized 1.9% decelerating from 2.6. Oh, that came in lower. Is this not? Yeah, GDP came in at 1.9. That one was the surprising thing of today. And then chart of the day, 2-year treasuries are trading around 3.95, a huge premium to the 5% policy rate that looks set to climb to 5.25 this week. But until uncertainty around First Republic is resolved, front-end treasuries will keep trading at a premium. Bloomberg Cross asset strategist Van Ram says, every day that passes without FRB finding a rescuer bodes ill for Wall Street, and that will ricochet through Main Street to the detriment of the economy. Well, and that's why we closed out our 2-year. 10 a.m. March pending home sales, 11:30, $50 billion of 4-week bonds and $45 billion of 8-week bills. 12:15, ECB Panetta is speaking, and 1 p.m. U.S. to sell $35 billion of 7-year notes and $45 billion of 17-day CMBSs. Earnings include Amazon, Activision, Intel, T-Mobile, Comcast, Snapchat, and Capital One. A jump in U.S. tax flows reduced the likelihood of a default in June, Goldman said. Tax receipt data for Tuesday, when paper checks for tax payments came in, outpaced the comparable 2022 day by 14%, but there's no sign of a truce in the battle over the debt limit. House Republicans passed a bill to raise it for a year or so, but congressional Democrats and Joe Biden rejected the spending cuts. U.S. banking turmoil will tighten credit by twice as much as expected by Jerome Powell, a Bloomberg survey showed, tipping the economy in a recession. Most respondents expect the Fed to hike 25 next week, but said the fallout from banking ructions will be equivalent to a hike of about 50 basis points or more. Powell's concern that rapid pay gains will fuel further inflation is getting pushback from officials at the opposite end of the policy spectrum. Austin Goolsbee, who's taken a dovish stance recently, and leading hawk James Bullard have both played down the significance to their price outlook. The U.S. Navy said Iran seized the Marshall Islands flagged oil tanker in the Gulf of Oman. AP reported the country called on Iran's government to immediately release the vessel, which listed its destination as Houston. Damn, bro, you getting robbed in Houston even if you in Iran. That's crazy. Trump loses the latest bid to block Michael Pence's grand jury testimony. Germany is in talks to limit the exports of chemicals to China that are used to manufacture semiconductors. People familiar said such a move would hit German companies, including Merck, whose products or services are found in almost every single chip in the world, and BASF. Turkey's President Erdogan has an infection but will resume his campaign very soon, Health Minister Feridun Koca said. Ukraine's central bank kept the rate at 25%. What? Yeah, 25% for the 7th meeting and boosted their growth outlook, hinting at policy easing sooner than expected. Vladimir Zelensky said a long and rather rational talk with Xi Jinping yesterday may energize relations. Sudan's latest, Antony Blinken and African Union President discussed collaboration to halt fighting, which continued in some areas even amid a ceasefire that expires at midnight. Goldman sees Bank of England base rate rising to 5%, almost matching the Fed. Bank of Japan may change the wording in their forward guidance without adjusting the easing of bias tomorrow. A former deputy governor said. Masazumi Wakatabe said the reference to COVID may be dropped as the government prepares to downgrade its own classification of the virus. China's industrial profits fell 21% year on year in the first quarter as a pickup in factory production failed to offset a further decline in prices. Australian exports rose 1.6 in the first quarter from the previous period, defying consensus for a deeper drop. China encouraged companies to boost hiring on concern of rising youth unemployment. The State Council published a plan that includes subsidies for employers that recruit new graduates. Crude's pain may deepen further in the absence of compelling positives amid rising recession risks, the Bloomberg blog says. The commodity has fallen back into a downtrend since March 2022 at the peak. Worse, there seems little to suggest that it could find a bottom as investor confidence wanes, as shown in the rising volume when prices fall. Oil fluctuated. OPEC Secretary General Haitham Al-Ghais said price volatility is being driven by calls to halt investment rather than the producer group policies. Gold advanced as ETF boosted holdings. Bullion stands to do well as the U.S. struggles with looming debt ceiling crisis. Macro hedge fund EDL said, and then wheat fell for the sixth day, the longest losing run since 2021. Russia said they do not see the need for additional output cuts beyond the key producers have already agreed to, as the global market is imbalanced, Interfax reported, citing Deputy Prime Minister Alexander Novak. The country's April production dropped as pledged by 500,000 barrels a day. There are 6 potential borrowers looking to raise fresh capital in the U.S. investment grade primary market today. Underwriters said it looks to be about $12 billion, bringing this week volume near $100 billion as we stand at $61 billion. Glencore reiterated their offer to buy Teck, and the Canadian miner shareholder rejected a plan to split the business. It'll also buy 30% of Alunorte alumina refinery in Brazil. Deutsche Börse offered a purchase to Danish financial software firm SimCorp for about 3.9 billion euros. More earnings. Southwest had a worse than expected loss. American said that profit this quarter may top forecast. Comcast profit beat estimates even as it continues to lose cable TV subscribers. Newmont reported a strong start to the year for gold production. Honeywell raised annual targets after a quarterly beat. Lilly lifted their full-year guidance as sales of diabetes treatment Mounjaro topped expectations. And ASML's rapid rise to become Europe's most valuable tech firm has put it at the heart of the U.S.-China chip war, with the company's high-end machines churning out chips that could go into state-of-the-art weapons and AI devices. The Dutch firm is effectively being treated as critical infrastructure for U.S. national security. Samsung looks past 3.4 billion chip loss to late 2023 recovery. Why flying is so expensive. Microsoft warns over cloud as EU-US data pact awaits sign-off. McCarthy says deal between Microsoft Activision looks very good. Talcum powder cancer claims by Target, J&J's new customer carve-out. Microsoft cut to accumulate at Philips Sex sector or sex? It's SE. It says sex. Price target 328. Avalon commits to ordering 40 Boeing 737 MAX aircraft. And are you ready for this, bro? Chad, are you ready for this one? This one's crazy. Bro, this one is crazy. Are you ready? Pranked. Fed boss Jerome Powell held a call with a pair of Russian pranksters posing as Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky, according to a video shown on Russian state television. Apparently thinking he was speaking to Zelensky, the video shows Powell answering questions on topics ranging from the outlook for inflation to the Russian central bank. It's unclear if the footage was altered. Yes. Apparently, people pretended to be Zelensky, and they did a fake interview with Jerome Powell. Now, as of right now, we don't know if it is altered footage or not. Based on the way they're reporting it, it seems like it was real. But as of now, we have no idea. But that it's a wild headline. Pretty much Jerome Powell, fake Zelensky meeting. I mean, mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing. Tucker Carlson appeared on Twitter for the first time since he was ousted from Fox News with a 2-minute broadside against U.S. media and politics. Since taking a little time off, Carlson said he realized how unbelievably stupid most of the debates you see on television are. He suggested there are still some places where truth is told and signed off. See you soon. More won MDB accountability. Pras Mitchell, a Grammy-winning rapper turned political influencer, was convicted by a U.S. jury of conspiring to help a wage back channel, $100 million lobbying campaign to end the U.S. probes into J-Ho Lo and to get Guo Wengu sent back to China. The Fugees member faces up to 20 years in prison on the most serious charges when he's sentenced later. Is this the same Pras? Is this like the Ghetto Superstar? You guys know that song? Ghetto Superstar, that is what you are, coming from above. Reach it for. Is that the same one? Is that the same pros? This guy, how does this dude get his hands on $100 million like that? That's amazing. Is that the same pros? No. I don't know if I'm proud of him or disappointed. That's crazy. How the hell did Ghetto Superstar get his ass in $100 million lobbying deal? That's insane. Ghetto Superstar. That is what. That's only the real ones. No, I used to love that song. Hampton's home prices. They have hit a record in the first quarter, even as sales slowed. Praise Miller, Samuel, and brokerage Douglas Elliman found sales in the top 10% of the market were completed at a median sale price of $8.5 million, up 11% from a year earlier. The average price of high-end homes in the Long Island beach town are also set to record at $16.1 million, driven by a few especially large purchases. Airfares have rocketed since the pandemic, and the bad news for consumers is that prices may stay elevated. A lack of planes and consumers willing to pay more after being denied the chance to travel are among key reasons for the price gains. And then on this day in history, and remember, these are not mine. I say these to you because they're usually random. I don't know what it is until I read it. I'm reading it now as I'm talking to you. But again, this is we claim no responsibility for what happened in history because history is wild. In 1961, on this day in history, Sierra Leone, previously a British colony and then a protectorate, achieved independence. It was initially a dominion with Queen Elizabeth II as head of the state, represented locally by a governor general. The country became a republic in 1971, with Sayaka Stevens being named the first president. Wow, there you go. Ghetto superstar, that is what you are. Not bad. I'm triggered for something. It happens, bro. I feel you, man. You know what I'm saying? You might be, it may just early. You could be hungry. You know, have a Snickers, dog. Have a Snickers. You know what I'm saying? I feel it happens to the best of us. But we got some pre-market movers. Our favorite, Abby Vi. Shares fall over 6% after the drug makers' revenue from Skyrizi, Imbruvica, and Rinvoq missed consensus estimates for the first quarter, while Humira's revenue was stronger than expected. Canopy Growth, CGC, and Tilray are among cannabis companies rising pre-market after a cannabis banking bill is introduced to Congress. Tilray gains 8% and Canopy Growth gains 6%. Comcast rose 4.9% after the media telecommunication conglomerate reported adjusted earnings that beat. Cryptocurrency stocks in U.S. pre-market trading are gaining as Bitcoin gets back above or inching towards 30,000. eBay rose 2.6% after the e-commerce company forecasted better than expected net revenue for the second quarter. Analysts noted that the company's focus categories, which include refurbished products and collectibles, outperformed the rest of the marketplace. EA shares dip 0.7% after BMO Capital downgrades the video game company to market perform from outperform. Eli Lilly is up 3% after the pharmaceutical company reported first quarter that beat expectations, with sales of Mounjaro anti-diabetic medication notably above consensus. Enovix ENVX falls 3.5% as analysts say the silicone battery company is signaling slower than expected ramp of their February manufacturing facility. Impinj PI shares are down 31% after the maker of radio frequency identification chips gave a second quarter forecast that is weaker than expected. Jefferies Jeff gained 7% after SMBC Group announced plans to raise economic ownership in the firm above up to 15% as a converted and fully diluted basis. Mobileye fall 22%, poised for the worst session ever since their debut last year if the declines hold after the software hardware maker for cars cut their revenue guidance for the full year. National Energy Services Reunited Corp. What kind of name is that? NESR plummets 21% after the oil field service company said some trading in their shares would be suspended on the NASDAQ because they have not filed their year-end disclosure. Seres Therapeutics, MCRB, surges 9% after the developer of the biological drug received FDA approval for their therapeutics VOWST to prevent recurrence of C. difficile infection, CDI, in adults. SiriusXM series down 3.8% after the satellite radio company reported first quarter results that missed expectations, though it slightly raised their full-year forecast for adjusted EBITDA. Southwest Airlines is down 4.8% after the company's first quarter results missed analyst estimates. Tractor Supply Co. tumbles 4% ahead of the bell after the home and garden retailer reported comparable sales and earnings per share that missed consensus. Peers like Home Depot and Lowe's are also trading lower. Vornado Realty, VMO, dropped 10% after the owner of offices delayed its dividend and authorized $200 million in buybacks, a move that surprised analysts and prompted a downgrade from Piper Sandler. similar. And then Wolf Speed shares drop almost 18% after the maker of semiconductors gave a revenue forecast for the fourth quarter that fell short of estimates. Analysts cut price targets amid the company's challenges in ramping its Mohawk Valley manufacturing facility. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. MPW looks terrible. Well, that's actually surprising, though. Like Vornado, again, if anybody thought someone was going to cut dividend, it was probably MPW. But Vornado, they did. And then pretty much MPW, we have until July because their earnings were good. But Divi is safe for now. I think the conference call is starting, but again, I mean, for all the shit talk on MPW, that earnings was not that bad. So we're going to take it. We are going to take it. Oh, my God. Oh, wait, we're timing. What's the timing? Why? What took us so long? We're a little bit behind schedule, it looks like. I need to go pee, though. Oh, man. Chattadonia, I love you. Good morning. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Let's have a very good day here. It's Friday Junior, Amazon after the bell, and young Meta is just going insane, baby. It's going insane. Yeah, MPW is better than HBI. We lasted longer by withholding the dividend. Thank God. But I will be right back.
Hey, Shanali.
John, if you take a look at First Republic shares, it is trading at 7% of its book value. That is after 2 days of brutal sell-offs, after very little answers after its earnings release. Now, the point you made about the standoff between the U.S. government as well as the big banks here is this inclination for the big banks not to step in more than they already have, which leads to that question about what's the end game. How long can this bank limp along for? And are there other necessary actions that need to be taken? Now, what we have reported about the FDIC and the potential curbing of borrowing limits via a potential downgrade of its status, it would only just make it more expensive and more difficult for First Republic to find more access to capital. And that is the story under the surface here. How hard is it for this bank to find capital via normal means, let alone extraordinary means? You are seeing the shares really get a break here, a little bit of a relief after that brutal sell-off. But again, it did sell off 50% 2 days ago, another 30% yesterday. So really, until there are questions answered here, a lot of nowhere to go.
Shanali, we haven't heard much from the bank itself. The earnings call earlier this week, you and I discussed it, no Q&A, big disappointment from the analyst, and clearly doesn't really involve much confidence when you hear something like that or don't hear what you want to hear on an earnings call. Shanali, I want to understand what the other big banks are saying. The big banks that deposited this cash at this institution, what have we heard from them?
You know, what's interesting is they're saying a lot of the same things that you're saying. They're pretty shocked that on Monday that there were no answers taken on that call and that there were so few answers for the road ahead here. So it's kind of amazing here that you have some of the biggest banking titans in the world sitting there with their heads scratching around this issue when they have billions of stake at the bank themselves.
Shanali,
that's what they're saying. They're saying it is literally a battle between banks and the Fed now, or like FRC is having to play this like debate. They're pretty much caught between. It's a weird love triangle between the Fed and then the big banks. It's really weird. Like if you ran into it, like in a natural setting, like you would feel awkward if you walked into that room. So we're going to see how that plays. Again, FRC is down right now, even though Meta is doing good. We got a little bit of data here. I'm sure FRC, like I said, whether it's today, maybe tomorrow, maybe everybody responds here with Meta because Meta is absolutely insane. But Chad, it's my fault. We're a little bit behind schedule. We are not going to go over the Chad post, but I hope you checked it out there. You know, that's always a good one. But Chattadonia, what do you got for me? What's the first play of the day? Let's go. We only got a couple of minutes. What's the first play? Tell me what you got. Clack, ER, good. ASML, LRCX, AMAT, SPY puts, we good. PCE came out high. It was quarter over quarter. Tomorrow's the real PCE. NVIDIA calls, GM, Meta 300, long, MCRB, Gap call, Intel, MCRB calls, all in, SGD, HITI, long, love the Chad, Overstock shares, Mobileye puts, printing, AMAT calls for earning, puts, ES put, XLF, Pledge of Allegiance, 3M, SPY puts, damn, cat, clap, selling puts, Tesla puts, SPY put, POAI, Nike calls, dollar, break it out, puts on all banks, MPW covered call, Tesla puts 145, Fox A, Spice calls, NQ short, 13085, Snap calls, UVXY, dumping my ZT short, Meta puts, AMD calls, holding some FR FRC, SPY, Costco, Intel puts, SPY puts, Hasbro puts, Rum shares, BTDR, waiting for the end of the day puts, SPY puts, Biden puts, Meta puts, BTDR, Amazon post earnings play, BBAO, ATLA long, SPY puts, SQQ, burn it all, Goldman short, Meta puts, Rum shares in match, pew pew, Amazon calls for earnings, AbbVie, long copper, FRC, 1020 TLT calls, BBBAI, prank call, Putin, good morning, Chattadonia, snap calls, Bill shares, Amazon puts, think I'll wait for the gap up, SPY calls, good morning, AbbVie shares, Boyle, JPM puts, Meta puts with blood, Ghetto Superstar, not my mom. My mom loves you. She's going to pray for you after seeing that. And then Uber calls, baby. I'll take it. That was solid. I'll take it. I'm going to be watching Amazon again, pre-earnings and post-earnings. Don't forget about Apple, too. They're going to be the final big tech after today. Meta, we're already in it. We played it post-market, but watch for the 250 break. MPW, I might want to flip shares, not add to the long term, but I want to see. But I like the earnings. Again, was not as bad as expected. AbbVie, they're dropping big on that news. Let's see if it flushes or does a quick bounce. And then Altria as well. Nobody really talked about them, even though they had their earnings. And then eBay, that was a very, very good earnings. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you know the vibes here at the Cult. Before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people who has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families as well. God bless you. Thank you for your service. I hope you know you are appreciated, and I encourage all of you to show love and appreciation to all of your veterans out there on a day in, day out basis, baby. And don't forget about everybody else helping out their communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, anybody giving back, the janitors, the nurses, or the nonprofits. You helping out grandma, man. If you're making an impact in your community, I hope you get a shout out too, and I hope you know you're appreciated, and I encourage you to keep doing so, okay? Okay, but ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Sing of the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or nah. Let's go. Oh, good morning. Do 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 do. There it is, chat. The Jets have been sent. It is Friday, Junior. We got Amazon after the bell. You got Meta reacting. You got FRC on death watch. Oh, man, it's going to be a wild one. And the market's actually up. Again, the last couple of days here, we have been selling off pretty early. It's not like today was the, you know what I'm saying? This is the first little bit of green you've watched in a while. The question is, does it hold up? So we'll go over the levels right when we open. We have about 1 minute. You subscribe? That's great, Jake. Welcome. We love the subscriptions. You could use this time to like the video as well here in the morning. Make sure you got plays. You got any questions, you let me know. And then that's it. No, Friday Junior, excuse me. It's Friday Junior. So Friday has a son. His name is Thursday because they didn't want to be cliche and name him Friday Junior. So they call him Thursday. But if you know, you know. It's pretty much Friday Junior, you know. I don't know about MCRB, but we have to wait for plans of commercialization. But MCRB is doing good. The real question is, does it hold up? But remember, we talked about it yesterday. A lot of people with MCRB and that biotech approval, they are waiting for the next step in anything that comes out from it. So we'll see, but keep it on watch. That one's going to be a big one. Again, obviously, we got to watch the banks, and then I think Meta is going to take over the show, and then watch if Amazon might be able to get a little crazy. I sold 733. It's not bad, honestly. I could see that. And then out of the biotechs, MCRB is the only one that did good. So get ready. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Like the video. Round 1. Fight. Alrighty. Damn, 0.6 on the S&P, 0.3 on the Dow so far. I don't know why my NASDAQ has not been loading. Damn, communications are up 2.8. That's insane. So Meta is lifting up the communication index right now by about 3%. That is very, very large. Hasbro, again. eBay, that was another post-earnings winner. Damn, they're moving 3. And then we'll see MCRB, and then watch if AbiVi flushes. NVIDIA's on the high now, too. Again, we're up 0.6. AbiVi's still down 0.5. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. So 40.79. Damn, same. So, damn, that's a big, actually a very, very big pop. So 40.88. Remember, this was the level yesterday. I mean, technically speaking, though, remember, we just got above here yesterday, and then we sold right off. So that's what we got to watch out for. Whoever called Hasbro, that's on the high ticker right now. So that's running. Yeah, Hasbro's up 11%. Great call on that. And then Mobileye sinks by a record 30% after cutting full-year outlook. Mobileye on the low. Meta is at its highest open since February 2022. That's crazy. Nova. I did not sell MCRB. No. I want to see even how it plays out with the market. I mean, it was up. It was at like 770 earlier at the high. But I want to see, again, just kind of how the market trades. Just depending on if we deal with FRC stuff or not. I feel like... what's it called? I feel like some people might just focus on biotechs to stay away from the drama, but I'm going to hold it for a little bit. Let's see. Tesla Green. Oh, he was near 150 in the morning. Again, Meta is right below 240. It may struggle a little bit here, but again, I mean, you go above 240, the next level here on Meta does lead into 250, and then you have now filled the gap from the like second bad earnings they had. But Tesla's going up. It's up 0.36. Netflix is up 0.7. Apple. Actually, the only thing in the red right now is consumer staples. They're down 0.7. Energy is down a third. And then healthcare is the worst on the day right now, down 0.4. Apple's up 1.2. That's big. Amazon, again, Amazon's up 3. That's earnings. Meta's on the low, but market's going up. And a lot of the other tech stocks are moving with it. And 3M, he woke up a little bit. Where's Microsoft? I forgot. Remember, Microsoft was up 8% yesterday. I almost forgot. It's almost time to buy AbiVi. I mean, I'm going to wait a little bit on there, but, you know, like we've said, AbiVi does these, like, giant flushes. Those are usually the ones you want to buy. So it could last for a couple more days, but I'm going to be watching around, like, 140 to 130 if it goes that low. Is that Boeing on the low? Service now flushing. They were up yesterday. Or, again, I think their earnings were good. AbiVi keeps selling. Let's see. ACAM dollar pop. Service now is down 5. Wow. I think I saw AI play on the high. SU. Yeah, ACAM's up. It's weird. They came down a lot, though. They were up a lot more earlier. Is it possible another big bank buys FRC? It is, but you would need a lot of money, and you would have to take a giant loss. I don't know if your shareholders would like that. So we posted it on the watch list, but, you know, yes, I had a lot of fun on yesterday's watch list. I think it's going to be fascinating what happens here. But the thing with FRC and like how the government could help out, it would be simply by buying their bonds at an above market rate. That's it. That's all it is. So that's how the government could facilitate a deal. But if the government's not willing to do that, nobody could buy them. Because otherwise, anybody who wants to buy them, you would have to absorb a gigantic loss. Pack W dumping a little bit. It's not down too much comparatively. Again, 1.6. After what we saw yesterday, it could have been a lot worse. If multiple banks bought it, they could, but again, that would just be splitting up the loss. Zion break even. Yeah, FRC's even up 1.2 right now, so it's still kind of holding MOH. You said Altria was dumping. Microsoft running. Again, Microsoft was 8% yesterday, and that was the first kind of big earnings. So see if they go. Microsoft is on the high. MO is dumping 2.67. AMD flush. CXAI. That one's going up. Yeah, AMD is down 0.5%, surprisingly. Let's see. NVIDIA's even coming down, but they're up 1%. That's probably off the earnings hype. ASML still green. Meta is staying relatively pinned. Biogen on the high. Eli Lilly, they had diabetes drug and earnings today. SPY's going up a little higher. A little bit higher. And then Netflix selling off. They're at the low. Mobilize bouncing now. Again, they were just down 30%. No news on UWMC except lower bond rates, man. And then Lending Tips is going crazy. He's saying the real estate market is just, he's saying, bro, like there's a lot, but I think the mortgage rates is what's hooking up a lot of these mortgage stocks and real estate. Bro, Mobilize bouncing all of a sudden. Hold on, that's 10% from the bottom. Mobilize literally moved 10% from the bottom there. Overstock up 18. FRC still hold, bro. Microsoft 297. It did hit 300 yesterday, so there's still a little bit of meat on the bone on that one. And then MCRB, you got the sell-off. I guess sell the news for now, but I think we'll have all day. Helen of Troy, they're up 23%. Jeez, that's clothing, is it? And then 4084, we got about 4 more points, Chad. If you get above this level, it's the same thing as yesterday. If we barely get above and reject, that'll be ugly. But if that could hold, I think we will be good. Pending home sales, I mean, I don't think it's going to move the markets too much, like especially after we got GDP that came in very low. But if it's too strong, I don't think that'll be good. Hopefully just a medium beat or miss, like, you know, something in the middle. That would be the best for the market. I think a strong beat on pending homes, though, would be negative. A strong miss, I don't know if it'll be negative or positive. Helen of Troy is running. Microsoft's up a quick 1% now. Crocs low today. I do like 3M. We bought it after earnings. So it's a little bit lower, but I think 3M, again, I'm glad any of my high yield dividend plays so far this earnings, all of the dividends are safe. That buys me at least another quarter, and that's kind of all I need. That's it. As long as we get those dividends, I mean, 3M, we weren't worried about it too much, but especially with like MPW as well, that's literally all we need. So I'm chilling off of that. Amazon, they're running up. Google is on the high now. Microsoft is leading the way. Meta might make round 2, though. So everything could be going here. If we start to run up here, if Meta hits a high, Microsoft, Google, you might have all of your big techs just rocket you up right now. Would you buy more MO after the earnings? I want MO at like $40. That's the thing, or like 41, 42. And Q just ripped. That's everything. Again, if Meta's going, Microsoft, Amazon, and Apple, like I could only imagine how how little you would not move off of that. Like I feel like you could move a lot with just those 4 names. Again, yesterday, right after earnings, the SPY jumped up 1 point after Meta gapped up. On the Meta earnings candle, the SPY candle was 1 point, which was insane. And then Microsoft going crazy still. And there's Meta now, 240. I mean, I don't know where it goes from here. Again, the 240 and above usually leads to 250. But now this, I guess you have to like what? No, because even in that same day, right when it hit 240, that same day traded between 240 and 248. AstraZeneca on the high. Again, Eli Lilly as well. They had the diabetes stuff in the morning. Came down a little bit. Oh, where's Teladoc? Teladoc's up. And then ServiceNow, they were down 5%. They bounced a little bit. Abivai now selling into the 140s. So 149. Again, they're earning. It sucks. Humira did good, but their other drugs that were supposed to back up Humira did not do as good. Amazon's flushing now. So just like I said, if we have all of those names to the upside, I mean, watch if they start going down, especially Microsoft and Meta. Big weighting there. And I guess Apple too. MasterCard. ServiceNow is on the high now. MasterCard won't. It's all the credit card companies. MasterCard seems the best, but they have not like really moved above 2%. And then Tesla started to come down. They were negative. Then they went green. Now they're coming down. But SPY hitting a high here. So if we get above here, we're going to make this test of 4088. I think it's a really big level because if we reject that again like yesterday, I don't see that as a good sign at all. MPW post earnings, was it neutral? Yeah, it was a lot better than expected in the sense that, you know, if you go look around the internet with MPW, most people were forecasting an immediate collapse, cut of dividend and all that. But pretty much the revenue came in like 300 million. The EPS was a little bit low. FFO was fine. It came in like 1 or 2 cents lower. They said they could they reaffirmed the dividend and the growth and all of that. But, I mean, it slightly missed. And in some areas now, too, the EPS to dividend, that's a little bit concerning. But it's just still not it just does not seem like it was as bad as people were expecting. So I like it for now. Coinbase investigating Stellar Lumen delayed sends. Oh, Boeing. Boeing's running up. Amazon's on the low now. So they were up 3%. Again, this is pre-earnings, but they already gave it up. PRVB suspended. Google's on the high because remember, PRVB is bought out. So if the stock can't trade anymore, if you own the shares, it'll probably just turn into cash eventually. Ascend PDUFA. It might be delayed. So Ascend was supposed to be delayed, but if it's not, that'll be a move. Microsoft 52-week highs, $299. It hit 300. I think pre-market. That's why, or post-market after earnings. Very interesting, but that's intraday pre-market high. Apple's on the high now too. So at least this is balancing out the SPY because Amazon's near the low, but they're already gapped up too. But Apple's running up. Microsoft still getting a cheek lay though. Hold on. There's not enough. Baba, Baidu, they're going red. JWSM on the high. Meta's doing good, but SPY's coming down here. Interesting. Due to the MPW, why don't you collect the divvy rather than drip it? Because I just don't. I mean, unless it gets like really bad, that's it. I mean, it was close to bad. We bought in, I think, at the worst time. But like in terms of like, oh my gosh, like what's the uncertainty? But as of now, I mean, I think MPW is going to be around. So, I mean, I'm down to get the equity on it. That's the beauty is like so far now, you realize if now that this dividend is safe, we're about to get back like 8% after the next payout. So that's good, but it would be nice in cash. However, I mean, I do want to own that equity. And I just think, again, this did not look like a company that everybody was saying was going to lose its, what's it called? You know, remember, they weren't supposed to get paid off of these hospitals and bad tenants, and they did. So I'll give it some time, but I'm down to take the shares. We at least got another 3 months to decide. That's the beauty. Align down 12, and then Microsoft is ripping. Meta's coming down here to the low. Nvidia in the red, yeah, about to be. They were just up like 1.5% too. That's wild. There was no Apple earnings. Apple's running up. Only earnings were Meta, Microsoft, and Google this week. So Amazon, and then Amazon is today, and then Apple is next week. Mobileye is on the high now. How much MPW? I think about like $7,000, $7 or $9,000, one or the other. I think $7,100, and then another like $900 on the small account. Caterpillar killed earnings, how they sell off. I mean, we've seen it a lot. I feel like that's been the story of this year so far, this earnings season. The ones that have gone down, they've been the companies that did good. There was some that did bad and they just got beaten, but we've seen a lot. We've seen a lot of that. Netflix selling. I think Netflix and Netflix below even 320. I think watch 315, 316 to the downside on Netflix. That will be a problem. Snapchat, they came down. Snapchat's not even holding their meta gains anymore. Crocs is on the low. Microsoft just took a cheek lay. We're back here to the low of the day. I don't know how I feel about it. I guess so you have another 5 more points here, I guess intraday. But again, we got to get above 40.88. If we don't even test this and can't get above here, that'll be bad. But just watch for the little dancing here now. It's still very, very early. We're looking at about 7 million in volume on the SPY, and it's been 15 minutes. 15 minutes, not bad, not bad. Tesla. Yeah, dude, Crocs is down 18%. CXAI is running. There's Tesla now. Wait a minute. Tesla just woke up there. It's been bouncing. NVIDIA, too, off the bottom. Boeing dominating the high ticker. And airlines. Airlines and Boeing throwing a little PayPal. That just showed up, too. PayPal's up 3%. That's probably off of eBay. eBay still holding 2. Ghetto super. It's stuck in your head, too, now? Because I was like, is that the same pros? So that's good to know. That's good to know. 40-40 is possible today. About it. Yeah. I mean, the low of the yesterday was 40.49. So I think that would just be a little bit of a gap fill. I know it's early. Expected move on Amazon. I don't know yet. You can just check it on TD Ameritrade. But we'll probably go over it a little later. Netflix is dumping. But I think it's going to be, I'm probably saying like 7% is off top of my head. And then some people think they're going to miss big. I forgot. Some analysts put it out this morning, and they're saying that there's a chance Amazon is probably going to report way, way, way less net income than expected. Microsoft, yeah. So we're holding VWAP. You're holding right where you open. Couple points off of a very key level that we rejected and sold from yesterday. Tesla. Let's see. Let's get Meta back up. Meta's actually climbing back up again. 240. It's going to be very interesting to watch Meta today because it could just stop here and do nothing and save this move, or you go rip past 240 and then turn a 15% gain into a 20% gain. Yeah, UPS did report bad. Somebody posted it again. I think was it Jesus who posted it on the member post. 11% of their traffic with Amazon is UPS. Abivi says they're discontinuing cystic fibrosis programs due to lack of efficiency. Coinbase selling off. Weren't crypto do again? Crypto yesterday was wild at the bell. So new high on Meta, 52-week high, and that's it, man. What level is this? You are now back to the high set in 2020 before it broke out here. Again, this is why this level is so key, because the support level is 248 from the lows, and then last time you gapped up to 255 in 2020. So again, from 2015 prices back to 2020. Your chance to dump Meta out of your long term. I wouldn't. If you picked up Meta when, obviously none of this is a recommendation, but if you picked up Meta when we did, and you now have a 158% gain, this is one of those rare opportunities where, they say the longer you hold, the less riskier it becomes. But with that sort of cost basis, I mean, even if it's a small amount or a big amount, you hold that shit. That's it. That cost basis is unfuckable with. I mean, again, even then, even if we enter into a recession, chances are it'll probably come back to break even. If like you had the worst economic environment. There was like 7 banks who gave money to FRC. There was Goldman Sachs, well, there's JP Morgan, Bank of America, Citi, and Wells Fargo. Each of them gave $5 billion individually. And then Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley, $2.5 billion. And then like PNC and like a bunch of other regionals all popped in $1 billion. I take money off the table. I mean, I think for the long term, no. If, again, depending on where you bought it, if you got to take advantage of it in the same way, but I think you should trade it if you could flip it and do all that. But securing one of the biggest tech stocks, in the world at a very, very low price like that in the long term, those are the ones you want to have. It sucks because we didn't buy enough where it's not going to make you $1 million, but it's definitely going to be a nice little staple there in the portfolio. Zion. They gave that money on March 16th, 2023. About 10 days after SVB. And then Microsoft's still at the high. Tesla's at the high. Wall is starting to move right now. FRC is starting to pop. Look at that. FRC's up 6%. That means you could buy again and we'll still be up big. It does. You could add to it and we could roll that in there and then lower our cost basis. But either way, I mean, it's not just, I'm just telling you're in a different league if you bought at the bottom with us. That's it. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, if you bought it a week ago and you're only up 10%, you know what I'm saying? Make your decision. But if you're telling me from the end of last year to now, you have a blue chip tech name and you're up 160%, that you fucking keep that. Bro, FRC is launching. Microsoft above 300 now. That's a big level. SPY trying to work its way up. I'm very surprised we're not like running, even though we are up 1%. And now the NASDAQ is up. Yeah, FRC halted for upside move. That's Microsoft is fat, man. That's insane. I didn't have money for Meta. I used my deposit on NVIDIA when that was the low. Oh, you're fucking fine. That sounded like a sad story at first. He was like, I didn't have money at the time. I couldn't buy Meta at $93 because I put all my money in the NVIDIA at $100. You got the same return. It should be. I think they're very, very similar so far. But that's still a solid one. Same logic there too. Even if you bought any of those tech names at those prices, I mean, you pretty much have a free big tech play if there's a what's it called? If there's any sort of calamity drawdown, I mean, any of those tech play purchases, that's like good tech, NVIDIA, Meta, the Amazon, anything at the low, even the Apple to a degree, those are just, you're going to be good. SPY is popping. MPW is popping. I just saw it on the high ticker. That's the first high of the day. Where's real estate's number 3 on the day, up 1.1. Healthcare is still the worst on the day, down 0.48. And then energy is down 0.25. And then Staples came positive to 0.17. So energy was green earlier, and then them and Staples flip-flopped. Yeah, Microsoft's disgusting. Again, their earnings weren't as stellar. I'm surprised, but they're running like they just fucking reported the best. Again, I mean, Meta went up like, 15% right now, but I think in the 2-day period, Microsoft is up 10, and Microsoft is like triple the size. So it's like, in a weird way, as much money was gained on Microsoft as there was on Meta, even though Meta moved up way, way more percentage-wise. So, again, Microsoft is a huge, huge, huge animal. Any ideas on the next deposit? Or I'm going to add it to Bill until we find anything. I mean, at this point, we grabbed our MPW. We grabbed our 3M. I could wait 30 more days, maybe get a little yield, but I'm probably going to take the deposit on Monday, throw it in the bill, and call it a day. No, I cut Teladoc. We cut Teladoc with a profit, then it dumped. So, and then it had earnings and then came to a similar price. I think NVIDIA is selling off. Snap could follow Meta, but Snap's in their own little world. I hope so. Again, in my theory that I brought up yesterday, I'm telling you now, in the weirdest way possible, if Snapchat's ad revenue, if that bounces too much, then Google is going to drop. That's my theory. So I don't know what Snapchat's going to do. But if they were able to utilize the AI and the ad stuff and all of that, and they make money, if Snapchat and Meta both do good and Google was the only one that was kind of shaky, then there you go. I'm whistling Ghetto Superstar. I can't whistle. I can't whistle, but my whistle is just like it's. I feel Ghetto Superstar. That is what you are. Coming from above, reaching for the stars. Come away with me to another place, and we can rely on each other. From one corner to another, and we don't stop, yo. Just see, bro, I can't believe that dude stole the $100 million. He didn't steal it. He was just paid $100 million, bro. That's it, man. And it don't stop, yo. My dog just covered his ears. Dude, you're a fucked up dog owner, bro. Take that mother effer to the vet. What do you mean? Your dog playing with his ears like that? That's like dog ownership 101, man. You were trying to make a joke, and now we just found out you might need to take your dog to the vet now. So you're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. FRC's up 10. What would happen if I shorted Bill on the last day of the month? You would have to pay the dividend. You know, they'd be like, yeah. You'd be like, I shorted that. That'd be like the best short of your life. You'd be like, fuck yeah, I shorted it. Then the next day, it dropped. Instant, it gapped down. But then you'd have to pay the dividend, unfortunately. That's how it works. Yeah, and MPW, you will get you have a month to buy MPW. So even then, the next dividend will be guaranteed. But you have like a month and a half till X dividend on MPW. So you could buy another one if you want. But again, I mean, I have a long-term plan with it, even though we've already collected a decent amount. I just want it to be stable. We have a good amount. We have a good yield. And then that's it. You know what I'm saying? So you don't need to I don't think we're going to chase it too much. I'm not going to try to add more just to scoop up the income and then not drip it, you know? It's solid. We added it. We allocated it. As long as it doesn't die and as long as it stays alive paying that dividend, I mean, it may very well prove to be a very, very nice thing to have. So we will find out on the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You. Netflix on the low. And then Microsoft still holding. FRC's gapped and halted. Again, that's the second time. I don't know why this thing's going up so much. Watch even PNC too. Because I have this weird suspicion PNC is going to be the one who might be able to benefit off of them. I want more MPW. Let it squeeze. You have to get all the shorts out of it, though. I was hoping this earnings would. I think it's moving kind of small still. But, again, this thing is shorted 20 or 30%. But, dude, there's a lot of hatred on MPW. I hope nobody gets mad at me for investing in MPW. Because I don't know. Have you ever, Googled MPW or have you gone on Twitter and just typed in MPW, bro? I didn't know I got into this much drama. You know what I'm saying? That's like finding out something about your girlfriend like a couple months. You like, what? That's like, what? Because I'm like, yo, hold on, man. Hold on. But it's good for now. But I think there's some squeeze potential. But just like I said, just don't chase it. That's it. We bought in a decent amount already. You're already at a 10-year low. The dividend is very, very high. As long as we just get out of the gulag and it's stable, buy yourself another year or two, and then that's it. Then you're good to go. So you don't need to chase it too much. I'm not going for the gain. I'm just going for stability And then our yield, our cost of the yield is just like insanely is high. Again, 15% a year. Like, dude, in 5 years, 6 years, you're making all of your money back. Especially on the drip. I did not sell MCRB. I'm kind of mad because I had like $600. Now I'm only down to 200. But I do think we can give it a little bit of time. And then I'm hoping, I was hoping the market kind of trips out and then just focuses on biotech. So we'll see. Loading up on Abivi. You're the second person to tell me that this morning. I know we've talked about it many times, you know. We've always said just buy the fat red candles on Abivi. Like, you never buy the highs. Just wait till it has one of these, like, fat dumps. It'll do that for a little bit, and then that's usually your addition. So I'm waiting because it may last more than one day. I'm just giving it some time. But if Abivi does drop to, like, 130-ish, I'll buy. I'm down to buy with a lot of our deposit there. Isn't the only reason earnings was good because every company sandbagged their previous earnings? To a degree. Again, that's why I think I don't think Meta wasn't necessarily a sandbag. They even did bad. I think Microsoft kind of was. And then we'll see what happens with with Amzn today. Because they have very low guidance already. Culper Research short report. I have no idea who that is, but we'll see it. And then Apple came down a little bit. Enphase, I would buy it because for volatility, but that's a scary stock. I'm holding it since that earnings, but Enphase is not like, if you don't have the stomach for volatility, I think you could get way better solar plays. Like, it is extreme growth and there's a lot, but like what I'm saying is, unless you want high price, high dollar for dollar movement, 4 or 5% moves, unless that's what you want, I would go somewhere else because I'm still holding it. I'm just speaking from experience. But like, you could just go play TAN, go play First Solar, or like go play Sunrun, like go play, I don't even know. There's other names out there too. I'm not a big fan of the green energy in terms of investing, but it's, you could find them there. But it's just like, I think Enphase is a specific type of investment. It's really betting on explosive growth. I think Enphase is very high risk, high reward. Another University of Michigan surprise. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, that is tomorrow. I think PCE will be the bigger focus, though. So we'll see how that plays out. Oil, you can, but again, like in the back of everybody's mind right now, the weird part about oil is like there's a lot of recessionary signals right around the corner. And then if we keep watching all this data contract and things get worse and worse and worse, I mean, do the math. That doesn't bode well for oil. So I like oil still, and I think maybe towards the end of the year or maybe beginning of next year, that's where maybe just depends on how quote-unquote recession plays out. And then rum is at the low. Remember, they just got that short report. So we're going to see, pending home sales, nobody cared. Came in negative 5.2%. That was right here. Very small reaction, but came in negative 5.2. Estimate was increase of 0.8. And then pending home sales are down 23.3 year over year. Estimate 20.7. So like I said, if it did good, I don't think the market would have liked it. If it did bad, if it wasn't too bad, I didn't know how a market would take it. But it doesn't seem like that's a big deal right now. And then if anything, tomorrow, you have Kansas City Fed at 11. That may move stuff, but realistically, personal income tomorrow, and then PCE deflator, the month over month, year over year. That's the one we want, not quarter over quarter. That'll be big, and then we'll see if the sentiment surprises again. FRC, yeah, we got, FRC's up 16%. There's MPW. It's only been 30 minutes. Microsoft's going up again. Again, Apple was a little bit more volatile. Let's see, Tessie's holding up good. I think Microsoft's the leader now in between all of them. That's the one just running into the highs, and bonds are selling off. Damn, bonds sold off 0.5? Whoa. Damn. So maybe we should have kept the 2-year, but that would have been great. But I still don't trust it. We're going to see. Don't we have to sell Bill today since Monday would be the beginning of the month? No, you have today. You have till tomorrow. So Bill, if you want to sell Bill before reset, tomorrow is your last day. So I have another account with money in Bill that I just recently added. I'm going to move that money out tomorrow. But then the one in the long term, I'm not going to touch it. If you had an equal amount of Bill shares to be delta neutral, then shorted it before the divvy, would that hedge interest rate risk? I mean, I think it would. I don't think it would make anything. Again, you still have to pay the dividend. So if you short it, you have to pay the quarter or 0.3% dividend. And again, the best part, it's not even like a lot of money. So either way, your max risk is going to be 0.3. That's it. Your max risk will be 1/3% or like 1/5% or 0.5% at that point. That's it. Yeah, the point in the long term, I'm keeping it in Bill, but I established a later Bill position and I want it to be equivalent to my long-term position. So I'm going to reset that at the end of the month. But the one in the long term, the original Bill, I am not touching it until I need to buy something, and then I will sell out and take my my money and go home. Because it's crazy. I told you, I used one of the big amounts for Bill. And just like, dude, even in 5 days, I made $100. That's why it's like, so pretty much, I think, bro, it's a large amount of money. It's just under $200,000, but that will pay you $100 a day. So by putting it in Bill with that amount, I'm making $100 a day off of holding it. So I did it late. I've only done it for like since right here. So then I'm going to reset it, and then just because our long-term Bill is like right here. So I'd rather be at the beginning of the month so I could collect dividend and then reset every month. I have a video on Bill. It's called The Safest Investment You Can Make in 2023. And we're just talking about cash. So Bill is a cool one. That's where I have my money in. But at the end of the day, there's many other cash alternatives. The idea on Wall Street, the term cash, it references anything that is liquid in less than 12 years of time. Or 12 months of time, excuse me. So there's no such thing, like, you know, you may hear the term, I'm going all cash. Sometimes when you hear like a hedge fund manager say that, or they say, oh, we're investing in cash, they're not buying, you know, they're not just holding money. Most of the time that means a note below or a bill below 12 months. Anything below 12 months of time is considered cash, especially if it's highly liquid and it relatively holds its value. Yeah, if you're on Fidelity, you have 3 different money market fund options. And you know, so money markets, they were talking about them. Most money markets, like, again, they even have like 12 or 17-day maturities as part of how they're getting their yield. So it's very, very similar. But if you have a brokerage where it's already provided for you, you do not need Bill. Bill would be a waste of your time. Now big, yeah, it was up pre-market and then it came down, or it's up post-market, then it dropped pre-market. Now it's starting to move, and Google's at the high. And then PNR. But Chad, I have to go to the bathroom. Okay, I love you all. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I hope your morning is good. Let's go, baby. I'll be right back. SPY's near the highs.
Well, and if we do get a rebound, Mike, does that just mean that if the Fed pauses after this upcoming meeting, as everyone is expecting, that actually they could hike next, not cut?
Well, they could. That'll depend on the inflation numbers. We do get new inflation PCE numbers, their indicator tomorrow. And if it comes in stronger than expected, that'll raise a question in traders' minds about what they'll do next. But we also get the employment cost index, which should give us some information about the way wages and salaries are going. In the first quarter, we're going to see a bump in compensation because of the Social Security COLAs that took effect. But wages and salaries, are they starting to come down at all? That's going to be a real question for the Fed as they look at the inflation numbers.
Crudy, are we being unfair to U.S. companies here? I take a look at the numbers. We talked to PepsiCo earlier this week. I take a look at the MasterCard numbers today. They're very strong. We're going to talk to Hertz a little bit later on. Those numbers look super strong as well. Are U.S. companies actually getting the consumer about right and are riding a really a sort of strong wave here that is driving some decent top-line gains?
Well, this isn't about the consumer at all, and I think this is where what you're seeing on the surface completely mismatches what you're seeing on the economic data, because look underneath the hood, Guy, yes, on the top line, you are seeing some major beats, you are seeing margins increase, you are still seeing a consumer that is able to weather the storm, but a lot of the company gains, the company profits, are a function of price hikes or cost efficiency or layoffs, or in some cases even buybacks, and that's really what is holding up those earnings, and then they are being lauded for it because, yes, the companies, or the corporate America, at least, has done a good job in holding up in this environment. But then look underneath the hood, and I'll give you a great example that we're seeing today. Caterpillar came out with earnings, this global bellwether. They make construction equipment and tilling equipment for customers around the world. They have that China exposure as well, about 23% of it. And yet the stock is down despite the fact that they reported their profits are surging on that machinery. Now, on the top line, things look great. So,
all righty. Again, you got real estate data, too. Came in a little negative. Meta's still up. We're there. And, yeah, your, what's it called? Money markets are SIPC insured. Anything in a brokerage account is SIPC. Anything in a bank is FDIC. So if it's a banking, checking, savings, I think even a CD account, that's FDIC insured. If it's in an investment account, a brokerage, you're insured up to $500,000, I believe, on SIPC. SIPC. No one say the R word, okay. McRib, I saw somebody said they're raising like some money, but that one's awful now. We had the fat gap to the sell. That happens sometimes on the biotechs, but also it might be able to run up a couple days later. It sucks. I mean, I'd kind of want to sell it, but I should have sold it at 600 in the morning. But now we're still up $100. I'm gonna ride it out for a little bit. They did 250 debt financing with Oak Tree. That's part of the rollout. We want to see how this is their first drug they're going to be able to make money on. So we will see. But that was your typical sell. Oh, wow, we're above 40.88. But that was your typical kind of sell the news on a biotech. So we're above 40.88. We're at 40.90 now. Wow. So, again, this is where we flushed on Tuesday. So if we actually do get above here, I mean, that might be pretty fire. Or at least it'll hold up some momentum. What changed with the line? I don't know. I thought they did good, and then they sold off, right? I think the same thing happened with Service Now, too. Let's see. Oil. BBA, I think it's just a hype stock. Is FRC halted? No, it's just got unhalted 2 minutes ago. It's trading now. Yeah, Microsoft above 300. I mean, SPY's up right now, 0.84. The NASDAQ is up 1.1. And then the Dow Jones is up 0.6. And then only thing red on the day now is healthcare by 0.36. So very solidly green day on like borderline everything. Bro, Microsoft's at 301, 301.50. And Meta's still holding 140 or 240. Amazon's starting to come back up. Again, they have earnings today. And we are above one of these levels here. So this is very important. 40. Again, if we flush it, though, just like yesterday, if you're barely above it and come down, you're screwed. Again, we need to get to 4,100. So realistically now, we either sell from here or we're going to magnet all the way up to 4,100 and call it a day. They're holding MCRB back retail. They're already saying it'll pop in 6 months when it's bought out by Nestle. Total trash. They do have a a Nestle deal. They could make like, I think up to like 350 million total. Wow. Apple, Google, Spy. You're going to 4,100. That's it. So you're halfway there now on that. We hit 40.90, needed to go 10 points. You're halfway there. Remember, this is where we flush. So now you're kind of magneting up. You did not fill this gap here today, but remember, we never filled the 41.37 gap. But let's get to 4,100 first, because that would be like a 4% day or something, or 3. We're ripping. I mean, no, the only bad news was yesterday with FRC, and no real negative updates today. Again, they're playing the quiet card on Thursday. And then now, day number 2, you have Microsoft up over 10% in 2 days. You have Meta up 15% right now. And then we have Amazon even up, I think, like 6 leading into their report. So this is just earnings not being as bad. The problems haven't materialized. The data in the morning was pretty bad, but then it supports a rate pause. The GDP dropped substantially compared to expectations. But a lot of it's either good earnings, more evidence towards a pause on the way, and then that's about it. So, and this is after selling off for a solid couple of days. I mean, how many days did we go down? I mean, you've been down, what, 1, 2, then 3, 4 days pretty much. Again, these were kind of stagnant. So let's see if it gets to 4,100 or not. You could still die. I don't think today's, like, it's not set in stone. Like, if we hit 4,100 and can't get above it, it could go nuts. Apple is running right now. Again, 3 big candles on Apple, a lot of volume. They're into the high. They're up 1.58 right now. Yeah, Abivi had bad earnings. Their earnings were decent, but pretty much they missed on all the other drugs that were supposed to be their growth agents. So, like, Humira did better than expected, but remember, they have all these drugs to replace Humira because the generic competition and those drugs just did not do as well this quarter. And people were expecting them to, you know, those drugs they lifted them up in the last quarter because they did good. First Republic bounces after 64% route took stock to record low. FRC still holding 12%. SPY hit again, right below 4,100 here is the high of the day. 40.96. Google's running too. Again, Google has probably had the softest post-earnings move out of any of the big tech. Meta's going up again. Amazon just hit a high. But we're doing it again. You're getting a couple of those big tech runners. SPY's already hit a high, and it's kind of not going up. MCRB. So I'm not going to answer any of those after this. It's just biotech. I think you still have a little bit of profits from where we bought it. Sell out if you're scared of it. Otherwise, I mean, the news was good. They have some longer term things, but I'm giving it personally a couple days. But this is what happens with biotechs. Again, sell the news. Very, very, very common here. So, but it's not, I mean, you could ask the question all day, but if it does pop back up, you know, it's going to be on no reason. This is just now people acting on it. There's some future value, but how that gets reflected, it's gonna take some time. It'll have some volatility. So we hold in. You can. I mean, it's not. I'm gonna hold it for a little bit. I think it's not. I mean, if I was just up $600 and now I'm only up like 50, I'm not gonna settle with that. Considering I think I could get more for it down the line. But it doesn't. It could still move. It could move down 20% before it goes up 20% again. Ascend. I don't think Ascend. If you could verify that FDA thing is coming in on the 30th, then yeah. Otherwise, it might still be delayed. Like here was like Proverbs. Here was their approval. Remember, we got Proverbs dropped after the approval. But they didn't like go super negative, but they definitely lost like 20%, and then it kind of held up. And then even go look how Rita held up very well, but that one still took time. It took another 3 weeks for Rita to actually make its move. MCRB is done, bro. I'll bet you $1,000 you won't short it. Are you down? I'm a gambling man. I need to work on it. PW. There's your Apple candle after a bunch of them. Recommended trailing stops on therapeutics. I think with biotechs, I mean, one, you need to trade a couple of them, because I don't know how many of you now, after we've traded a lot of biotechs. I feel like at this point, how many of you are used to this now? Like, you're used to the weird moves ahead of the earnings, the weird moves afterwards. You're already prepared that the approval is just gonna come out randomly. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, this is kind of what's expected. So I think with biotechs, you just got to be quick. It's like, if you make up your decision or not, like, you have to be both patient and quick, know what you want out of it the minute. That's why it's like, I should have took the gains in the morning on MCRB if I was going to walk. But after that, now I'm waiting. So I think you have to move faster on them on both sides, whether you're taking profit or deciding that, okay, no, this is the biotech play. Yeah, you got to be fast and have conviction. No, I sold out of Restoration. We got a small profit on that. FSLR red. Triple G on the high. Ascend's official website has the 30th. We'll see. I think it was a rumor that they're delayed, but it might be. But if it does come out the 30th, even better. Let's see if FRC comes down. That'll be the switch gears on the day. JP Morgan's up 1. Goldman, XL. I think financials are what? Up 1%. Everything is up 1% today. My goodness. I did not long gold today, no. And then Meta, Tesla slowly climbing. Meta, 2 candles down. Carlos Silva, baby. Good morning. Pepsi on the high. UCAR's running up again, too. Yeah, the Jerome Powell prank call. Yeah, we talked about that. Literally some Russian pranksters. We don't know if it was altered. They said they don't know if it was altered video. But apparently they pretended to be Zelensky and got an interview with Jerome Powell and did a fake interview with the fake Zelensky. Very wild concept. Hershey's insane move. Bro, that dividend, that recession proof, man. 3% on her. I've told you guys about Hershey's for years. We should have just bought it. That chocolate is not, you can't stop it. Activision, I don't think the deal is going to go through anymore. That's what a lot of people are saying, but even though Wall Street Journal was like, it's coming out, the deal is going, and then it didn't. But I think Activision, I like the company, but I don't think the deal is going to go through. And even with the deal, I wasn't willing to buy it and hold it to get the payout because it seemed like it was going to have some antitrust shit. TBBK, what's that? And then UBT. MPW chilling. Nvidia is red by 1%. I think that one's the weird one on the day. What price Tesla for the long term? I think you've asked me this question before. I think you guys all know it. It's a price well below $100. So for the long term, I like Tesla. I'm still holding shares from earnings. I'm still down to flip it at higher prices, but I mean, you really want me to commit to it long term? I mean, I would like it at a much lower price, below $100. Top, what is this? That's 6 halts. Carlos, you got puts on it? I think May, I don't know if May will be enough time, though. I think it'll go lower if the deal doesn't go through. It'll plummet, but you got to make sure you have enough time. And Microsoft is like, you know, they've been trying to do it. Top looks like Bill with the halts. It really does. That's great. This is not Bill. And then bonds, dude, 10 years dump. It's reversing some of that little fear bid. ASTS, call for 3 days. Yes, Space Mobile. I just don't like any of the space plays now. After, what was it, Virgin or whatever? But I think ASTS, they had something. They had some news. I remember we read it in the morning. Yeah, what is it? The first ever space-based voice calling? But they had another piece of news. Oh, where's eBay? eBay and Chipotle. CMG's even down after yesterday. J&J, PG. Microsoft still at 301. Weighs reform of uninsured banks after deposits. After SVB collapse. They charged the airman over the secret leaks accused of cover-up attempt. He had an AK-style gun in his room. Guardsmen allegedly claimed to want to bomb his school. What? This is the guy who released it. What the hell? This shit just got dark. Jerry Springer dies? Jerry. No way. That's crazy. This green should hold steady. Then we wait through the weekend on any FR. Yeah, I'm glad you watched the watch list. Yeah, it's kind of playing out like that. This is exactly what I said. I was like, maybe today we do good because of meta, and then they try to FRC doesn't do anything, and then we wait till end of the day tomorrow, and then we might hear from FRC probably. I'm not buying any big banks now, but I still have some that I've been holding. But yeah, I think Jerry Springer died. A lot of you guys said that. I haven't confirmed. Yeah, AP. Jerry Springer, the one-time mayor whose namesake TV show unleashed chaos on weekday afternoons, has died at age 79. No more Jerry. EIA says natural gas stockpiles rose 79 BCF last week. Inventories rose to 2 trillion cubic feet. Stockpiles rose 5%, 4% last week. UNG should get dumped on. AXP, they went up. I sold that for a loss yesterday. And then NVIDIA is still low. What else do we got? Abivai might flush a little. Top is doing its unhalted again. It's probably going to get halted for the 7th time. And then halted 1492. Let's see. End phase. Still barely moving. Restoration is up. Rivian is on the high. China, it might be. It's doing just, I don't know if it's IPO or not, but it's just doing that, thing. Halt 10%, halt 10%. Was that Moon? MODN? Looked like Moon. So we're chilling for, honestly, it's been straight up, bonds straight down on the day. We're holding. You're finally above 4,100 on the futures, but we haven't hit it on SPX. Everything is green. Communications are up 4% because of Meta. NASDAQ is up 1.2 right now. SPY 0.9 and then Dow 0.71. And it's only been an hour, actually. So 1 hour on the day. And you had GDP, real estate data, and quarter-over-quarter PCE. Remember, the PCE tomorrow, that is the main one that you want. And then volume, 17 million in the first hour. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Catalent. Oh, we flipped that yesterday. Catalent's still going up. And then Apple's at the high. Meta is just right where it opened. Oh, what was it? And the weed stocks were up on that. Remember, there was a weed marijuana bill this morning. Top is a China brokerage, you believe? Is it an IPO? No, just a random mover. Nice. That's kind of unique, even if it's like one of those Hong Kong plays. Usually it's on IPO. We paper handed CTLT. It was a nice gain. I don't know. I was pretty chill with it. We could have got an extra $1 or $2. I think you had $3 of upside. Beyond, it could go up to 48, but for how cheap this stock is, that was a nice game. So I'm down with it. But if that does rally, that could be beautiful. I added 3M at 105 and 108. It didn't go to 100, but I decided to buy some the other day after earnings because I liked the earnings. I thought, again, another safety, a dividend, raised guidance, did good. I'm down with it all. PAC-W, new low of the day, really? EZPW on the high. Yeah, PAC-W is selling. Interesting. Catalent is still on the high, too. Excuse me. PTCT on the low. The BMW drift in Moscow? What do you mean? Looks epic. I don't know what you're talking about. EPR, dividend paid monthly, 8%. I think I'm done with REITs at this point. Unless O drops. I think O and MPW, we're going to go with a blue chip REIT and then a high yield REIT. And then, boom, we're locking in mad yield from it. And that's it. And then now we just go back to either we get more 3M or we start buying other stuff or maybe even add some Abivai. Microsoft 302, the Qs are on the high. You might get a little bit of a move here. And PAC-W is down 5%. Yeah, Microsoft's running. Actually unstoppable. That's lifting up the market huge. Remember, we dropped that day and Microsoft was up 8%. And we dropped almost 2% that day. But, dude, Microsoft is unreal. Now with Meta, I'm surprised. Meta's barely even moving, though. But the market weighting of that, I'm sure this is just messing the breadth right now. Spot sold off the earnings gains? Really? It did. Again, any good earnings were, it was a tough one. I think REITs are going to be good once supply diminishes. I think REITs are just going to be, that's it. If you're a REIT and you could survive the next 18 months, you're fine, because then they're going to lower rates at least in the next year and a half to 2 years. That makes the most sense. If you have no maturities till then, you're solid. That's really about it. It's kind of how I'm looking at it. But there's a lot of REITs out there. Why would J. Powell be answering Zelensky questions? Is it routine to take questions from other world leaders? I don't know. So that was just a prank, apparently, but I don't know why he would. I feel like just because everybody's been talking to Zelensky, but it's very hard to say why. But so far, they don't know if that is even fake or not. But they said it was a prank. Doesn't this mean the economy is still strong and Fed would need a raise so inflation doesn't get entrenched? It could. It's weird, but like the economy is still chugging along, and so is the consumer, but it's not like, we are starting to see contractionary data that paints another story. But yeah, that's why I'm saying a year and a half. Like, again, Powell could even pause now, but he might keep rates up for another 6 months to a year. Arch is giving update on the coal market. Catalent ripped up almost another $1. Jeez. Abivai, pretty much like 140 to 130. That's where I could scoop some up. Like 140 flat or like 130-ish. Like right here would be good. I would prefer a better price. My last pickup was like 108, and I thought that was too expensive at the time. So, but if I really wanted to add to it and I didn't want to hold cash and I'm getting a similar yield, I would go like 140-ish to 130. But the cheaper, the better. Just let that thing move and hopefully you could get something decent. Amazon's hitting a high. So is Microsoft. Again, a lot of names that were already at the lows still there. Amazon 109, about to go double digits. Can Snap come back to 80-ish in a few years? It'll be very, very challenging. I think it's possible, but I don't think it's probable. Not unless Snapchat legitimately stumbles upon some groundbreaking AI tech. But it could happen. Again, they're making a lot of money now on these like little new features, but some people, their AI bot is like actually getting some traction. It's like not in the sense of like it's not useful, but some people use it for Google now, and then I've just seen a lot of people just using it for pure entertainment. But unless they're AI and metaverse or their augmented reality stuff, unless that makes a very, very surprise shift in the profits that they could bring in, I don't know if it will reach $80 again. It's possible, but not probable. But who knows? Again, there's I think the best example, in a weird way, I hate to compare the two because they're totally in two different classes of companies, but Adobe. So prior to 2015, like Adobe was in a very interesting spot. They were still like near all-time highs. They were at a high level, but I think it was like coming into like 2012, 2013, Adobe, like a lot of the market recovered, but Adobe, like by 2013, 2014 was still below its 2008 highs, where a lot of other things were like starting to recover by like 2014, 2015, right? And it was because Adobe at the time was selling software. And they would sell, remember Photoshop? You used to download it on LimeWire. But then what happened from like 2014 to like 2018, they made this very big shift from like physical software to the cloud and then to selling subscriptions. And they changed their whole entire business model. A lot of people don't know this. Like Adobe, from the inception to like 2015, is a completely different company than 2015 till today. It's actually wild what they did. Yes, create the cloud, and they changed their whole model. People were scared at first. I remember this. In 2014, 2015, people were worried. They were like, oh shit, Adobe's fucked. They were like, that's it. You can't compete, the tech. And then they're like, how are they going to ever make money? They're like, there's no growth in this company. You're not going to grow, yibbity bobbity boom. And then they just said, we're going to software and we're going to cloud, but we're doing it on subscriptions. And then boom, it just took off. And then before you know it, the company was making more money than it's ever made before. They never made that much money until they started doing that. So, you had 10 years of history making revenue at a certain growth pace and all of that. And then this one little idea, one little structural change, it ended up doubling, tripling your revenue. And then that's it. It was a full-on pivot. Yeah, 100%. So that's what I'm saying. Like Snapchat, you need something like that. Otherwise, it might be it might be boxed in until you unlock that source of revenue, or you could kind of pivot into an area that really, really supports. It's backed by the market. It's backed by customers and growth. NVIDIA is still down. SPY hit a high. Microsoft 52-week highs for days. And then Amazon too. They're just killing it. People might find out about open software. Oh, I have tinfoil. Would you like tinfoil? I don't know what type of mood you guys are in. Oh no, y'all don't even have 1,000 likes. Y'all don't want tinfoil. Y'all didn't sign up for this great tin. Y'all don't. If you want tinfoil, you could like it. It's good tin. It's kind of good tin. I think it's good tin. SPY getting a couple of Cliffords there at the top. So again, you haven't had one sell-off all day today. Again, every little sell-off has been eaten up within 3 minutes, and you've climbed to the high. You just hit a new high 3-4 minutes ago, and you're 3 points below 4,100. That'll suck if we sell off before, but we will see. But yeah, man, if you want some tinfoil, even if you're feeling good today, I hope you've been having a good day. I wish you the best day possible. If you could do us a favor and hit that like button, it will unlock a special feature here in the chat, and that special feature is called tinfoil. So if you're into that, I would hit the like button now. Definitely no pressure. Viewer discretion is advised, and we support you with whatever decision you decide to do. Whether you like the video or not, the fact that you can still hear my voice means we still love you. You see that? So amen. Oh, wow. C-Bones. Showing love to Ogus. Now Ogus is going to be a member, and he's going to say, Josh, your shoelaces are loosened. And I'm going to be mad confused. So we'll see what happens. But use it wisely. Use it wisely. So here's the tin. Are you ready? It's stupid tin. I'm sorry. I hyped it up. It's really stupid. I know. I'm an awful person. Are you ready? My tinfoil is that the word open is sketchy. Anything with the word open is sketchy in a bubble. I know open source, but yesterday I was trying to go to ChatGPT, and I typed in open in my browser, and then I pressed enter. And then where do you think it took me? It took me to OpenSea. And then I typed in open, and then I went down one more. Do you know what the next company was? It was Open Door. And then finally, after flashbacks of all the bubbles, I said, I can't rely on Google suggested fill in the blank. I had to type in openai.com. And then finally, I was taken to OpenAI. And then I sat back for a second. And then I said to myself, oh my gosh, why is everything open a bubble? So there you go. The word open is sketch. Thank you. I think open source is good, but anything open as a brand name is weird. That's it. Open source as a definition, as an adjective, it's great. As a brand name, that's it. I'm out. Not my worst tin. Wow, thank you. I thought you were gonna get disappointed. Some of you have a very high bar with the tin. You know what I'm saying? I can't keep up with some of the tin out there. So I'm very impressed. I'm glad. Morning, Josh. Love you. Sad about recent losses. In the market, you'll be good, man. You'll be good. Remember, don't quit. I got good filo today, too. You trying to do it again or not? Y'all trying to run it back intraday? I don't know. I got it. I can do it after hours, too. I got some good filo if you're trying to run it. We could wait. We got to wait, though. You got to wait a couple hours, though. Because this market, because we still haven't hit 4,100 yet. We could go any way. But nah, man. Keep the head up. Let's go. Okay, kind of lame. Well, thank you. Thank you for balancing it out. You know what I'm saying? Because I was surprised. I got a 10 compliment on that one. But, that's good. Life balances itself out. My tinfoil, Tucker Carlson, was fired because too many watched him. Lemon was fired because no one watched him. I like the tinfoil from yesterday. I think both of them were fired because we had a presidential announcement. And that's wild to me. And then you guys were saying it. Did you know they're trying to cancel the DNC debates? I'm pretty sure it's confirmed. But even Elon commented on it. They are canceling the DNC, the Democratic National Convention. They are canceling the debates for the election. They are saying no debates for anybody. Has that ever happened in history before? I don't know if it has or not, but I was like, whoa, because you guys were saying that, but it is true. That's standard on incumbents. I was thinking that, but I was just like, it's not because did Donald Trump do a debate for a second term? I don't think he did. But that's why I said we'll take it to the Chad. Yeah, Trump didn't debate second term either. But that's something to look into. I saw that and I was like, huh. I said, interesting. Do you think a change of ownership of insiders from Airbnb would affect its performance? I mean, maybe. Again, I mean, any company on Wall Street, man, if you could just get a little less dilution and stock-based compensation, it'll help out a lot of things. But I actually like Chesky. I like the management at Airbnb. I like the backing. I mean, they have every brand name institutional backing you could think of. So I think it's good. I think Airbnb, though, it just again, it's still at a very high valuation, but I think it just needs to grow into what it is, and it's already doing it. It's not like it's not growing into it, but I just think little by little. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you better watch your mics right now. If you soft, you better watch your mic. You better watch your speakers because, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Bradley Frizzle and the Peach has arrived. Peach Nation, get your ass up. Oh, no, my goodness. Wow. Let's go. God bless you, Bradley Frizzle. Peach Nation, get up. Get up. On this Friday, Junior. Oh, my goodness. Google on the high. SMCI. FRC's trying to work its way up. Bonds at the low. NASDAQ up 1.5. SMCI is up 0.84. Google keeps running. Microsoft stopped hitting highs, but it's still holding. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach just blessed all of us. Oh, my goodness. And then Amazon still after the bell. It's been about an hour and a half since the opening ding-ding. We covered the Powell prank call a little bit. I didn't see it, actually. I don't know. Can we watch it? Powell prank. I don't know if there's a video of it. Apparently there was, but I haven't been able to see it. But they said they don't know if it's real or not. J Powell prank call is on Rumble. Is it really? No way. Liar. Search it on Twitter. I searched Jerome Powell prank call on Rumble and nothing showed up. SPY gonna go red. If it dumps here. Tesla cheek lay. Again, Tesla's still been weak since earnings. Oh, this looks so fake.
Level.
He talks like Jerome, though. So this is it.
But what we're going to find is that growth in 2022 was positive but modest. It was subdued. So, 1% around that level. In terms of this year, most forecasts call for the U.S. economy to continue to grow, but at a pretty subdued level.
It talks
growth
like
of
him.
Less than 1%, let's say.
The video looks
But
weird.
We would tell you that a recession is almost as likely as very slow growth. So that's a fact, and I think that is partly because of us having raised rates quite a bit. But this is what it takes to get inflation down. To get inflation off of the high, we've had inflation at its highest level in 40 years. To get inflation to come down, what we need is a period of slower growth so that the economy can cool off, so the labor market can cool off.
MasterCard says
so that
Department of
wages can
Justice
cool off. And so
probing
that's how
debt
inflation comes
practices.
down. That's the only way we know to bring inflation
Yo,
down.
MA on the low.
And it can be painful, but we don't know of any painless way for inflation to come down.
I don't know, man. That's the video, dude. That's usually you could tell. I don't think that was AI. I don't know. Usually the video looks weird, but everything else, the sound, it was too natural sounding. Like usually AI is like slow. It's like, and it sounds like, you could kind of tell. It's real. The government confirmed it. Now, everybody's reported this. This isn't just like Zero Hedge. Like Bloomberg reported this. CNN even reported it, I think, in the morning. But the initial one, they said that it is a green screen, but everyone said they don't know if it's altered or not. That was my first time seeing it. It stutters. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Exactly. It knows how to stutter. AI doesn't know how to stutter yet. Like, have you ever seen the fake Joe Bidens? They try to, like, do it with AI, and they try to make him do the stutter, and it can't do it. But that, like, the mannerism, the language of it sounded a lot more natural than any other AI I've heard. The video just looked ugly. And then Spider-Man, ever since that little high there, 15 minutes we've been kind of selling off here? Yeah, if that was AI, this is where I start to get scared. Because I wasn't until. That's not, I don't know. If that one is like, that's a clean AI then. I'll give whoever did that good job. Because that is, usually I could pick up on it pretty easily. I don't know. That one was not, I don't know.
At the show.
Whew, sorry, someone sent me the link. I'm trying to see where you hear the people. That's what I was thinking. The big story is that people are questioning themselves. Yeah, this is the first time. This is what everybody talked about. This is what every single person has said. What happens when the deep fakes come on and then they start a war? You know, when the deep fake comes on and then it says there's going to be a war, okay? And then everybody reacts to it and they don't know what to do. If this is a questionable situation, this is the first time we've actually, but you're not getting a market, you're not getting a world reaction. Everyone's just looking at it like, is that real? We don't know if it's real or not. Somebody in the chat said the government confirmed it. I have not seen that yet. I'm under the impression nothing is confirmed and everybody is still assuming they don't know if it's real or fake. I remember Powell saying all of those phrases. It does look, yeah, but that was his audio though. That was Powell's voice then. But it wasn't like somebody prompted it to say that. That's my opinion. This is my opinion. I don't think that was an AI. It did not sound like any AI. All the AIs are choppy. Yeah, there's no reason for JP to speak with Zelensky. There isn't, but then again, Zelensky went on a fucking world tour. Zelensky talked to everybody. He was getting a meet. Remember, the only people who did not talk to Zelensky was FIFA. They were the only ones who were like, nah, dog. We play soccer. That's it. Okay, we don't even call it soccer. We call it football. Okay, no, let's play the game. That's it. FIFO is the only person in the last 12 months except for fucking Russia, who'd refused a meeting with Putin. Even China just met with Zelensky finally. Yeah, I think the audio is genuine, but maybe the video. Because when I've seen Powell use a green screen, but never like that. That's a shitty-ass green screen, Powell. Why did you choose a fucking weird-ass restoration hardware couch that your house is placed in a giant forest? Makes zero sense. See this shit? Like, what kind of background is that, though? First of all, I feel like, honestly, that's how we could tell it's fake. Because I'm not going to lie to you. With a hairline like that, You know Powell has way more class. I'm just telling you. No. It's not. Powell is a classy individual. Call him what you want. Inflation wasn't transitory. I think he knew the whole time. He should have raised rates a lot sooner, but you cannot tell me that's not a classy man. So I'm just saying this does not look like a classy man setup. That's like, look at this couch, bro. This fake couch with this in a house in the woods with a panoramic window leading into the woods that you place the generic couch in. That's not even a good green screen. Have you seen Powell's library in his house? He has a beautiful library in his home. He's a beautiful library. I've seen it, not in person, in video. I'm just saying. I think the audio's genuine. I think the video's fake. So, I don't know. Yeah, we got patio furniture inside. And then MasterCard again, DOJ probe. You've heard that like 5 times. But in the last like 6 months, Altria is coming back up. But they dropped and came back up. SPY's been selling off 15 minutes back to VWAP. Still have not broken 4,100, but you've not gone below 4088. That's where we're testing right now. Mm-hmm. Mm. Seems their bonds are doing the opposite. Yeah, the bonds, I'm surprised. Again, I was worried about the bonds yesterday. But like I said, I think we might get a burn one day. And then tomorrow I'm worried about bank fears. That's what I'm going to be looking for. But as of now, I mean, nothing is materialized in the direction of, the fear is definitely calmed down after, what's his name? After Young Meta added to the rest of the earnings. MPW, is the conference call starting? Oh, yeah, it's 11 Eastern. That's that earnings call. Revenue meets estimates. Oh, damn. I thought I had a pin. I was about to call into the MPW conference call. I thought I got access to ask a question. I mean, like, are you guys going bankrupt? Okay, I've read a lot on Twitter. I just got a couple questions. Okay, so how are these hospitals? Are they still hospitaling around? Okay, thank you. Oh, wow. So they got one. No price target increases, but there's like 4 updates there on the on MPW analyst. $14 price target outperform. RBC hold by Truist, $9 price target. Jefferies hold, $8 price target, and then Wells Fargo. Kansas City Fed, that came in -10. Oh, is that when we started dropping? No, we actually kind of chilled out. But that was really, Kansas City Fed just dropped. But we usually don't really react to Kansas City Fed, but that is a negative number. You keeping the divvy or not, bro? Amen. They are keeping it, though, so that's it. We dodged the short-term bullet on MPW for now, and that's all we really needed. Investor Relations Medical Properties Trust. Where is this? Call access in replay.
Internationally, we are seeing particularly strong demand, both from an admissions and surgical perspective in the Spanish market.
So I'm gonna let you
Recall that
listen.
we're currently
20
developing
minutes till
3
power hour.
ground-up
You're real
general
close.
acute care hospitals along the Mediterranean coast of Spain with IMED. It's great to see the demand in this market continuing to grow at such a high rate, with our IMED Valencia hospital seeing admissions up 8% year over year and surgical volumes up 11% during the same period. The German and UK markets are also experiencing continued improvement, with the German occupancy up 6% year over year through February 2023. In the UK, Circle's admissions and outpatient volumes continue to increase, with overall volumes exceeding pre-pandemic levels. In Colombia, 2022 admissions and surgeries were up over 20% year over year. You can refer to our supplement file this morning for more information on our EBITDARM coverages, but some points I'd like to highlight for you. We're getting close to the point where CARES Act grants will no longer impact the trailing 12-month coverages. General acute, inpatient rehab, and behavioral health were all flat for the trailing 12 months, Q3 over Q4. Long-term acute care coverages declined from 2.3 to 1.9 times. Remember that LTACs represent only 1.4% of our total portfolio, and the 1.9 times coverage is more in line with historical coverages. I know that people are specifically interested in Steward Hospital's performance, so excluding grants, Steward Hospital's 2022 coverage increased to almost 2.5 times from approximately 2.2 times in 2021. Coverage has increased another 18 points for the trailing 12 months ending February of 2023. Also relating to Steward, the transaction with CommonSpirit is still scheduled to close next week. We look forward to expanding our relationship with CommonSpirit and the liquidity this transaction brings to Steward.
This is the important
part. On Prospect, we've seen some positive events, which Steve will go over in more detail in a few moments. But just briefly for me, on the Yale sale, this continues to move along positively. This week, one of the biggest unions came out to support the sale. The California operations continue to see improvements with volumes near historic levels. We're still holding
4088.
Additional capitation agreements have been signed by the hospitals, which will allow those volumes to continue to grow. Labor costs continue to hold down the trailing 12-month coverages, but they've seen good improvement in that over the last few months. The managed care business continues to grow its membership and its profits. It continues to exceed budgets. We remain confident that our overall investment in Prospect will be fully realizable from that investment.
And then SPY breaking.
Our recent announcement to sell our Australian investments operated by HealthScope is a testament to the steady demand of hospitals. Anticipated cash proceeds from this divestiture will result in sufficient liquidity to repay the term loan used to fund the acquisition back in 2019. Our well-laddered debt maturity schedule, along with our inflation-protected long-term leases, allows for our cash flow to continue to increase without adding additional properties. Until the global markets stabilize, we do not anticipate making any significant acquisitions. However, our relationships with our operators create numerous organic growth opportunities. We will continue to analyze these opportunities as they come in and make prudent decisions about the use of our capital. We announced this morning an acquisition with Priory for 5 behavioral hospitals for £44 million. This closed in the second quarter. Additionally, we closed on the purchase of 2 median rehabilitation hospitals in Germany for €47 million, with a third expected to close later this quarter for €23 million. Speaking of growing relationships, it was announced earlier this month that Intermountain Health, based in Utah, has acquired a minority OpCo interest in both of our Idaho Falls Community Hospital and Mountain View Hospital.
Yeah, Apple's taking
this
off.
Partnership
Market's
will provide
holding.
these two hospitals
Materials
with additional
and
access
energy went
to
red.
highly trained specialists and vast resources as a result of collaborating with one of the region's largest and most successful health systems. While the financial terms of the investment have not been disclosed, we can say that they are an impressive valuation resulting from this equity investment, which once again proves the essential nature of our hospital real estate. Steve?
Thank you, Ed.
The CFO.
This morning, we reported net income and normalized FFO of 5 cents and 37 cents per diluted share, respectively, for the first quarter of 2023. There are a few components of these reported results that I will point out. First, this includes no rent or interest income related to Prospect. As we reported last quarter, we are currently recognizing Prospect rental income only as cash is received, and Prospect paid no rent or interest during the quarter. I will have a little further information.
So they
on
did
our
those
Prospect
numbers
investment in
without
just a few minutes.
Prospect.
Second, there are two transactions that we expect will generate more than $900 million in cash proceeds that we plan to use to repay debt. About $830 million will come from the previously announced binding agreements to sell our Australian assets. And just this morning, we announced that Prime Healthcare has elected to exercise its option to repurchase three general acute care hospitals for $100 million in cash. Because both transactions are binding and considered probable, accounting principles mandate that we recognize their estimated earnings impact, even though neither has closed yet. Accordingly, we adjusted normalized FFO for the non-cash real estate impairment and other charges of approximately $90 million as follows. About $11 million is related to unbilled straight-line rent on the three Prime hospitals.
This is
and
the
I'll come back to
MPW
Prime
call.
in just a minute.
It doesn't get a lot of coverage.
And about $79 million in charges relates to the HealthScope sale. That's further broken down as follows. Of the total $79 million, these are U.S. dollars, by the way, approximately $37 million is unbilled straight-line rent. Then there are $8 million in fees and costs to
watch
sell
if
the
you break
hospital.
4086, but you're below 4088 now.
$13 million is the recognition of previously capitalized currency exchange rate deferrals. And finally, there is a net $20 million difference between the contractual purchase price and our current carrying value, offset by the value of our related interest rate swap agreement. Okay. And we will continue to earn rent until closing of both of these transactions, and we'll report that in future quarters as earned. Finally, we do not include in normalized FFO $7.7 million in direct costs and expenses incurred to respond to the defamatory statements published by certain parties, including those who are defendants in the lawsuit we filed late last month.
They spent $7 million? They spent $7 million on that lawsuit
closing of the
against
HealthScope
Viceroy.
and Prime transactions, receipt of the $900 million plus in cash, and the reduction of debt with those proceeds, we have refined our 2023 calendar normalized FFO estimate to a range of between $1.50 and $1.61 per share. This also adjusts for the acquisitions in England and Germany that Ed mentioned, and our estimates of revenue from Prospect during the year. With respect to Prospect, during the first quarter, we agreed, as part of an expected series of additional agreements, to invest $50 million in a convertible loan issued by Prospect's managed care entities. Subsequent to quarter end, Prospect received a binding commitment from several third-party lenders for financing which should provide Prospect with significant liquidity. Importantly, a portion of the proceeds of this anticipated financing will be used to pay off Prospect's existing receivables-backed loan arrangement, the result of which will be that Prospect will face no near-term debt maturities. In conjunction with these commitments, we and Prospect agreed to pursue certain follow-on transactions, at the closing of which MPT's investments in Prospect assets will be comprised of the following.
I think this is what I told you the other day.
A master lease covering 6 California hospitals. MPT purchased these hospitals in 2019 for about $500 million. The current contractual cash rental rate is roughly 8.25%, and escalates annually, reference to inflation. We presently expect to recommence collection of a portion of the contractual monthly rent in September of this year. Secondly, a first lien mortgage on the Pennsylvania real estate. Third, up to $75 million
on the loan?
in a loan secured by first liens on prospects' accounts receivable. This amount, which will be the receivables will be fully unencumbered, is well below the existing ABL arrangement's borrowing base. And finally, a significant non-controlling ownership interest in Prospect's managed care business that will have an agreed value closely tied to the remainder of MPT's recorded investments, which will include unpaid rent and interest. The managed care business has continued to perform well, and we think that is evidenced by the commitment letters for attractive new financing that Prospect has received.
Amazon's almost
as our press release
Tesla's
noted,
the one
that in light of continuing global inflationary, banking, and other economic conditions, we made limited investments during the quarter. In fact, we continue to emphasize transactions that generate return of capital to us and liquidity for debt reduction. With liquidity at quarter end of approximately $1 billion, plus the more than $900 million from sales that I just mentioned, along with additional cash expectations from the sale of Connecticut to Yale, repayment of Steward loans, and other transactions, we will be well able to satisfy all of our roughly $1.4 billion in 2023 and 2024 debt maturities. Just a couple of comments back to the Prime expected repurchase. This is not a bargain purchase option. Prime is required to pay us the amount that we originally bought the properties for 10 plus years ago. The vast majority of our leases that have repurchase options provide for a repurchase price of the greater of fair value and our original investment. In fact, this $100 million portfolio is the last of the Prime master leases that is at that fixed original price. We were satisfied with these terms at the time we completed the original transactions because of the very attractive lease rate that we negotiated in return. And that will make the sale back to Prime FFO dilutive, albeit a relatively small impact, because of the high rents we have earned until recently. But the benefits of recycling this capital into greater liquidity and lower leverage offset that slight dilution. Shortly after quarter end, we closed or committed to acquire a total of 8 behavioral and rehabilitation hospitals in England and Germany for up to an approximate $150 million investment.
Yeah, we're still holding
Similar
this
to
level.
our limited late 2022
MPW sounding
acquisitions,
great.
These acquisitions selectively add to certain existing relationships in ways that strategically strengthen the respective portfolios.
You got to get to 850 or you're still kind of in this downtrend.
At present, there are no other scheduled or expected near-term acquisitions. We have virtually completed our new build hospital for Ernest in Stockton, California, and it will come online and begin paying rent during this second quarter. The Ernest new build in South Carolina is still under development. We continue development of a new state-of-the-art behavioral hospital in Texas for Springstone, now a part of LifePoint. And we continued construction of the 3 general acute care hospitals for our premier Spanish tenant IMED. In conjunction with the redevelopment of Steward's Norwood Hospital, which you may remember was made unusable by storms and floods during COVID, we advanced $50 million that is secured by, among other things, proceeds from Steward's insurance claims well in excess of the advance. This development is well underway. Finally, we have already noted the Prospect convertible debt of $50 million we funded in conjunction with the binding funding commitments from third-party lenders to Prospect.
I wonder if, I don't want to keep listening to this, but I want the questions, but I like it so far.
Our board has declared a quarterly dividend unchanged at 29 cents per share and will be paid on July 13 to stockholders of record on June 15.
So June 15th
After
is your
a virtually
ex-dividend.
unchanged business model since we started the company almost 20 years ago, I thought I would make a few comments that are relevant to analysis of that model's sustainability.
Tell us.
At the highest level, one might say that the product MPT sells to its lessees is capital. And capital, of course, has a cost. Our business plan has always recognized that we do not control the cost of that capital, particularly with respect to debt cost. And this is true for most REITs and other real estate investors. That is why all of our long-term debt is at fixed rates. It is also why we carefully plan on staggered maturities. Both of those cornerstone strategies are consciously designed to help avoid a situation that might otherwise arise if interest rates spike upward and significant amounts of debt mature simultaneously. But critically, our model has always anticipated the likelihood of rising interest rates and the need for our contractual rental rates to increase with the inflationary pressures that result in higher interest rates. Hospital leases typically do not have provision for periodic market rent resets. There are good reasons for that, but beyond the scope of this morning's discussion. Instead, virtually every one of MPT's leases provide for annual contractual rental increases that are tied to inflation. Moreover, even in recent years when inflation has been minimal, and in some cases even negative, our cash rent has continued to escalate each year. Based on these annual contractual increases in our cash rent, and under almost any reasonable and historically normalized assumptions, rents from our existing portfolio only are expected to increase at rates at least comparable to interest rate increases in our maturing debt issues. My point, of course, is that our model is designed to anticipate normal course volatility in interest rates and other macroeconomic conditions. And moreover, analyzing a straw man scenario that any REIT might be forced to immediately refinance all of its debt at shock interest rates, even though that debt matures over many years in the future, is probably not a good use of anyone's time.
He's talking shit.
Finally, we did point out in this morning's press release that recent transactions have supported the values of our leased assets. We think it important to point that out because it demonstrates that sophisticated investors and operators recognize and are willing to invest billions of dollars based on the long-term sustainability of our model.
Went down on his shit talk
particularly our receipt of annually increasing rental payments that are generated from local hospital operations.
But 835, 838.
With that, we have time for a few questions, and I'll turn the call back over to the operator.
Let's see.
We will now begin the question and answer session. Again, to ask a question, you may press star, then 1 on your telephone keypad. And if you're using a speakerphone,
I want to add more, but I don't think it's wise.
I
mean, we already have enough.
If at any time your question has been addressed and you would like to withdraw your question,
but I like it so far, honestly. I learned a little bit.
At this time, we will take our first question, which will
honestly, until the market moves, I'll keep listening.
Connor Seversky with Wells Fargo. Please go ahead with your question.
Connor Skewski?
Good morning out there. Thank you for having me back on the call.
Good morning out there.
Hey, Connor.
Quickly on Prospect, you can see you removed the East Coast assets from the rent coverage calculation, leaving coverage at 1 times. I mean, is there any indication or any color as to what you think that number could look like towards the end of the year? And in consideration of the comments that the operating environment in general is improving.
Tesla's running, SPY's getting a big pop now.
Yeah, I don't know what it will be, obviously, by the end of the year, but just based on what we've seen in the early part of 2023, the volumes continue to skyrocket from where they were in the early part of 2022. Labor costs are higher there than they are anywhere else. A little disappointed to still see what those were in the fourth quarter, but those numbers do appear to be going down. Prospect feels really good about it. So we think that California could get back by the end of the year to close to what it was.
Oh, that's like a
maybe
half a point pop
level.
right now. Almost 1 point if we get to the high. You're moving up.
I just want to jump back to guidance. I mean, mentioned on the last earnings call that the range would be impacted by timing of planned asset sales, timing of Prospect revenues, and so on. So on balance, just in consideration of the 4-cent reduction at the top end, how are those factors affecting the change? I mean, what is contributing to that reduction of 4 cents at the top end?
It's primarily, almost exclusively, the sale transactions between HealthScope and Prime.
Okay, thank you. And then one more from me, just broadly speaking. Look, I think we can all appreciate the challenges inherent in hospital real estate. And these were magnified in the fallout of COVID and a tough labor environment. And MPT is really the only public
They're within a
REIT
point
that's
of the
underwriting
high,
these assets.
and this will
So
be
in the
maybe our
context of
4100
the new
test.
lease
Apple,
with Common
Google,
Spirit in Utah,
Microsoft,
some
everything's
of the challenges
going.
we've seen related to hospital closures. I mean, when we look out to future acquisitions or portfolio transitions, should we be assuming that the operator market will be looking for lower rents than may have been initially contemplated, say, over the balance of the last 5 years?
Yeah, Connor, I don't think that's a fair assessment at all. I think when you look at Common Spirit versus Stewart, that was entirely based on the financial strength of Common Spirit versus the financial strength of Stewart. So if you look at all things being equal, from the same financial strength of different operators, I don't think you're going to see any change in the interest rates. In the cap rates, other than cap rates are obviously higher today overall than they were more than a year ago. So I don't think that's the right assessment.
You're running,
the assessment
bro.
is
New
if
high
we've
on
got
the day
stronger
now.
operators, you're going to see
But bro, these
lower
candles,
cap rates.
we did nothing for like 15 minutes, and you just jumped up 10 points in 3 minutes, $49.99.
Common Spirit being the tenant,
this
it makes
is the
those
4100
properties
test.
more valuable, even at the lower rate.
Got it. Understood. I'll leave it there. Thank you for the time.
And our next question will come from Michael Carroll with RBC Capital Markets. Please go ahead with your question.
Yeah, thanks. Steve, I just wanted to touch on your comments related to the pending Prospect agreement. I mean, what has to happen for that deal to close? I mean, does Prospect need to complete the Connecticut sale and maybe the Rhode Island sale for that to close, or what are the stumbling blocks that's still ahead of them?
Yeah, so we're still a little bit constrained on what we can say, other than I'll reiterate we have binding. Prospect has binding commitments for the financing that we mentioned, and I can say that those commitments are not conditioned on a sale of Connecticut or of Rhode Island.
Okay. Are there any material differences in this agreement versus the prior agreement that fell through in mid-January?
Well, there are differences. There are, and frankly, we're very satisfied with this agreement. Remember what has all happened, since late in the fourth quarter, even early in the fourth quarter. The market disruptions, the credit facility disruptions, the inflationary pressures, then we had the banking panic, and yet through all of that, we're very satisfied with what we expect the outcome to be, and the fact that although unnamed, these lenders will be very recognizable when the transaction closes and announcements are made. So my point there is these lenders are willing to commit meaningful amounts to a business that last quarter we indicated our view was, based on some pretty good evidence, we thought that was worth at least $1 billion. And I think our view is that is even further validated by virtue of the commitments we have.
Okay. And then just last one for me is, I guess, what's the reason for the $50 million loan that you provided Prospect in the first quarter, and is there a expected timing of when these transactions can close?
The reason is just to continue to advance this process that has been going on, as you know, for well over a year, has been through at least 2 earlier iterations. And I forget the second part of your timing. Yeah, we're not making any announcement on timing. We're just not making any further announcement on that now.
But it shouldn't change anything from what we announced last quarter in the 12 to 18 months for all of this to work through.
That's right. If that's the question, yeah. If that was your question, that's absolutely right. I thought you were talking about timing of closing of the loan transactions, but Ed is absolutely correct. It will not affect our expectation on the ultimate outcome.
So does the ultimate outcome include this transaction being completed, or does the ultimate outcome including this transaction and other stuff being completed? I mean, could this deal close in the beginning of 2024?
Well, we're both not sure which deal you're talking about. So let me try answering that. So the deal that Steve just was talking about, what should close
soon?
Yeah. And then resolution of the entire transaction primarily will deal on a monetization of the managed care business.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And our next question will come from Jonathan Hughes with Raymond James. Please go ahead with your question.
Hey, good morning. Could you remind us just of the timing of Healthscope, meaning cash changing hands? I think that's a phased transaction, and then maybe the timing and the expected disposition yield on the prime purchase options.
So on Healthscope, you're correct. It is a phased, basically two-phase transaction. The first and most significant part of the exchange will be, we think, in this second quarter, and the second phase could be second quarter, but more likely third quarter. On prime, ultimate closing probably is mid to late third quarter.
Okay, and then you'd mentioned that's one of the last kind of fixed purchase options or fixed purchase prices. Can you share the yield, or can we assume maybe a similar disposition yield as the purchase options from late last year?
No, if you take our 2023 passing rent, it's low double-digit yield on that $100 million.
Okay, so similar to the one last year. Okay, and then, sticking somewhat with capital allocation, you will have invested over, I think, kind of $400 million in prior year median, since the start of the fourth quarter of last year. Yet the stock is traded well above an 8% cash cap rate, and your debt's yielded double digits that entire time. I understand, that repurchasing stock would not help lower leverage, which is the main priority today, but investing in the company, buying back stock or buying back debt comes with zero underwriting uncertainty. So my question is, why not buy back some of your long-term debt? It would be accretive, help with deleveraging, and also send a message of confidence in MPW's outlook beyond your comments and obviously what you gave us earlier on the call. But it would send that message of confidence, to the market versus going out there and investing externally.
No, it's not an unfair comment at all, especially just considered from the total mathematical perspective, and it's not off the table.
Okay. I guess how deep has that discussion gone up to the board level, and then maybe also related to that about the dividend. I think you've made it clear it's covered, but nonetheless, the market seems to be giving very little credit to it today, yielding north of 14%. So has a cut also been considered by the board? And, wouldn't that perhaps be, another good capital allocation decision and use those potential retained funds to shore up the balance sheet even faster and pay down debt?
Yeah, well, we're very satisfied. As you can tell, we made an announcement that we declared the dividend this morning. We're satisfied with where we are on, the foreseeable future. But all of those are levers that any company has to pull, whether it's, dividend or property sales or share repurchases or debt tenders. Thankfully, we're in a very, very strong position, liquidity-wise, the value of our assets, the growth in the NOI of our assets, and again, none of those considerations are off the table, as any company would do. We and it starts at the board level, frankly. Continue to observe all those conditions.
Jonathan, these are detailed conversations the board has on a regular basis, and the board makes decisions based on the long-term health of this company, not short-term, and we're very comfortable with the decisions that we've made.
All right, thanks for the time.
And our next question will come from Steven Valiquette with Barclays. Please go ahead with your question.
Great, thanks. Good morning, everybody. My question here is also kind of regarding the potential monetization
I was
of
muted.
the Prospect Medical Managed Care business.
So again, the
I'm also
question
just trying to better understand
on the 50 million was there. He talked about the dividend.
Lender versus
that
the,
question, it's
potential
still on the
managed care
cut is still on
transaction
the
that was under
table, like he said, but
previously that
they communicated
the third
it
party
that they're kind of
stalled out
confident.
back in January. That
was kind of
mentioned on the last
mediocre.
quarterly call. Yeah, I'm sure if I'm hopefully not off base on this. I thought maybe the old one might involve a third party, taking more ownership of that. But now something under this new, binding commitment, MPW would have more, direct ownership of that managed care business in the interim. Then maybe you monetize that somewhere later down the road. So I don't know if that is true or not true on the difference between the two. But just trying to understand
Trump has earnings today.
Your level of comfort, I guess,
don't know
if you're
anything
going to
else
own
on it.
part of this managed care
Tesla's
business
hitting a
before
high.
maybe it gets monetized, to some other third party later.
He said buybacks are on the
versus,
table.
what might
Then he
have been,
asked about
considered
dividends.
previously.
And
Hope
he
that
said
question
they're
makes sense. Just
comfortable.
trying to
That's
get
why
more
they
color
announced
around
it today.
all that. Thanks.
And he says they like their outlook, but
Yeah, well,
they said they talk
rather
about
than trying to
everything.
reconcile back to a deal that's kind of long been dead, maybe I'll just reiterate what we expect at let's say phase next, which would be execution on these commitment letters,
Yeah, Tesla's running,
which
Google
would
too.
provide Prospect with, as I mentioned, a significant amount of liquidity, take that pressure off of its operations, of its management team, and provide even a better platform for growth of the managed care business, while at the same time, as Ed mentioned, presumably California continues to improve. And so we would end up with a roughly $500 million investment in the California assets that under normalized circumstances, and again, that includes not draining cash out of California for the East Coast, that includes having management, have attention to pay to the California operations and so forth. So $500 million in a performing master lease. We commented. Ed commented earlier on the continuing prospects, pardon the pun, of the Yale sale that will provide significant amount of cash return to us, and then the interest that we're talking about would
Lucid
be
getting volume at the high,
security interest, pledges, and collateral interest in the
Seems
equity
like
of the
EVs are
managed
doing
care
good.
company. The monetization of managed care has always been the key to the timing of our recovery of our investment. And that really hasn't changed between at least the potential transaction that was being considered during the fourth and the one that we now expect to execute.
Steve, if I understand your question correctly, the big picture hasn't changed at all.
Bonds are starting to move right now. It's like your first decent candle in a while.
We thought we had a deal back in January.
We dropped last time the bonds moved earlier in the day,
but
it was very small.
Okay, that's helpful. Maybe I'll follow up offline with you guys later with a few follow-ups on that. But thanks for the color. Thanks.
And our next question will come from Austin Wurschmidt with KeyBanc Capital Markets. Please go ahead with your question.
Great. Thanks, everybody. So, Steve, when you kind of wrap everything up of what's assumed in guidance, can you just give us that, like you did last quarter, a little bit of additional detail of now what's assumed kind of at the high and low end of the range? And, with the collection of prospects rent in California beginning in September, how is that factored into the range? And what's sort of the probability that you could end up, within the higher end of the range, just given the better visibility around some of the moving pieces, within guidance?
Well, probably wouldn't handicap.
You're coming down and bonds reacted again.
What's the most likely pinpoint result? I think it is fair to say that the difference is represented primarily by what may happen with Prospect. And look, we're hopeful that in the next reasonably short period we'll have more detail about, as I described it earlier, Prospect step next. And maybe that will help both us and analysts and investors better handicap
Netflix is going up. They were down earlier in the day.
Is any potential sale of the Eastern PA portfolio on the table today, or is that been sort of sidelined for the near term?
Well, no. I mean,
everything's on the table.
We've got a binding purchase agreement. Prospect has a binding purchase agreement for the East Coast as it relates to Yale. They are making progress, is our understanding, on a sale of Rhode Island, which only leaves Pennsylvania, and we're not aware. We're not aware of any advanced negotiations for any particular seller about Pennsylvania. But the other two markets, absolutely, yeah.
And then just the last one for me, I guess, as you and the board kind of discuss, capital allocation
City
and balance
Stu
sheet
Staley to
management,
depart.
in your eyes, what are the next steps to bring leverage down to levels that are more consistent with the company's longer-term average?
Well, as Steve pointed out earlier, we will have all of the maturities coming due through 24 taken care of in short order. And then we feel very comfortable about where the remaining maturities are and where they're laddered. And we're obviously not going to make any knee-jerk reactions. We've got good cash flow that well covers the dividend on a growing basis. And so, again, just not going to make knee-jerk reactions.
And just to be clear, point something out. I know it's obvious, but if you look in our supplemental leverage page, which we've adjusted a little bit for this quarter, it's highly dependent upon any particular 3-month period EBITDA. And in the last 2 3-month period EBITDA, where we're not including prospect income, it's really disproportionately impacts that kind of number, whether it's our 7.2 or another way to look at it was, I think, it's 6.5. Look, all of that, what we want to do by changing that page this quarter is give analysts and investors the inputs they need, and then they can make their own assumptions about, well, how much EBITDA is really depressed right now, and should we really be saying, well,
I didn't notice till you said it. Now you got me messed up.
7+ times, but that's only because they're not recognizing anything from prospect, and that could change very quick. So again, I'm stating the obvious, but it's really kind of a soft objection to being over leveraged. Only if you use that in a particular period, we're not reporting all of the revenue that we think ultimately we will, based on the in-place existing portfolio.
Yeah, that's actually good. So again, even today, some of the revenue, anything that's sketchy, they don't even include it.
The balance sheet in the kind of near to medium term, but appreciate all the comments here.
It's a good point. Let me just reiterate that your question, thinking about the balance sheet, we've got no pressing maturities now for 2 years. And again, by kind of pointing to the transactional values that we've executed with sophisticated third parties in recent weeks, even during this global panic, hadn't seen anything like this at least since the financial crisis. And even during all of that, our underwriting and our values have been validated. And I think I described, upwards of $2+ billion in anticipated liquidity in the very near term, and then even more than that on transactions we expect to have. And so then no unaddressed maturities for the next 2 years. And during that 2 years, my personal opinion is, things will normalize.
This is the MPW
like they always do
conference
after
call.
a panic. Things will normalize. We'll see a more normal debt market. Hopefully, and I believe this firmly, we're not going to be looking at implied double-digit bond rates for us. And at the same time, we'll continue to work through the prospect situation. So all that's a long-winded way of saying we have a lot of liquidity, we have a lot of value, we have a lot of levers to pull, and we don't even have to be thinking about really what's next. Not that we're not thinking about it, but there's nothing pressing until 2025. And I'm not even saying that's pressing. I'm just saying we have to address some coming maturities at that time.
No, none of that's lost on us, but appreciate the comments. Thanks, Steve.
Okay, come on, last question.
And our next question will come from Vikram Malhotra with Mizuho. Please go ahead with your question.
Thanks for taking the questions.
This guy has an $18 price target on MPW.
So clear, so in the guidance,
he's a bull.
Prospects rent in through September. Is that sort of the high end? And could you just translate that guide like you did last time into what a rough AFFO or FAD range would be?
This guy has an $18 price target. Vikram.
You broke up, Vikram. I think the question was kind of a repeat of Austin's, and
no, I just wanted to make sure I knew at the high end of the range, was a prospect rent through September. Is that the high end essentially? And then I may have missed it, but could you just translate the guide, the FFO guide into kind of the, as you see it today, what the FAD guide would be, just thinking kind of dividend coverage at both ends of the range.
Yeah, so again, instead of trying to pinpoint exactly, what we expect from admittedly a number of moving parts on prospect, the range, the 50 to 61 range is not exclusively, but the great majority of that range varies on your prospect assumptions. And the low end, I can't say the low end does include what prospect, even under the pending contractual payment starting in September, it does include that amount. Other than that, again, the rest of the range just depends.
So their low end is assuming good things from prospect. That's not good.
Okay, makes sense. Can you just remind us sort of a run rate? What is the bump if we look sort of 12 months forward?
McDonald's on the high, 293
on an annual basis, I should say, a bump from inflation given the CPI-linked escalators.
Well, it varies across every one of our lease arrangements. And if I understand the question, I think I do. Typically, almost all of our leases have a floor. And let's just say that has a weighted average floor of 2%.
I feel a lot better.
So we've been realizing those cash bumps even recently when inflation has been less than 2%. And then the ceiling, which almost all of our leases have some type of a high end. That high end could be unlimited inflation, which some of our leases have. And some of our leases have a ceiling on that. And let's just say that on average, if there's a ceiling, let's call it 4%. If you weight all of our leases, you'll probably come up with a portfolio number of a floor of 2 and a ceiling probably in the 5 range.
Okay, that makes sense. I'm assuming sort of on a run rate basis, kind of.
And then we're doing this little pin up here, right below 4,100.
Given where inflation.
Again, you could go 10 to 20 points if you rip here, so they could either reject or it's going to consolidate.
Inflation, yes, is embedded in that, right? Right, because remember, most of our leases reset on January 1. Regardless of when the lease starts, most of our leases reset on January 1. So we know
Bob is on the high now.
We know as of January 1 what the cash rent, to a great extent, we know what it's going to be for the calendar year.
If I understand what you're asking, Vikram, it's not the run rate is not we haven't projected what inflation is going to be. It's actual increase.
Right.
In what the leases have been.
Okay, that's helpful. Yeah, I didn't realize all of that. The reset was basically like Jan 1. I thought it might have been staggered through the year, but
the vast majority are January.
Okay, and then just last one. Thinking about, you mentioned capital availability. You mentioned the values being validated. So just two things. Can you clarify? On values being validated, how do we translate all of these transactions into whether it's a range of cap rates or a per foot value or replacement cost value, would you venture to say sort of versus, say, the original Macquarie transaction? Where are you
CRM is
seeing
moving on the high too.
those cap rates, number one?
2%.
And then number two, from a capital availability standpoint, given, say, broader real estate capital is very thin, how does that translate into, say, doing a new receivables or ABL loan for hospitals in terms of just a hospital's access to capital?
So the first part of that, let me try, and I'll just give you the history. Going back a year ago, we did, as you point out, the Macquarie transaction. That was basically a
SPY's working its way up here. You have the big tech on the high too. NASDAQ up 1.6.
That's objective. And so again, that was before the panic that we got in recently. The Australian deal. Again, we signed that deal at the very peak of the banking panic a few weeks ago, and that's about a 5.7. And then if you look at other recent transactions we've done, that we can point to with sophisticated third parties, there's Springstone. Now that wasn't a real estate deal, but that transaction was valued based on our Springstone investment. Very, very attractive financing. We generated a very strong return on our Springstone investment that we then sold to LifePoint. The fact that Yale is willing to pay what it's willing to pay for that hospital.
Okay, a little more volume here.
And then again, Prime has a fixed repurchase, but they're willing to pay what the hospitals were on our books for. All of these are the indication. And then there are other transactions that we're not involved with. For example, there was a recent transaction in France for a very, very significant kind of unique portfolio whose characteristics in their hospitals are not nearly as strong as ours, which went for a low 5 handle cap rate. So all of those are the reasons we pointed out this morning, and we continue to say that that our values, our underwritten values, have been sustained
2%
even in this market, this global kind of economic market
following behind.
that we've suffered with recently. Our values have seemingly been sustained, and we think the reason is obviously it's not because the public markets are giving us credit, but sophisticated private investors are
moving.
Whether it be the Macquarie transaction, whether it be an operator, sophisticated operator like Common Spirit, whether it be Apollo-backed LifePoint,
all right, thank you. I'm done with it for now. That was enough conference call on the day. We're still gonna have to listen to Amazon, so we'll keep. I don't know if we're gonna listen to Amazon. We're gonna get the report, but I like it. I think if any dividend is gonna come into we have till September. That's it. You have pretty much last quarter of the year. I think that's when we'll get it. But like we were saying with it, it seems like a lot of people were worried about MPW. The yield is high, but I mean, I think they're going to have enough cash. And what they're talking about, it seems like, again, they're going to get assets from the one troubled tenant, and then they're saying the other troubled tenant is getting all these loans. They even gave one of them a loan, but I think it's to get the other loans, which is kind of sketchy. But I think it's going to I think it seems pretty solid. I don't think they want to even they said they're considering everything, but I think they were focusing. I like the 2025. If there's no more maturities, if they have $1 billion in cash ready to go, I think they could sustain the dividend up until then. But wait till like September. So I think it'll be good till September. I don't know how the price will move on the stock, but as far as the dividend, I'm assuming based on these reports here today, they should have a little bit of time. Lyft, their restructuring cost will be excluded from adjusted EBITDA, eliminated over 250 open positions to incur 41 to 47 million of costs. But didn't Lyft get in trouble for how they reported EBITDA and adjustments? Wasn't that what dropped them the other day? And then SPY's working its way up again. Honestly, we were half of that conference call we were listening to. Again, MPW rocketed off of it. It was up even almost 10% here. So these small penny moves are very, very large. But market was doing nothing. We were holding the 40.88. Then we ran up out of nowhere. No news. The bonds barely reacted. And then now we got to 4,100. And now you're above it once again. The high of the day is 4,102. But if we go above here, the 4,103, to like 41.10 and then 41.19, you're just back to where we were at to start the week. Still a little bit lower. Are shorts going to be able to hold MPW with the well, that's the thing. As long as if that dividend is still around, that becomes very difficult to short that stock. Because then that means if you want to short the stock between the earnings, I mean, pretty much you could short it for 2 months from now until X dividend, but you're going to be paying like, what, 4%? A little bit less than 4% a quarter on the whole entire position because you have to pay out the dividend. So, we'll see. But good for now. I feel good with the company. I really don't care what the stock price does now, but at least we know our dividend is tentatively safe. I don't think it's as safe and bulletproof as like an AbbVie, but I think we got a little bit of time. I think at least maybe till at end of summer, we'll see what's up. But they seemed, sadly, they sounded the most confident from the banking crisis than most people I've heard. They were the only people I feel like they were like, we knew we were prepared for raising. What? How are you prepared? But the banks that are 20 times their size weren't prepared. Hold on. You mean these old guys running hospital REITs? You telling me they said they were ready for rates going up, and then the guys who funded all of tech didn't? Weird. I'm still holding Bill, yes, and I plan to. They sounded sound and resilient without saying sound and resilient, but there's a couple of sketchy things. I mean, they didn't shoot down the idea of cutting the dividend. That's the part I didn't like. They didn't say, they said they could pull many levers. I call them levers, but he called them levers. He said they have many levers they could pull, whether it's buybacks to reduce debt or even, again, cutting the dividend. But he said they got cash and they don't really need to. They did not mention AI. The other sketchy part was answering why they gave a $51 million loan to a client or to a tenant that is already struggling. That's a weird part, but I think based on what I heard, I think they're giving them a loan so that they can that company, that tenant, can acquire a bigger loan and then pay for whatever else, which is kind of sketchy. But the answer to that question was not clear, and I did not like it. Sympathies to Amazon. I mean, I'd want to say shipping companies, but they just reported, but maybe Microsoft and cloud. But then Microsoft is, already doing its thing. 21. Hasbro's been running all day, I feel like. Yeah, it's still up there, 12%. Even the SPY's at the high. Yeah, if you short a stock, you owe the dividend. Exact. So if you're short on the stock on X dividend and it passes X dividend date, you borrowed the stock and sold them, right? So you have to pay the dividend because if you own the stock, you would have collected the dividend. So if you shorted it and you borrowed it and sold it, you have to cover the dividend. So at this case right now, the dividend at this price, it's 14%. So divide 14 by 4, and there's your number. You're paying about 4%, a little less than that. What? You didn't know that? So if you short a dividend-paying stock, I did this with Qualcomm. We remember the other day. The short is 20% short on MPW, I believe right now. But so if you short, not on options. Options, you didn't short. If you short the option, unless you get assigned on the shares, you have zero liability with the option. But if you are negative 100 shares short on a stock that pays a dividend and X dividend passes, and now you are a shareholder on record shorted, you owe the dividend because now the owner of the shares will get paid the dividend. So that should have been you, but then you sold it. So you have to cover the dividend. So whatever the amount is per that share, it's 29 cents a share, you'll have to pay that. So pretty much with MPW, if, like he said June, I think he said June 15th is the X dividend. So if, let's say, June 16th, you are still short on MPW, in a month from there, you will be charged 4% on the value of the trade. So if you shorted $1,000, you will have to pay $40, pretty much. Or if you shorted $10,000, it'll be a $400 payment. $100,000, it'll be $4,000. Yeah, it's been like this since day one. So shorts will owe over 38 million if they're still short at X dividend. Yeah. So you're paying the dividend to the person you sold short to? Exactly. Yes. And then you remember, you still owe it. So you're negative on the shares. You have to pay back the shares, and then now one of the obligations was the dividend, right? Because if you held the shares, you would have got the dividend. So if you shorted it and you owe the shares, you now owe the dividend as well. And then SPY working its way up. 4103. So this is a baby level, but if we could get above here, 4106 to 4109, it might get jumpy. And then 4119 is a really, really strong point there. It's a wild concept. It is, but it makes a lot of sense. Whatever, if you short, you owe, right? If you owe everything. If you own, you get everything. But yeah, no free lunch. Again, and you have to pay interest on the shares. That's what's been fucking with me on a lot of these plays, like Coinbase. Like, again, depending on how like volatile it is too, you could get charged even more on the interest. So it costs money to bet against the stock, right? So it's like you want to bet against MPW, you got 2 more months till you have to pay for it a lot more. $409. Everything. Where's Meta, man? He's chilling out. He ain't do much. Yeah, that's why stocks run up on X dividend, because leading into X dividend, you have the people buying it who want to get it, but guess what else? You have the people who are covering their shorts ahead of X dividend because they don't want to pay it. Because then you could just short it after X dividend. I wouldn't short MP. Well, that's the thing. Unless there's like bad breaking news on it, people are. I don't care what the stock price does anymore. But like after that call, after this report, I think we have at least a quarter, maybe 2 quarters, not worrying about the dividend. So you could play the little moves in between if you want, but at the very least, we know the reason why we bought it. It's not being threatened as of now. I don't see any signs of that. I mean, I think the potential is there. They discussed it, but it seems like I think even management is incentivized to try to, keep that dividend in check. So I'm down with it. I like it. Ignoring what data? Remember, today was quarter over quarter PCE. Tomorrow is the real PCE, month over month, year over year, the PCE deflator. Amazon's after hours. SPY just rocketing now. So is that 4106? Yep, 4106 to 7. Wait till 4109, 4110. We'll probably do a dancing queen there, but if it rips past that, you're going to get another squeeze. But we've kind of been going straight up all day. Again, shout out to Meta. But we'll see how this plays. No snap play. Yeah, Meta's stuck in the first 5-minute candle. Shopify's good if you get it at a low enough price. I mean, I'd see for their earnings, and then even Amazon, there you go. That's your sympathy. But Shopify would be a good Amazon one. And just see, I mean, if sales are going good there, but I don't think Shopify's going anywhere. But they definitely got a premium. I don't think I'm going to play Amazon, though. It's already up 4%. I'm still in Meta. I have 50 shares of Meta that we bought after the report. Top is going up again. Can we ask lending tips about Amazon? What the fuck is that? Wait. What is this? Oh, it's the conference call. I still had the thing up. I was like, dude, what the hell? That was weird. Because I muted the conference call. I didn't close out, but jeez. 4107 is the high. Hickory Farms commercial. Loki, I feel like I've heard that before. Oh, Disney's coming up here. Disney's running good. Where's Netflix? They were red and then they went green. Microsoft, God no. I don't like Microsoft. I honestly think I think Microsoft is more overvalued than Apple. And even I think Apple's better, but I don't like Microsoft. So I can respect it and I understand why people are buying it and why it's been a safe haven low key. But I think I said it at the end of the year. I shorted Microsoft. We made money. I closed it quick, but then it came back up. But I don't like Microsoft. I think they could go pretty high. I think maybe like 305 to 315. But even then, I think that's ridiculous. I think 300 on Microsoft is insane right now, considering how much other names have dropped. I mean, their premium and all-time highs and value, multi-trillion dollars. It's up there. It's up there. Yeah, all the big seven are I think, well, that's the point, is like, if you think all the other big tech is like overvalued, which there's a lot of, if you look at Google and it's a whole different, or excuse me, Microsoft, it's a whole different story. Because it's like it's a next level. Like, again, like if you think Meta is stupid and you think you think Meta's dumb, right? Or you like Nvidia is the best one. Bro, Meta and Nvidia are like the same market cap. So guess what? If you added Meta and Nvidia at these prices today, if you add them together, you are half of the market cap of Microsoft. And that's why I'm like, it's next level. Though, again, it's next level. But that's why people, it's a beast. And people want to own that strength and people want to be there. But, my logic with all of it for the last couple of years here, like, dude, they're still at 2022 highs pretty much. Considering that tech route with the rates, everything, even the drop in PC demand. So I don't like that. That's why I'm like, comparatively, they are the most overvalued in my opinion. But it could sustain it. Again, like I'm saying, so like 315, 320-ish will probably be your next level, but they are the AI leader. I could give them that. So I think it could go up a wild amount, but I'm not like, I've been skeptical of Microsoft for the last like 6 months around these prices. Yeah, you're paying for the name. I mean, you're getting stuff, but it's just like, I think you're paying a premium on other ones. I think other ones, there's still overvalue. You're paying some premium, but I think Microsoft is just next level. Like, I think Amazon, I think like NVIDIA, Meta, that's like buying a G-Wagon, a normal G-Wagon, paying above sticker. And then Microsoft is like buying the 4x4, which is like $300,000 above sticker price. That's it. Microsoft is just next level when it comes to what you're paying, especially in this environment. But the reason is they held, so you do get a little bit of what you paid for. BlackRock, I don't know. BlackRock owns a lot of assets, right? But their market cap's not their market. Meta is 5 times bigger than BlackRock. But they own more assets. So just like FRC, like, bro, First Republic has $100 billion of assets. You know that, right? Their market cap is $1 billion. But then again, those quote unquote assets may not be worth what their book value is. You see what I'm saying? So BlackRock owns trillions, but their market cap, what people are paying for the shares and all that, there's a difference between your market cap and assets, more or less. Right, 7% on I think we're green on MPW now, so that's good. Not on the small account though. Abivi is still down a lot. $7.9. Haircut, dog. No, I'm not out of MCRB. They could break 9. Either I just let it do it. At this, I don't even care about the price of MPW. That's it. I was just worried it was going to die. I'm telling you, the amount of fear around it. That's why I was just betting on. I don't think it was that bad, but it's just, that's it. It just didn't have the same, that's like we're, it's like it's just like waiting in the doctor's office and you could have got something and just that's it. You're still at the doctor's office, and that's not good, but you still, you didn't get the bad news. You did not get the bad news that a lot of people thought was going to happen. So it's good for now. The Google, yeah, searching MPW and like the articles you guys sent me, those were the most fearful things than anything. Like that's what I'm saying. If you go and look it up on Twitter and like you see it, you guys were again. Remember we just had the CBS investigation. It's like it was, dude. It looked dark. And be careful. Like I said, I don't want to piss anybody off for buying a REIT. But, like, there's a lot of drama around this company. So, like, I don't know. People might not like it. Like, there's a lot of, like I've seen, they're like, how do you morally invest? Like, people are getting real. There's a lot of drama around MPW. So, I just wanted the dividend, and I like the industry of real estate. But I'm glad it did not materialize as negatively as it could have. Buy about the flush. Well, we hit the top for now. We've done that the last couple of times. Netflix still on the high. NVIDIA. So our company's beating earnings because the expectations were low. Some of them. So like, again, like even Meta, they had lower expectations, like everybody, even like Microsoft barely beat, which I'm surprised they're up considering their market cap like that, or up that much. But they, it's like Meta, they beat the top end of everything. So some companies, the bar was set low and they did very good. Other companies, the bar was set low and then they just barely beat it. So it really, really does depend. The ones that sandbag Airbnb got. Yeah, Airbnb is going to get smashed. I don't think Airbnb is going to do good. I think they're going to do good, but I think the stock's going to sell. That's it. Airbnb needs a bad guidance. That's like, look at where have we gotten with good guidance? I feel so fucked up. That's it. Airbnb, you need to have a bad quarter. Okay? Airbnb, you need to just guide lower and just give us one fat guide down. That's it. They just, because look, all we've done was beat and guide up, and now you see where we're at. You know what I'm saying? So that's it. Like, we just need you need a bad earnings with bad guidance, and then that's it. But the ones, you're right, the ones with good guidance, those have been the ones that kind of, a little shaky here after the reports. Airbnb needs a better than expected quarter. I don't think they do, because it's just not every time it's easier to beat a loser than to be the winner. Like, it's easier to be Dylan Brooks than to be LeBron James. Airbnb needs to become Dylan Brooks. It needs to start talking shit It needs to get publicity. You need to have low expectations so that then when they make billions of dollars, then it shoots up, because now that's it. You can't. Now everybody, they like, I don't know, man. Airbnb, yeah, you got 50 points, but you got a ring. I don't know. Can you sustain that? He's old. He's not going to do it next year. I don't know. You did it. Do it again. Oh, do it again. So it's easier. If you suck, it's easier. They're like, wow, I can't believe he scored. They're like, I love this guy. Man, maybe he has a shot. So we'll see, man. We'll see. But Airbnb just needs to do bad, bro. That's a wild metaphor. I think that's a good metaphor, though. I like it. I think that's it. You need Airbnb to just stop being LeBron and just to be Dylan Brooks for a moment, and that's it. Just bite the bullet, guide down by 50%, drop the stock 40%, and then that's it. And then, boom, we'll buy everything, and then by the end of the quarter, they beat the sandbag, and then it finally goes to 200 after the guidance was lowered severely. That's it. They don't want to see you win. I say, if you say we did good and we're going to do better, they're like, no, you won't. If you're like, we're going to do awful, we're doing hideous, they'll be like, nah, you'll do better. So I don't know. That's all. I think we got to do it. We got to do it. DJ Khaled was right. He was. SPY going up. SPY going up. I bought an MPW 19 at 19 years ago, and I sold. Glad I bought in at 750. It's a great yield, man. 15%. I think we're good for a little bit. That's all we needed. That's it. It's just a sigh of relief is what I would call it. But that's cool, man. If we could get, we're gonna receive 8% by the time they report their next earnings, which is wild. That means we're gonna yield as much as Altria would have paid us in the whole year almost. Buy price for AbbVie 140 to 130, and even then I might hesitate on that price, but I do like, that's where I want it. Ja took over, bro, but I have like a new, I don't know, like I like LeBron. I like LeBron a lot. You know that? I know Lending Tips doesn't like LeBron. I know LeBron gets into politics and LeBron is owned by China, but I fucking love LeBron. You know that? He's just, that guy is old. He works hard. He's in the game. I like LeBron, bro. LeBron is the best. He really, I hate to, Allen Iverson is better in my opinion, but no, I like LeBron, bro. Do you see that, bro? Ja straight dunked on him or tried to. It was that charge play. Bro, Ja Morant literally fell on LeBron's head and LeBron just got up. I was like, oh my gosh, this guy is insane. I was like, dude, LeBron is an animal. Bro, Ja Morant fell on his head. A full-grown human fell on his head after jumping to a 10-foot rim and landed on his head. And then he got up like it was nothing. Ja is also 75 pounds. Yeah, but you have to keep in mind, Ja literally has a Glock 17 in his waistband, and if that hit him in the process, that could hurt. You see what I'm saying? So it doesn't matter if he's 75. You know Ja keep it on him. So you got that could be factored into that. So I was impressed. I was very impressed. I was like, damn, LeBron is an animal. I'm sorry, Ja Morant gun jokes are just like, come on. Too soon? Nah, no way. It was like, I saw this one video. This guy was like, modern NBA players. They're like, I make a lot of money. I got a really good life. I got a really good career. I kind of want to do things different. Let's go to prison. It's just it's weird now. I don't know, man. So that's it. Ja's gonna get those jokes, man. I love him as a basketball player. That's why I'm like, bro, just fucking play basketball. That's it. Call it a day, man. Just call it a day. But I get him trying to be himself too. You know, yeah, let's get kicked out of the NBA. The coach said he needed a shooter. Josh said, on and off the court, my G. Oh, man. Apple's going up. SPY is at the high. I think all your big tech is still going. Everything is near the highs. I don't think any one of them is not near the highs now. And communications are up 5% because of Meta and everyone else. Meta's starting to run now. Again, you're at 409.50, bro. I think this was one of the neutralization points I told you yesterday or 2 days ago. I think we said we have to get up here. So this is decent. It's 4107. Again, 4109. This is like a stubborn level. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a little bit of downside. It's 930. But again, these really fill the gap or getting up to 4120. But 4119, that's your real, like, kind of the finish line, I would say. But you're up 1.8 now on the NASDAQ, 1.2 on the SPY, 0.9 on the Dow. Communications up 5, discretionaries up 2, real estate up 1.8, healthcare down 0.3, energy down 0.7, only industries in the red today. MPW has to hold 5. It does. Help him hold it. Help him. But we just got like 1% on it now. Just under. The draft starts tonight for basketball. RH Pop. Ooh. Yeah, he's doing really good. 3.9. NFL. NFL. I don't know. I mean, I didn't even play any like DraftKings last year for NFL. What's that? I just made those stupid Super Bowl bets. I don't like I don't bet on basketball or DraftKings, but I like basketball more. There's too many games though, man. I don't know how you people do it with baseball. You guys are insane. You guys follow like 180 games. Like, dude, chill. Perfect time to reload shorts. I'm reloaded. Well, we'll see again. I mean, we've done this a lot. You hit a high, you sell off. I mean, so far, the latest low you set was here, and it wasn't a new low, but that was 11 o'clock. So that was about an hour ago. It's like following the stock market every day. Yeah, right? 182 game season. You're insane. I can't watch sports unless I'm betting on it. Not going to lie. You and me both, brother. I could watch some of them. Like, it depends what it is, but I feel you. Unless, like, there's something involved, I could totally ignore the whole game until the last minute. That's it. Even the fights, I don't know. I feel weird. I guess I'm not like your, I don't know. I'm not. It's not your typical sports American, I guess. Shit, facts. I'll be betting every Lakers game. Oh, pickleball. We should get some pickleball betting. That's Cali Sports. The hockey. My nephew's been to a hockey game. I told you that, right? Like, my nephew, he's a weird little effer. This guy, I've never, like, met a kid like that. Because, like, when I grew up, like, I only liked a couple. This guy likes every single sport. He said tennis he's not a fan of. But, like, he will watch every sport. He's already been to a hockey game. The kid loves watching hockey. He has hockey jerseys, basketball, football, baseball, volleyball. He'll watch any sport, and he loves it. It's actually trippy. So even hockey, I've watched a game of hockey with him before. It was kind of cool. Outdoor Pro Moto Nationals? What's that? Is that like what's it called? Like dirt bikes? Peloton, Chicle. Tesla's trying to move up. Again, even this SPY, that little red, man, if this is kind of looking squeezy. I say 41.19 is the squeeze point if you keep doing this, where you hit a high, but then you're like, these little reloads aren't like flushing you. Because remember, the last 4 days, bro, one of these little red candles, we'd be down to the low by the by the hour on any little sell-off. So keep that in mind here, where you're holding up very consistently. Only 2 things in the red, a lot of solid green, but it's still early. We still have a whole nother half of the day to go. Motocross, I could be down. My nephew likes motocross. I'd have to bring him. I'd have to bring my 4-year-old friend. Mo flipped green, yeah. Their earnings they reaffirmed guidance, but then they missed on like the short term. Like they were light in some areas, but then they reaffirmed guidance. But then last quarter they dropped a decent amount. I'm not following Beyond lately, no. Will you buy Tesla if it goes below 100? Yeah, I would for the long term. I'd be down for Tesla below 100. Amazon's on the high. Ultra is going. It's only up a quarter. But Amazon, again, that's their earnings after the bell. You should have bought it in the morning if you wanted pre-earnings. But now, 5%. Very hard to deal with, actually. $0.50 will bring your contract down 10. Okay. Amazon's pricing in only $7? No shit. So it's pricing in like 7%. That's what I was assuming in the morning, but that's actually not bad at all. And then still squeeze in a little bit. Meta's going. And MPW's holding. Yeah, Meta's been weird. But still 15%. I'm tripping on Microsoft, dude. This is 10, 11% from the last couple of days. Yeah, Cali. Dude, it's been really hot. Dude, I was like dying in the gym yesterday. It was so hot. It was weird. And then I got a sunburn the other day, too. I got sunburned. It was fucking weird. All these earnings are sandbagged. Is Amazon? I don't know. What did Amazon do? Let me see. Okay. What is this? Percent surprise? No, Amazon did really bad last quarter. So Amazon dropped 8%, then they dropped 6% the time before that. July they did good. Last April they did very, very bad. That last April was their worst, I'm pretty sure. I think they guided low. Yeah, so it could be the sandbag. Because I know some people were saying they might be the one that comes in very low, but I think they're borderline the most important. So Amazon should theoretically be green. I mean, if it's a low bar to beat, and like Caesar just said, I mean, the whole point is just everybody's sandbagged. All the expectations were extremely low. So like, what do we think is going to happen? Okay. So I did make an Amazon play right now. I'm going to try something. I grabbed a put. I might buy more than one. I only grabbed one for now. I grabbed a next week put just because they all died. And then if we get anything by the end of the day with earnings, maybe people will bid it up with the contracts to the downside. No FRC news. Did you watch the watch list? That's the crazy part. It's exactly what I said on the watch list is happening. So tomorrow's the big day for FRC. This was kind of expected, as weird as it sounds. We were expecting MGM Investment announces added 500 million buyback. MTG. Oh, I thought you said MGM. Oh, they're popping. But pretty much we were expecting, because tomorrow it'll be the end of the week. So, like I was saying, Meta will probably distract us. And then it's like the FRC right now. FRC is in a weird dilemma between banks and the Fed. So I think it cools down today. Nothing big. But then tomorrow it'll be the end of the week. They're going to want to have a weekend to work with stuff. Maybe that's when they give any other future announcements. And then if there's nothing, then that's it. I mean, they might just, if they keep quiet and don't say anything else till we finally find out what's going on with the update, then it'll do its thing. And then your FRC, I don't think it'll go back to 60. It depends on what happens with the deal. So depending on what they sell or not, the minute they sell those assets, their book value changes. And then depending on the price they give it to. So, you know, those days of $60, $100 on FRC, it might be over. Oh, MPW, a new high. All right. I said I didn't want to look at it till it hit a new high. I figured it's done for now. I think it could keep moving, but I'm done. I like ABVI. You've asked me this like 4 times already. I said, again, below 140, 130. Usually after bad earnings, give it a couple of days because like it could continue or it'll instantly rebound, but I like them a lot. So it's like if that keeps going down to like 130, 140, 130, even lower than that, and depending on how the market looks, if ABVI is still there, then boom, that's it. That's always an easy pickup, especially if it's trading lower. So keeping it on watch. I am a Zanian. Shorting FRC, it depends on the news, but we're going to find out. Again, I think the best way to play FRC, because clearly we're worried about somebody taking them, you know, the FDIC fucking them over, or they literally go under. I think the best case would sell cover calls. Or not covered calls, but just sell call credit spreads to limit the risk just in case, but just sell premium on the calls, because then if anything happens, If the premium goes, then you're guaranteed your money. Just remember, people bought puts on SVB and didn't get paid out. People shorted SVB and they had their money tied up for a month paying interest on it. Abby buys the best stock ever invented. God bless the chat. Call real estate last night was on fire, baby. I know, man. It was good. I got to see a lot of chads in there. I wasn't able to hit it up in the chat. I was watching y'all, and y'all were doing great, but I was glad to hear, man. I'm glad we had a little bit of talks yesterday, but I saw a lot of new people that I saw talking in the chat in the morning. Y'all showed up there in the chat at night, and y'all were asking questions. Y'all were trying to get involved, and that's what I'm saying, man. That's how 100 other people started with it, man. So it's good. And then like Lending Tip saying, all these agents keep calling, man. Call Realist. He said, I don't know how they doing deals like this, but then that's what Lending Tip's been telling me lately. He said the real estate activity has been on nonstop. We had another property, like it got like 10 showings in like the first day of being listed in today's market. So like it's like we're at a very weird middle with real estate. It's like it's either real estate just starts rebounding, or this is the 07 rug pull where everybody, because again, before real estate crashed in like 08, 09, you realize like it slowed down the same way. Like it slowed down, house inventory went up a little bit, days on market started to climb, people were staying there, and then there was a period right before like 07, after it slowed down, everybody thought it was over. Again, they listened to the Kramers and the Lehmans of the, and then they bought back in right before. So they bought right before it crashed again. So it's getting interesting, but we're starting to see that like influx of round two buyers come into real estate again, if that makes sense. Like the people who are on the sidelines, who they were FOMOing earlier, and they're like, nah, we'll wait. There's a little bit of real estate FOMO coming back. But then that's the people who, it's still uncertain. So wherever we go from here will be crazy. Yeah, 110 on Amazon. It's because I shorted it. Or it's because I got the put. Went under contract this week, baby. Call Real Estate loves you. Hey, man, congrats. Alyssa. Way to go. Landlord El Paso said her property was 182 years ago. Now they want to appraise 360. Yeah. Especially a lot of places in Texas were like that, but most places around the world, man, or in the United States, I went over it because, like, I've been... Like, it's not like real estate. We weren't new to it. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's not like we started just getting into real estate in 2020, 2021. It was a big thing in the long term. I really, we want to make sure, I hope this information we always talk about every day, I really do hope it leads people to the financial wisdom in life that they want. And, one thing I always said is stocks and real estate. And we've said that for a long, long time. And that was one thing I said about the long term. In 2019, I made a video, and it was a challenge I gave to the chads. It was actually the end of 2019, and I said, listen, you guys should all look into acquiring a very cheap property. And I was explaining how dividend stocks sometimes are like very cheap properties. You could view them that way. But then I was explaining to people how, like, in my portfolio, there was a lot of properties that I had that were dirt cheap. Like I'm telling you, I was buying Indiana properties for like $90,000, $110,000, $120,000 for these houses. And we made a video, and I said, hey, here's a little bit of credit advice. Get your credit up, do what you need to. And I said, go buy a cheap house, literally a house below $100,000. So we went over that video like last year, right? Because I made that video in 2019. And I was showing you houses on that video, like straight addresses. I was showing examples because a lot of people didn't know they existed. I was like, no, like, trust me, like, there's good areas in America that were very, very cheap. And if you go back and look at those properties in the video, they show prices of like 90,000, 150. Most of every single property in that video has doubled or tripled to today. That's so a lot of lower price properties have gone up substantially, and most places around America since 2020 now, I mean, they're up 50%, if not a lot more. So welcome. But now it's the pace of increases has definitely, real estate, you didn't move like that. Even though I was doing real estate for a while, I've never seen appreciation like that in my life, except for 2008. But I wasn't like, I was just watching my parents lose everything. That's why I'm waiting for down 50. I think you should wait in real estate, but not too long, in the sense of it's kind of like it's the story of richest man in Babylon with luck, and where the guy shows up in front of the gate with the sheeps, and he's like, yo, I need money. He said, will you buy these sheeps? I need to go in the morning. I can't take care of them. I'll give you a deal on these sheep, pennies on the dollar. And the guy said, well, let me look into it in the morning and we'll see. And then by the time the guy woke up, he already sold them, and then he found out he would have made a ton on it. And the way I look at it is that I think you should be very, very cautious. But it's like you will come across a deal that is like you have to take it. It will be that opportunity. So I don't think you should shy away from it where it's like I need everything to drop. But you have to, you definitely have deals out there. And there is a couple here and there where you just can't say no to. Amazon I'm playing IV. So I'm hoping by the end of the day, even if the stock goes up, I feel like people will want to buy put protection, and then the IV will run up. Because right now it's pricing in 7%, and then Amazon's last 4 earnings, literally last earnings, negative 8.5. One before that, 6.8. The one before that, 10.3. One before that, negative 14%, and then the one above that was positive 15%. After lunch. Isn't it already lunch? It's already 12:41. I had a house auction in Vegas, 193. Highest bid was 90. Did you buy it? How much work did it need? Fortune comes for those who wait, but not to those who wait too late. It's funny because even today's philo has a couple of these. I mean, the logic is, I think, in a weird way, no matter what happens. I mean, I'll give this to you now. I'll tell you this. No matter what happens in the next 12 months, 18 months, 5 years, 4, whatever it is, I really think, in just a very logical way, the only people who are going to lose are the people who go for everything. That's it. Just don't get greedy. And greedy doesn't necessarily mean you're buying everything and being bullish. It's just more like, even then, think about it. Like, if you're going to wait for the biggest drop in the world, you're getting greedy, right? You know what I'm saying? Or if you're like, oh, yeah, it's going to, boom, the Fed is going to pivot. I'm going all in. I need to go, like, that's getting greedy. It's not like, I think that's the only way people really, really end up getting washed when it's all said and done. Like, I think if you have, if you're willing to lose a little bit, you're willing to not take the whole entire pie, I think you're going to walk away fine. A lot of people. I think no matter what the economy looks like. But the ones who, in the lead up, during, and after are, always trying to go for all of it, I think that's where we run into the, problems there. So control the greed. And hopefully you see greed as a multifaceted impact on your life. It's not just, oh, I'm greedy because I want something, or I'm greedy because I want a lot. It's like, think about some of the processes, what you're going after and what you're really thinking with your ideas and how that leads you to invest. FRC does not have a dividend. They cut the dividend. So even if it shows you a dividend yield, that may not have been updated. Putting aside Abivide, do you think this is ideal time to get the stock or wait? Great question. I would probably wait a little bit. I think you could get it cheaper. It's a dilemma. It's not easy. And the reason is because like historically 140 is still like 148 is high as shit. And it's not even, it's yielding like 3.8 or something at this price, maybe a little more. But usually that's why I'm saying historically very, very high, and that's not good. But usually over the last like 5 years, buying any of the giant earnings dips on Abivide has usually been a rewarding process. So I think if you really, really insisted, if you have no other alternatives and you cannot, that again, cash is yielding you 5%, I would scale in with a little bit, but I don't know if I would go like full crazy on it as of yet. And that's not a recommendation because, again, I own it already. And like I'm saying, it's just usually buying the fat earnings dips. You could wait a little, though, because when it does dip, it does dip for a little bit, and then it starts to go up. But earnings dips are very rewarding on it. However, this is a very high price on what they got going on there. I mean, we've benefited off of all of it, but it's high. I think SPY going. Yep, 4108. We haven't hit 4109 or 4110 yet. Yeah, you have cash and Fidelity. Yeah, that's it. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you insist, you know what I'm saying? Like, even like MPW, like, I wanted a little bit more ahead of it. You know what I'm saying? Just wanted to make sure we got a little bit. Like, you could scale in half a deposit. You know what I'm saying? If you really don't want to, you don't have to wait for perfect, but it is just know the risk with it, your equity risk. Although the dividend is solid, I mean, that equity price, I mean, it can move a lot. It's down 8% in a day right now. Ooh, one more in escrow, baby. Let's go. Finger to the sky. Woo! CRM running too. Let's go, Team Mosby. NVIDIA's going. CRM's running. And then MPW, right when I can't look at it. It hit the high. Call it out when it hits another high because I can't look at it. That's it. He gets shy when I look at him. You remember when it dropped to 100? A lot of people saying, why would you buy it? Then a month later, it's at 150, asking if they should buy. Yes. That's a lot. That's the stock market. Like, Abivide it's great, though. But it has periods. It has periods where it does really, really good. Then it has these little dips that come on here and there. But I've always said it. I've said it. Like, everybody would ask. They always ask to buy Abivide literally here. Everybody wants to buy it when it's like running up, and I say just wait till you get these down cycles. Those are when you want to buy it. So if you don't never buy Abivide into the highs, just buy it on the dips. So that's what you have today, but it's still like it's not, it's still a high price. They don't have the same monopoly on Abivide. Well, that's why they went down today, because obviously they're losing Humira, and then Adobe's ripping right now. But their other drugs were doing very good to make up for Humira and any potential headwinds with that. But then that was last quarter. And then this quarter, those drugs, Humira did very well, actually. Humira did better than expected by a good margin. But then the other drugs that were supposed to make up for Humira, they did not do as good this quarter. That's why they're down 8% right here. I'm sitting on cash, was expecting to buy in the tech dips, but they rocketed up. I'm still debating what the best plan of action is. Cash, 5%. Bill, I'm telling you, and then let me ask you this. If you're sitting on cash waiting to invest, do you have anything else invested already? Pretty much what percentage of your cash is your total portfolio? So do you have other stuff invested? Because for me, in our long term, I have 10% cash right now, just under that. However, I have 90% in equities now. So that's the real question. Because one, if you have 90% and you're like, oh, I'm waiting, or 20% even, right? You know what I'm saying? And you're like, oh, I'm waiting to buy the bottom. I'm waiting for the tech, but it rocketed up. What should I do? And you are already 80% to 90% invested, you don't have to worry about anything. Because if the market really does give you that bottom and it runs like mother effers want it to, your 80 to 90 should do all of the work for you. That's what I'm banking on for myself personally. Again, I think if it really rockets, if everything goes away, no problems, my 9, even if I don't buy anything at the bottom ever again for this year or next year, that 90% of our portfolio will solidly rocket us into a lot of gains. Literally, a very high amount. So if you're already invested, you don't need that FOMO. And then you just go to cash, because then that way, Bill, go get your 5%. Otherwise, I would go into Bill. If you don't have anything, I would still go to Bill for a little, and none of this is a recommendation. But then I'm assuming no matter what, even if we go up, some point between here and the end of the year, there will be one more random nosedive that you'll be able to get in on, and then you have to just make sure you take advantage of that one. But Bill... And if you're already majorly invested, I do not you know what I'm saying? Don't let this fuckery get to you and ignore the FOMO, because if you have 80 to 90% invested, don't miss the point. You know what I'm saying? But make sure it's good investments though, because if it's all dog shit, 80 to 90% of your equities, then yeah, that's a different story. But try to get a good deal, get some yield on the cash. Remember, the cash is very defensive. It gives you oxygen, but if the rest of everything's already invested, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Don't focus on the trees within the forest, or whatever they say. Question, would it make sense to invest emergency fund around 6 months of expenses on Bill? Is it safe enough? I think it is. However, again, as we get closer to this little, what's it called? This little debt ceiling shit, the next month or two of it will be a little bit questionable. But it's generally safe enough to do that. But what you can do, yes, I love what Matt said. You should just do what Matt said. The easy answer would be go make a Fidelity account, or any of these brokers that are paying 4.5% just to deposit money, and it's safe. Fidelity is that's a 50-year-old name. That's something that's been around there. I like Fidelity. I don't use them, but I definitely think they're a little bit more stable. Just open up one of those accounts and put the money in there, because then you'll get 4.5% without having to buy an equity or do anything, an ETF, nothing like that. Interactive brokers, I don't like SoFi. I say interactive brokers, Fidelity, even Robinhood Gold, but I don't even like Robinhood. So, but it's that or a money market fund. Maybe you could go ask your bank, be like, do you guys have a money market fund? Because money market funds will be safe. Even with the debt ceiling stuff, they're extremely short-term maturities. But I would do that, though. That's the beauty. It's if you really do have, you need to make sure it's the safer, the better. If you could avoid Bill, great. If you could get into a money market or just stick it in an account that pays, fuck yeah. But if you have savings, that's where it should be. I hate to break it to you. Again, none of this is a recommendation. And I'm not a financial advisor. I'm a crackhead. But the idea is that this is the only moment you're making money by letting it sit there. So like I told you, I'm moving money into these random accounts. I'm just keeping it below 250K. but I'm putting any available cash that I know I'm not putting towards a property or I'm not going to need, or even if I do need it, I know I could get it back quickly. Bro, I'm just putting it on bill, and it's making me, what? It's like making $100 a week, which is insane. I'm making that's wild to me. So that's off that 200K. Everything else bigger. I'm making more on the bigger ones, but I'm starting to take bigger amounts and throw them there, and it's phenomenal. Yeah, that's true too. If you could find a savings account as well, there is some high yield savings. Search high yield savings. You might even be able to find a high yield savings account that's paying exactly the same rate. Let's put mine in Amex. Yeah. Amex high yield savings, all of those. Yeah. You could look, that's an easy thing you could look into. High yield savings account. Yeah. For current bank 4%. Then you don't need bill. Yeah. So if you have all of that, you don't need bill. Like, you're great. You just got to make sure. Like, I legitimately, I have some accounts that are just like, we're talking 7-figure accounts that pay 0.001. And I asked them, I said, can you give me more? And they said, no. And I said, okay, fuck you, I'm leaving. Like, okay, I'll be back in a couple of months. But so if you could go in a high yield savings account, your bank, that's you don't need bill. That's like simple as that. So if you have that, that's where I would be putting savings, all of the savings, and just get that yield. It's free money. That's it. It's free money. That's all it is. If it's low risk and then you're below the insured limit, that's all. So I don't know, like, let's see, say 50,000, you're going to make, at this rate, you're going to make $250 a month off 50 grand. That's a car payment. That's insane. That's off. So if you have 50,000 in savings and you just stick it in these yield accounts at the current rate, give or take, you'll make probably between 200 and 250 a month on every 50 grand. Lower that in half, 25 grand, your day trading account, you'll be making 125 a month. Yes, I have been saying this since the day. So from then till now, guess what? You could have made 1% on your money since we've talked about it. Doing nothing. It's not a lot, but, you know, that's a commission on a loan. Some people get 1% for a living. So, you know, it's not, it's just little by little. These rates will last for a couple of months, maybe for another year, just until Powell cuts rates. That's it. So it's not going to last long. Don't worry. You're going to miss it. It'll be here today. It'll be gone tomorrow. And that's it, man. That's it. And then guess what? And then you're never going to see that again for a decade, if not 50 years, maybe 30. Did you have tons of new listeners? Because I hear this every day now. I don't know. It's a confusing concept, and I think that the real reason is people are worried to make a move. That's it. Anything that you are introduced to that is new, you are going to hesitate. And that's what I think it is. I think a lot of people, there's uncertainty in the world. There's uncertainty in financial markets. I think for a lot of people, the last thing you want to do right now is take on a new task and, you know what I'm saying? And like try to go about it. Yeah, it's not confusing, but that's what's happening is I think people, to try to, get up to date with it, they just keep asking questions, and the more questions, and like they're just getting really, really deep with it to the point where now they're thinking of 50 different things related to it when, like, simply like we said today, just get a high yield savings account. That's all it is. So that's all we're looking to do. And if you could do that, then you're going to be good. But like I've been saying, it's just like, it's very, analysis paralysis. But the thing is, it's like, this is historic. It hasn't been around. We've not seen this in a very, very long time. And it's not going to last forever. So, but it's just this one little moment we have, this little blip in history where you could take advantage on any money you've had saved and just get a free dividend stock with a lot of certainty. So I just, if anything, what I'm trying to inspire is, getting people. It's why we buy dividends. It's why we have the long term. I want it for everybody, but you have to make this decision for yourself. It's very simple. Do you want, or are you going to put your money in a position to work while you are working? Let your money work for you. And this is the easiest way to do it. It has never been this easy to let your money work for you while you are doing nothing. So you could work, you could sleep, you could do whatever you want, but that's how you gain wealth. And even though it's small, and even if your amount is small, I get it now, but you start with this, and it's the moment you get into that, it's beautiful, and it may not last forever here, but we just gotta just get into it. Can you read some earnings preview so we get volatility? Bill it pays 4.8, but it's adjustable. It moves with the 1 to 3 year treasury rates, or the bills, not treasuries. When it squeeze more. Oh, new high on Mapa Wobble. That's MPW. Maha Wappa Wapple. Mapua. Mapua. It went positive. We should be. You should be positive on MPW now. We got 1.54%. We have a shit ton of it, man. That's crazy. We're making almost as much as MPW as we are on Meta today because it's 50% bigger. But then again, we're yielding on this shit. Oh, you got to add? Okay, I'm going to go to the bathroom so I could get my drink. And I'll be right back. I love you, okay? God bless you. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Peace out.
Blood pressure is as simple as these 4 easy steps.
What the fuck is this? What is that?
A quick check on the markets here. Green on the screen for the S&P 500, higher by, get this, 1.3%. If you look at the NASDAQ, almost hitting 2% as we really circle around those session highs. The bond market, though, seeing a little bit of a sell-off, a 10 basis point, almost 11 basis point move on the front end of the curve. That means volatility seeping back into the conversation. 406 on the front end. Interesting to see that sustaining above 4%. That tells you maybe the Federal Reserve has a little bit more work to do. Maybe that's what Wall Street is thinking. We have Tiffany Wilding on in just a few moments. We're going to ask her what that's all about. Bloomberg Dollar Index, though, unchanged. It's a push and pull, a tug of war between weakness in the euro and strength in the peso, pushing the dollar and essentially creating a net flat result for the Bloomberg Dollar Index. Brent crude, though, interesting story here, higher by almost 1%, but still trading below an $80 handle. That is crucial if we're talking about the R word, recession. For now, 78 handle on Brent crude. But outside of the earnings story, which is really what's driving the risk sentiment, investors were also having to chew on economic data. Numbers reflecting a slowing U.S. economy, even as consumer spending accelerated. Earlier, economist Lindsay Piazza over at Stifel gave her take on the economy. Take a listen.
This is going to set the tone. So the first look is very important. Yes, we do expect some revisions. There always are. But this sets the tone for what the expectation of the U.S. economy was at the start of the year. And it tells us two things. One, we're losing momentum from what we saw, excuse me, at the end of last year. But two, the economy is still proving resilient.
And as we're looking at some of those companies, we go to a global bellwether, Caterpillar. Its shares going in a different direction than the broader market, falling in today's session. This comes after reporting little changes in orders from the start of the year. Joining us now, Bloomberg's Joe Doe, who covers the company. Joe, look, it is a tug of war when it comes to Caterpillar, because look, when the earnings came out, the shares went up immediately. Those profit margins surging. But is this a one-time story? Walk us through Caterpillar.
Yeah, I mean, the profit for the first quarter was incredible. I mean, they beat by $1 per share. I mean, all those numbers look good. And the company gave some pretty upbeat outlook saying demand's going to be good through 2023. But where investors really started to turn sour were the order books, right? So the backlog on orders did not look good. It was flat quarter over quarter sequentially. And that's really, I think, where people kind of hammered down on. And listen, I mean, I sat down with CEO Jim Umpleby just about a month and a half ago, and he said, listen, our customers are telling us that demand is going to be good through 2023. And that's significant because normally our customers won't give us much past the first 6 months or 6 months out. But I think the other side of this is if you talk to contractors or rental companies on the ground, and what they've been telling me over the past month and a half is, listen, we're seeing projects that were shovel ready in the fourth quarter that are being put on hold. And a large part of the reason is interest rates. Interest rates are starting to come through. Those costs are going higher. And a lot of people are starting to say, you know what, maybe we don't want to do this. And so that all kind of comes down to, was the first quarter as good as it gets for Caterpillar? And I think that's what's on display here today is that question.
Well, put this into a broader context for us, Joe, because look, you cover the commodity sector in addition.
Do you guys remember, this is only for the OGs. You guys remember that one video I did? It was like, this was like in the 2018, 2019. I went to my friend's new build. My buddy was building like a $5-10 million house, and we did a walkthrough of it. Does anybody remember that video? This was early on in the day, bro. This was like back at, you have to be a real double OG, triple OG, Colt, peach badge, pre-peach badge, like if you remember that. Did anybody remember that? It was in LA, right by the Hollywood sign. You guys remember that? It was a fat property, beautiful, beautiful. Oh, some of you there, not too many, not too many. Well, so what he just said about like properties, what's it called? Like how he said there's like a lot of properties and like they were shovel ready and they're not doing it. So that's very interesting. I talked about this the other day because this is like, go back to that video. My buddy at the time, he was building that property, but then they stopped building it for 6 months. It was like a couple, I think it was 6 or 3 months. They stopped building. And you know why? Because during that moment, it was during the trade war with Trump. And like all the materials were just shooting up. And they are very experienced builders. My homie, they build some of the biggest properties in LA. Like he's responsible. I think they built like that 250 million Malibu property. So like they're really experienced builders. And what they decided during that moment when prices were going up, they just said, hey, it's smarter for us to stop building. They finished the project and sold the house eventually, but they just said, we're going to stop building for 6 months because the prices are too high. And then they're going to wait till it comes down. So I could see people doing that with interest rates. If you're capitalized well enough and you're in the game, like, and if you are really, if these costs are high, I think even that's what MPW is trying to do. I'm just saying, if you could wait long enough, you go and you buy it. But that's very common to stop projects depending on the volatility of prices and interest rates. So very interesting. Yeah, they just waited it out, and then it did come down. Because like it was like in the, I don't know if you were like during Trump when he did the trade war initially, like it was fucking with prices. Like that was one of the things I don't think like, you know, like everybody loves to blame like Biden shit and you feel it more you feel it because it's recent. But during that moment, Trump really like it fucked with a lot of those commodities and the costs. They were going all over the place. Hershey's still? These guys are crazy, man. Yeah, steel. The Bill video. It's on the main channel. YouTube.com/The Trading Fraternity. So if you go, second link in the description, it'll take you to the main channel. Go to the channel and go to videos. And then you could get you could even watch all the documentation of SVB. But we actually made this video right before SVB. This was the day of SVB. Again, we posted it actually before it went bankrupt. This video was posted before, then the next day. And the next day, I went to SVB headquarters. But right here, cash. So this is the safest video that you can make. So there you go. I'll post the link for you now that I have gotten it. Average on MPW is 844, I think. So we're up just under 2%. It sucks. I don't like these small stocks because then every penny makes such a big difference. So because it doesn't seem like this was 2%, but it is. But we'll take it. I hit 911 last time. Day trade bill for $1 if you want. 1 cent every day. It adds up. Just depending on how much you buy of it. I mean, if you make 1 penny a day on 2,000 shares, I mean, shit still adds up. It's $20 a day. So legitimately, you could just put your money in there and make your how many, I don't know how many. Yeah, that's what you would need to make $20 a day. You would need 2,000 shares. Be like 200 grand. ACAM, I mean, I hope their earnings is good, but then also I think they're at multi-year lows and they've been a buyout candidate. I'll just hold for dividend. If you sell the shares, won't the tax be different? For Bill, it should be the same. I mean, dividends, the gains on it should be very, very similar. About 50 shares. I made $35 on MPW. It's cheap, man. The cheap ones move very good. A kind of going. CLF and X and all those were moving. And Amazon. Those still up? No, they came down. Alcoa is moving. Other ones came down. Market's getting ready to... We are ready. We're up 2% on the NASDAQ. Now, then what do we just do, dog? Hold on. What do you mean we ready to rip? What do you call this? Biden still believes the U.S. should pay for past debts. Apple's hitting a high now. No, get ready. Amazon slowed down a little bit. And then Microsoft hasn't hit a new high in maybe an hour and 15 minutes. And then Meta is still a little up. Wolf on the low. Bill has options. What if you buy at the end of the month? I don't know if you'd make money. I mean, the time decay and the dollar for dollar. And then you have an exercise fee, and then you couldn't get the dividend unless you exercised. I think easy is just buy the shares, Doc. That's it, dog. I think complex strategies on Bill is pointless. That's the second one. Someone asked me earlier. They're like, could you sell cover call? They're like, what if you shorted the stock on dividend, and then you bought it, and then this and that, and then it's like, nah. Yeah, just it's a savings account. It's literally a high-yield savings account. That's all it is. Oh, where is UPS? Oh, they came back 2%. I mean, still probably down 8% since earnings. You could buy leaps playing a rate cut, yeah, but you're better off buying TLT leaps. You see, you'll get more money for it. Giant covering for PCE, maybe. I mean, the quarter-over-quarter PCE came in a little hot, and people were kind of reacting to it, but that wasn't the important data. The important data today is that, or it's going to be tomorrow. CEO Bill. I think selling options makes them unqualified dividend stocks. Crocs, dude, that's been dying all day. 20%. They got the end phase treatment. And then Microsoft kind of climbing. We're still, dude, you're right below 4010. 4110, 4109, SPX, Futures, 4130. Big bar here. Let's see. Like we said, I mean, it is in squeeze mode today in the sense that it's slow, but every single little low has been oh, is the horn broken? I think it is, man. But since you told me, oh no, I think it works. I think it works now, bro. We needed that. We needed that. God bless you, my friend, my fellow Bill brother. Sons of averaging. Amazon eyes the biggest one-day jump since February ahead of results. Hot dog. Sons of averaging is beautiful. All right, new high. There it is. I think you just ate the 41.30 on the futures. You're there right now. 41.10. 9 more points. This is why I said if we get here with zero resistance, you have 9 more points. The finish line is 41.19. If you break 41.19, it will probably be bullish till PCE comes out. Meta. Where's Netty? Netflix was running earlier. Oh, they came down. Back to 7. Damn, the VIX did come back to 17 very fast. I feel like it was just yesterday. They're like, below 17, short the market. And then it shot back up to 19, and then now it's already there. We have one up day. What the fuck? They hate you. They hate us all. One day, it's already back to 17. I don't know if you could get Bill on Robinhood, but I would just get Robinhood Gold and just take the money. But then again, it's Robinhood. And maybe they rob you in the hood. What? Snap is coming up now. Snap back up to 6. Oh, I forgot, man. I hope Snap does good, bro. I really do. That'd be exciting. If we could get another round of long-term winners. Remember, last earnings season just lifted the long-term back up to where we needed to be. Why don't you buy gold when it's down? I think gold is, it's literally near an all-time high. And then until Powell is really ready to stop, I'm not a buyer of gold yet. And I bought gold, physical gold in like 2014, 2015, and I'm still holding it till today. So I do have a small gold position, but it's physical. Otherwise, speculating on paper gold until there's actual shift in Fed policy, you probably won't watch me do that. Would I short gold? No. Just again, because now we're getting close to the pause, And I say, yeah, I have silver too. I think I have 200 ounces of physical silver. And then I bought it at the same time. I bought all of that, like, sadly, almost 10 years ago. I fucking feel old now. That means I've almost been on tinfoil shit for a decade, which is crazy. To be honest with you, because that's when I bought that gold and silver during a very deep tinfoil phase, okay? Not gonna lie to you, man. Like, I was just, like, if I was so, you know how tinfoil I was, in the video, I got that bank run cash, and I'd be showing you the bank run cash. Like, it was like that, but instead, any cash I would touch, I would just go and buy gold. It was so weird. I was young. I was younger. There was a lot going on in the market, and I'm telling you, I was straight up walking in a blue vault in San Diego like every other day, just with cash. I was trying to take out cash and then go buying gold. Any cash I could get, bro, I would just start buying gold, man. And it was like, I would say silver. I said, give me a bar. Like, let's go. Like, we need. And I said, if anything, I was even looking in how to melt it just in case I needed to break it down and split it up. Like, I got deep into it, dog. It was bad. It was very, very bad. But that was almost 10 years ago. You were telling them wait till you see what's coming too. I was ready. I said shit. I was like, shit's gonna hit the fan. I'm gonna be. I was like, I feel bad for you guys. I feel bad. I don't feel bad for me because I'm prepared, but I feel bad for you because you're unprepared. I don't know what you're gonna do if you're unprepared, but I'm prepared. So I'm prepared. I just feel bad, but I don't feel bad because you had time to prepare and you didn't prepare. So I don't feel that bad, but I feel good. I know it's not about me because I'm prepared, but I don't know what they're gonna do. You know what I'm saying? That's where it was. Were you honestly? Yo, I never really put two and two together. But yeah, I was smoking a shit ton of weed back then too. I didn't really think about it. You're right. Yeah, I was high as hell during all of that. I was fucking tweaking. I wasn't on any like hard drugs, just a little bit of that Cali Kush, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I was geeked. Now that I think about it, that's wild. But shit, I wound up buying a shit ton of Bitcoin in 2015 and some gold and silver that I still have. I have all of it actually still till this day. Not all. I turned some BTC to a HOUSE, but other than that, They probably thought you were a drug dealer. No, dude. That's why I didn't realize. You go to a gold dealer, motherfucker, they don't judge you. You know that? They don't think anything of you. They love you. That's it. They just hope you're fearful, and they hope you ask questions. And then that's it. They don't care who you. They don't care if you white, you black, Middle Eastern, Latino. They don't care how you identify. They don't care about your pronouns. If you are afraid and want to buy gold and have cash, oh, they love you. They love you. They didn't think they'll tell you how to get around it. They'll tell you how to get more cash. They'll tell you about the tax, dude. They love it. This is their business, bro. This is their business. I feel like buying gold and silver was the only time in anything financial I didn't feel judged. Because they love you. They love you. Especially you get a little bit of tinfoil when you walk in, you're done. They're going to run you up, bro. Just don't pay for the storage. That's how they really get you, but still. How do you sell an ounce bar of gold? Easy. You go to the Grand Exchange. No, you just go to a gold dealer, or you could sell it on eBay or anywhere else. But usually a local accredited gold dealer should be able to handle it, and they'll give you spot price for it. So that's how when you buy gold or silver, This is how it works. I learned this the first time. I said, what? That's a scam. So if you ever like go to gold price, right? Here's the price of gold, right? So you see how it says 1989? That's the price. So what they do when you buy gold, this is how they make money. This is where they all make the money. This is the fucked up part about the spread on gold. It has a spread. So you see how gold is 1989 right now? 1989.05. So what they do is they charge you 1.5% above spot price. This is called spot price. So they would charge you $29 above that ounce. They charge you 1.5%, sometimes 2.5%, right? And then, so you're going to pay this plus the fee to buy, to acquire the gold. And then when you go to sell it, they give you spot price, no premium. You see that? So every gold dealer is making 1.5 to 2.5% on every scared motherfucker out there. It's the cheap hedge fund. That's it. So because you're buying at spot, or you're buying spot plus 1.5, and then when you sell, you're giving it to them at spot. So you could sell whenever. It's easy liquidity. If you really if you have gold, you could usually take it to your gold buyer, and then you just sell it to them back at spot price. New high. Yalla, 4107. That means they're above 41. 4110. So again, 4119 is the spot. And then Microsoft getting candles again. MP, where's Meta? This local dealer will do an ounce plus 150. Yeah, some people will do that. Again, it's a lot. Some people, you could charge whatever above spot. Depending on demand, they raise that premium. So again, I mean, I haven't bought in gold in almost 10 years. But back then, it was I got charged 1.5, so it wasn't that bad. But again, when supplies get tight, as for physical, then that's it. I've uncirculated 1 ounce gold eagle. Should I ask more for spot? I mean, you should try to verify that they're actually worth something. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because then at that point, it's gold value plus like collectability. So then it's a collectible, not necessarily a gold. But I would just double check, see if you could get any verification of it being uncirculated and verifying that value. But I would look into that before I sold it at spot. Best pieces. We're talking about bullion. We're not talking about like gold jewelry, but like a 1 ounce gold eagle. That's like the standard for gold. I like 100 ounce silver bars, cheapest premium, but then it's 100 ounces of silver. So, but American eagles, that's the traditional. That's what when I flip my coin, that's an American eagle. Does it buy gold? You buy gold when the Fed cuts rates or when the Fed stops raising rates. But pretty much there. And then if there's a fearful environment, low interest rates, that's a great environment for gold. So, Chad, how you feeling? Y'all feeling good? The market's running up. 4110. Decent day. Y'all feeling good? Are you feeling good, Chad? Are you feeling good? I hope you're feeling good, man. I hope you're feeling good. I hope you're feeling good. Can I interest you in anything? Is there anything you guys would be interested in? Is there anything you'd be interested in around this time? Is there anything I could interest? If there is, let me know, because we still have some likes available. I don't know how bad the likeflation has been hitting you, but you know, If you got like 100, I don't know. If you want filo, I need to make sure the people want the filo. Show me you want the filo with the like button. If you want the filo, I got it for you. I'm excited about it too. I could smell it. I just need a like on I just want to make sure you want to hear it. And then after filo, we're going to get straight into earnings and data. And we're going to go over everything everyone's going to want right afterwards. But if you want it, like the video. Let's go. Oh, yes. Yes, we'll have the earnings previews. All of them. All of them. Oh, man. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's filo. This is the second one we've done intraday of the year. And it was very refreshing yesterday. And honestly, I didn't think we would go this long without filo intraday until I realized it's been like 6 to 7 months. Time just flew, and I didn't really realize it. But this filo is great. And like I said, we're going to go over data after this. And it's funny, okay? I have a very funny filo today at the end. So some people might get offended by it, but you might want to listen to this one towards the end. It's actually a trip. It is actually a trip. It's funny though. It made me smile, and I hope that the Lord smiles at it too. But do you want to know what today's filo is about? I hope you're ready for it. Because like I'm saying, man, it feels refreshing to have filo. It really does. And I was going over something the other day. And man, Chad, it is time we reignite the filo. Oh, I don't know if they feel me. Oh, Chad. Oh, you got ads. Damn, they don't even stop for filo. Well, give it like 5 seconds. No. I want a reignition of filo. And I'm not talking about talking with you at 10 a.m. about filo. That's not what I mean. I mean, like, I want you to get re-enchanted about what is going on with filo. About where you are going to go in life, on what you could work on, how you're going to better yourself, how to stay in control, be the best version of yourself, unlock that potential you have. I mean, like, get excited again. And let me tell you why. So there's a verse. I'm going to give you I like usually I would read it to you. I'm just going to give you guys the quick summary. Okay, Luke 17 is a beautiful verse, and it starts. And they said, God, like, what do we do? Like, how do I the disciples asked him, they're like, how do I increase my faith? They said, I told you this one too. Right? They said, show us how to increase our faith. And do you know what he answered? He said, you want to increase your faith? You want to increase your belief? He said, go forgive somebody. That's it. I don't think you realize how crazy that is. He said, no, he didn't say go work. He didn't say go do this, go read 15,000 verses, go give all of your money away, go do, you know what I'm saying? Sacrifice every single minute of your time. No. The only standard to get more faith was to forgive somebody. Oh, man. But this is why it got me excited. Because you know what I realized? I sat there for a second. And I took a step back, and this is what made me want to reignite filo in a whole nother way. Because I really reflected on it. And I got excited because I was like, you know what? It kind of makes sense because I feel like in a weird way, every year, it gets harder to forgive people. Oh, I don't know if you feel me. Oh, it's okay. I'll be honest about it. You know, it's weird because I'm not bitter. I don't hold too many grudges. You know, sometimes I can, But it's not like I say it out of bitterness, but like every single year, it does get harder to forgive people. You know why? Because it was easier then. Bro, it's easier to forgive when there wasn't that much life lived. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's it. Like, 5 years ago, bro, like, who are you forgiving, right? You had less people that you dealt with, whatever it was, you move on, you live a little bit through life, and then now you're like, oh, I remember that person did this. Oh, I had to deal with this. I went through this. Every year you go through more and more and more and more and more life. And it gets a little bit more difficult. You see what I'm trying to tell you, man? A lot of things that we philoed about a couple of years ago, bro, it was easy. You know that? Bro, it was easier when you dealt with less to accomplish it. It's easier to forgive when there wasn't much to forgive. When less life was lived. So it was easier to be generous when you were dealing with a lot of stuff. You could go down the list every single year. You were early on. You were just starting. See, so do you see why I'm excited? Because I'm just looking around and I'm like, oh, shit. You could go get disappointed. You could go get frustrated. You could go look at everything. But everything you already went through, bro, that was the easy stuff. Can you do it again now on a different difficulty level? You thought it was a challenge to forgive people 5 years ago. You thought it was a challenge to go get a job and save money, and you thought that was the test 5 years ago. No. Now do it again. Oh, I don't know if you feel me, Chad. You see why I'm reading? Now it's like it was easy then. You didn't know anything back then. You know way less than you did now. It was easier then. Do it again now. Now with real experience. Now with a real difficulty. Now you have real problems that you're going to actually have to get to go through. See, so that's why I'm excited for round 2 of Philo. Because now we could do the whole exact thing all over again. But this time it's harder. Same thing, same challenge, same task, but now it's harder. For real, there's a lot more things we've all dealt with even together. Ooh! So that's why I like it. This is all from Luke 17. And then the next verse, after he tells that to him, increase your faith, go by doing, forgive somebody. And then the next thing he says, the best part about that verse, the next thing he gets into, he tells a random story. Or there was about people that like Jesus healed. 10 people came up to Jesus. They all had like a big disease. He heals all 10 of them. And he tells them, go to the church people. Show them what I did. And they go and show them. And then out of all the 10 people, only one person comes back to say thank you. And I've read that verse a lot. I used to think it was just to highlight how like great Jesus was and how like, how people suck. But then I kind of realized it again. I was like, wait a minute. 10 healed, 1 came back. You thought the first stage was the final stage. I don't know if y'all feel me on this. That's like being sick, getting healed, right? And then what's the next step? He said, go show people and then come back. It was easy to show people. Everybody loves doing that. They all showed he said, go show these people. They did it, but nobody came back. But do you see why I'm excited? Do you see what I'm telling you? Some of y'all, you thought you getting sick to getting healed, right? Life was bad. Life got good. You didn't know this. Now you know that. You thought that was the final thing. It wasn't. That was you just going from sick to healed. Now you got to go show and come back. But what's the reality of it? Only 1 out of 10 come back. That means round 2 of Philo, only 1 out of 10 come back. Oh, man. Woo! Oh, man. So here's the last part now. This is where it gets fun, okay? So serious, like this one, we're going to end it with some fun here. I'm going to read you a verse. And honestly, I think the Lord knows my heart. Really, for real. Because I know some people are going to get so mad at this. I read the last part of the verse. And the last part of the verse is called the coming of the kingdom. And again, I'm in a good mood, like when I read my book, right? And then I just started reading it a little different yesterday. And pretty much anytime the phrase, the Son of Man, came up, I replaced it with stock market crash. I know, I'm awful. This is what I'm saying. So don't get offended. Do not get offended. Because someone's going to get offended by it. I know. Oh, but the result was hilarious. And I loved it. So can I share it with you? I'll show you what I did. So then one day, the Pharisees asked Jesus, when will the kingdom of God come? The kingdom of God can't be, so wait, we got to replace that. They asked him, when will the stock market crash? Jesus replied, the stock market crash can't be detected by visible signs. You won't be able to say, here it is, it's over there, for the stock market crash is already among you. And then he said to his disciples, the time is coming when you will long to see the day when the stock market crash returns, but you won't see it. People will tell you, look, there is the stock market crashing, or here it is. But don't go out and follow them. For as the lightning flashes and lights up the sky from one end to the other, so it will be on the day when the stock market crashes. But first, the stock market must suffer terribly and be rejected by this generation. When the stock market returns, it will be like it was in the Noah's day, or the stock market crash returns, it will be like it was in Noah's day. In those days, the people enjoyed banquets and parties and weddings right up to the time Noah entered his boat and the flood came and destroyed them all. And the world will be as it was in the days of Lot. People went about their daily business, eating, drinking, buying, selling, farming, and building, until the morning Lot left Sodom. Then fire and burning sulfur rained down and destroyed them all. Yes, it will be business as usual right up until the day when the stock market crash is revealed. On that day, a person going out on the deck of a roof must not go into the house to pack. A person out on the field must not return home. Remember what happened to Lot's wife. If you cling to your life, you will lose it. And if you let your life go, you will save it. That night, two people will be asleep in one bed. One will be taken, the other left. Two women will be grinding flour together at the mill. One will be taken, the other left. Where will this happen, Lord? The disciples asked. Jesus replied, just as the gathering of vultures shows there's a carcass nearby, so these signs indicate that the end is near. Wow. So, I thought it was pretty funny. I really did. And I read it normally, too. That's what made me reread it again. Are you ready for this, though? But seriously. In all seriousness. And I know some people don't like philo. And I hope you listened to the interview we did with Hugh Hendry. I really hope you do listen to it. Because, again, that's the second interview I've done where biblical concepts are brought up in abstract forms to just look at thinking in terms of finance. So it's very simple, man. Is this about spirituality? Yes. But I think you could draw some worldly wisdom from it. And what I mean by that is just kind of how the suddenness is described. The suddenness of things happening, I think you could learn from that. Literally, even in Jesus' day, bro, everybody was calling for a recession. You see what I'm saying? It's showing you how, even then, wherever that book was written ago, it's showing you the nature of collapse and random things. So I hope you focus on the features. It said everybody is going to say here, there, here, there, here, there. Right? Then it's going to say everybody wants the recession, the suddenness, the wisdom of how it collapses. Again, they said it'll be like lightning. Literally, call it what you want. But no one will see it coming. People will claim they know exactly when it's going to happen. And it's going to arrive and leave like lightning. Oh, I don't know if I love that one. Because that really reminded me of the stock market. If you could describe any bank crash that we saw in the last month, I would describe it as lightning. The sky was clear. You woke up, the lightning struck, boom, out of nowhere. Something hit. But just as quickly as it touches down, it goes back up. Again, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I think you could learn about suddenness and collapse from this. You don't have to take this spiritually. That's what I was saying. That's why I was like, it's very interesting. Everybody will call it out. Everybody will say they know. Nobody will see it coming. Like lightning, it will be here just as quickly as it comes, it will disappear. And then I love the final part. You can expect to walk away with some things, but not everything. Just like it said, the Noah's Day, the Lot Day, even in the nature of calamity as described in a biblical book 2,000 years ago, people still walked away with something. But you couldn't walk away with everything. That's why I said to you earlier today, it seems like going for everything will make sure you lose everything. But willing to lose a little to gain a little will get you everything. So pardon the extremes, for real. But I hope you're wise enough to get what I just said. That last part was fun. That last part, I remixed what was said. But that last part's a lesson on collapse. That last part is a lesson on how things quickly arrive and leave and the suddenness. So I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you get what it is, and I hope you could relate it to whatever you go through. But Chad, take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy. And make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist main channel. First link, Scream Alerts Bootcamp at Real Estate Court. That's it. That court? Course, not court. Court? But yeah, it's good, huh? I said, I like that philo. That's why I'm saying I'm excited, man. Everything was easy. That's it. We're going to do the same exact thing, but on hard mode. Now just with more experience. That's why I like the whole philo, man. I'm hyped on it. I'm hyped on it. And 1 out of 10 come back. So don't be discouraged, because only 1 out of 10 will face that challenge to go for level 2. Oh, man. And then just a little bit of wisdom on the suddenness, too. I liked it a lot. I told you after that interview, I was inspired. I told you after that interview, I started reading the book, and I started seeing some other things. I was like, damn, I'm taking out a different set of wisdom from this book now. That was Luke 17. You should go read it. You should go read. Again, just read the end at the very least. And I hope you could take a practical lesson out of it if the spirituality scares you too much. But yeah, that's your philo, Chad. I love you all. God bless you. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm going to go pee now. Is that meta? Oh, no, I think it's something that ended with the A. And then we're just squeezing, bro. So it's cool. It's cool with me, man. It's cool with me, bro. That's it. We're back to yesterday's level, 41.19. So this is the squeeze point. We either come down a little bit or we rock it up from here. But this is the squeeze point. This was the low. Thursday, Friday, Monday, low. We bounced above it every time. You get above here, you squeeze. If not, you die. Or at least this will be the top for power hour. Because if we don't squeeze from here, it's already squeezed. But if we dance, you could burn another hour until power hour, and then that's it. So this might be a temporary high, but we'll see. Bro, MPW, man. Let's go, bro. Let's go. I needed that. Oh, God bless you, MPW. Yeah, 2.7 now. There you go. CRI. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you, and I'll be right back.
Which he put out in early March. It has line by line exactly what the spending we're in favor of and what the tax policy is that we're in favor of. All told, it would reduce the deficit by $3 trillion over a 10-year period, while protecting the programs that families rely upon, whether it's Meals on Wheels or the Head Start program or Pell Grants. It would not enact the kinds of vicious cuts that the GOP bill would do. For example, the GOP bill cuts by 22% spending on veterans' medical care. The VA estimates that 30 million outpatient visits for veterans would be eliminated because of these dramatic cuts. Moody's estimates that if we enacted the GOP bill, it would meaningfully increase the risk of a recession and would result in 800,000 fewer jobs. So that's their vision. We have a very different vision that also cuts the deficit but is pro-growth and pro-innovation. We're happy to have that conversation. We're not going to have that conversation in the context of whether we default or not unless the GOP gets their way.
Well, Bharath, you said pro-growth and pro-innovation. Part of what seems to be, or at least is reported to be, part of the pitch, and we should mention that this is just the GOP's essentially opening offer when it comes to the debt limit bill. Part of your vision, or part of the Biden administration's vision, is going to be innovation around bringing things back onto U.S. soil, initiatives that could potentially feed into the inflationary story. How is that better than pulling back on the benefits that, to your point, are sad, but ultimately are at the kind of are going to hit parts of this country that really need that help, but we are still dealing with an inflationary economy. How do you square the two?
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that because part of what the GOP is going after here are some of the clean energy and production tax credits that were put in place last year and under the Inflation Reduction Act. Those are already attracting tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars of private investment to the United States. And some reporting has shown that a lot of that investment, in fact, the majority of it, is going to Republican districts. So by repealing those credits, in fact, what the House Republicans are saying in many instances is that they would rather see jobs in their own districts potentially go overseas, investment in new high-quality jobs, innovative new technologies in their own districts go overseas.
New technologies.
But that's a heavy price to pay, and it's not something we're willing to do.
Heavy price. Meta on the
So
highs.
obviously the market's...
The stock market still hates you.
Good morning. Slept in. That's good. Didn't really miss much. It just went straight up after going down for the last 4 days. And now we're right back to where we started. Oh, man. Jim Cramer says he doesn't believe in this rally. Puts are toast. Well, if we end up going higher, this will be weird. When did earnings season start? It was like the 16th, 17th. If we end up higher, it'll be very weird. It'll be the first time in about a year and a half where we ran up in the pre-earnings and then actually went higher afterwards. So we'll see. But then again, what's the caveat? Does anybody know? There's a caveat to the rally. I think the rally can continue. I also think nothing can happen. But I also think nothing matters. I'm not a nihilist. I'm looking ahead. And you're very close to it. You got to realize it. Anybody? Well, the data tomorrow, that's part of it for sure. But yeah, you already know. Thank God. Dude, Jerome Powell is the same day today next week, Thursday or Wednesday. So day ahead. Dude, Jerome Powell is next week. That's it. So you're going to get Apple earnings. We're going to get Amazon. Whether it's good or bad, we're probably now going to move within this range. And then that's it. It's just like December. What happened in December? Remember, we held up this little... Tell me this does not look exactly like November leading into December. And you're doing it all over again. It kind of was like that here. But now, and this was all waiting till... This was CPI. This was Powell. You remember that? So now we're going to have PCE tomorrow, and then you're going to have your Powell candle, and then that'll free us into the higher levels or lower levels, depending on Pow, and then bonds and everybody else in between. Damn, we're above 41.19, so 41.24, 41.23, and then 41.26, the top of this candle, and then 41.37. So it's about 15 points to the max, but like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if we topped out here up until power hour, but it's 11 right now, and we're still going. So it's already moved a little bit higher than I already expected. $4,200. I mean, shit, dude. Well, that's the thing. It's like right when we get above 4,100, you get dangerous. That's what happened last time. Every time we break above 4,100, you're almost like halfway there within a couple of days. So it does move aggressively here, but you do got these little headwinds. But then granted, your biggest tech in the world right now is up a substantial amount over the last 48 hours. But let's see. And then FRC's holding. I think we're gonna have to wait for the move tomorrow if they give any more updates. Service Now, did that recover? Dude, that thing's green now. That was a wild recovery. Yeah, that's crazy. Look at the VIX one day. Oh, I forgot. I forgot that little guy existed. Huh? Wait, what? Bro, everybody's buying puts right now. Am I tripping? Bro, so everybody is buying puts on this. What? So the amount of 0-day or 1-day puts is just climbing as we are running back. You're back up to yesterday's high. And yesterday's high, I mean, you were a solid 2% lower. Yeah, that's maybe why we have it. Dude, that nonstop. That's cool. This is the first day because, again, we've only had this for a couple of days. And every day the market was going down. So now we're watching the VIX one day on a solidly green day. We've only watched it on a red day for now. It's only been around for 3 days. So very interesting to see. Because now that means there's more puts than calls on the 1-day options than anything right around here. Those expire, I think, today or in 1 day. It says VIX 1 day, but I don't know if it's 0-day or if it counts the ones for tomorrow, too. If it expires tomorrow, it might make sense. Yeah, well, watch out here. Let's see if there's a reaction. Let's see if the market actually, again, this just means this whole rally, everybody's been buying puts onto that, or at least on the 1 days. Tesla, Microsoft, Sherwin-Williams on the high. Oh, Bob even came back up. Good for you, bro. Good for you. The bank, we don't know. Just we're waiting for an update with FRC on the sale or not. And actually, you guys ready? Amazon? Did we go over Amazon earnings preview? I don't think so, no. All right, let's do it. Y'all ran up the like. Y'all ran up the likes. You made it through Philo. It's time we earnings preview, ladies and gentlemen. It is time we earnings preview. Oh, yeah, and I missed that super chat. I was doing Philo. Someone said, what did he say? Abraham bought my house in Michigan, April, off market, 150, valued at 215. Aren't priced in the estimate. Are you going to flip it? That's good. He bought that in 2021. Allah. Red Candle, FRC, even Red Candle SPY. How long you hold in MPW? Until they cut the dividend. So, after today's earnings, it doesn't seem like that's the case. So, probably really, really long time. If they never cut the dividend, I will never sell it. All right, Amazon earnings. Amazon results are to shed light on the cloud unit growth. Amazon investors are looking for clarity on the depth of the slump affecting the company's cloud computing unit. Sales growth at Amazon Web Services, which during some quarters accounts for Amazon's entire operating profit, has slowed to a record low as companies seek to trim their technology spending. The unit began testing its largest ever round of layoffs on Wednesday. Broader cost cuts, including layoffs in Amazon's retail unit and lower spending on new warehouses, are expected to mean improved margins for the company's retail business, likely in the second half of the year. The net estimate of net sales estimate $124 billion, online store estimate $50.5, physical stores $4.7, subscription net sales $9 billion, AWS expected to come in at $21 billion, margin operating to be 2.38. And then second quarter operating income estimate is going to be 4.7, net sales $130 billion. Analyst commentary, in our view, Amazon's continued job cuts signal that growth is slowing. Simply put, cut jobs and printing a record quarter is a bad look to remaining employees. Given the company's workforce reductions and continued macroeconomic uncertainty, we see the potential for revenue and profit guidance to fall well below Q2 23 consensus estimate of $130 billion and $4.3 billion. That is what Wedbush Security says. Investors remain cautious on AWS as the cloud industry slows in the face of broader macro headwinds, which could impact Amazon's margin recovery, giving AWS compromises the majority of Amazon's operating income. Let's see, hold on, I got one more. So Amazon cloud weakness could temper results again. First quarter sales may rise 7 as continued weakness in web services gains from lower enterprise demand offset better third-party revenue. Advertising, Prime Video sales momentum. AWS constant currency sales growth could slow to the low teens, and operating margin may be the near low 20s. With this tempo continuing into the next quarter, we'll be watching for Amazon's cost-cutting efforts and strategies to offset a weaker economic environment, which could send online sales falling below low single digits in first quarter. Amazon's operating margin may remain under pressure until cloud momentum reaccelerates, pressuring earnings, giving its higher contribution to overall profitability. Yeah, so this all comes down to cloud, dude. That's it. If their cloud can recover and recover better than Microsoft, it's golden. If not, they're dead. They have 56 buy targets, 3 holds, and 1 sell. The average price target is $134, 27% upside from the current price. Implied one-day share move following earnings is 8.2%. GAAP EPS has beaten 6 of the last 12 quarters. Shares are down 24% in the past year, while the SPX is down 2.2. So honestly, these guys are the most. They have the least amount of premium out of all the big tech. So that's Amazon. If they do good on cloud, they're going to rock it. But again, I feel like Netflix, Meta, Google, they were all up a lot more comparatively. So Amazon's still down 25% on the 12-month. So like, remember I've been showing you this chart and I said just like take the 1 year. They have the biggest cloud, yes. AWS is, I'm pretty sure. Azure is pretty big, though. But yes, they do have the biggest. YouTube getting aggressive with the ads. Dude, did you not see that earnings? It makes a lot of sense. That's it. YouTube is in Google. I mean, I don't know. We'll find out after Snapchat earnings today. I'll tell you, if Snapchat does better than Google, oh my goodness, you have a problem. But yeah, YouTube, Google, bro, they've had 3 quarters of declining revenue. Okay. Snow. I made another option play on Amazon. I'm going to probably do one more by the end of the day. Ba-da, bop, bop, bop. I was typing out. That's good. I'm just mad at the timing because I remember I did that put. The put is barely down. I grabbed that one in the earlier here, but I don't know if the call. I just grabbed a call. Yeah, I would have saved 10%. So that's the only risk. But don't trade it. Not a recommendation. I grabbed far out of the money Amazon's calls for next week. So it's between the range, pretty much just on their 1 year. Like I was just looking at that. Again, compared to every other earnings, none of them were this low. Like maybe Google was the only one that was lower on the year. And then they didn't even have the cloud. But then, like, again, Microsoft on the year, they were at the same spot. Netflix was at the same exact spot as a year ago. Like, exactly. Metaverse, same exact spot. So, out of all the big tech, Amazon is the one. There's a lot of upside to it if it does reignite cloud again. So, I did a YOLO call on it. I call it a YOLO just because it has to go more than expectations. But then I still have a put too. So we'll see how this plays. Why not own the stock? Because you can, I could lose on this one, but the stock in the sense of just like all of these, every single first earnings candle, it has not gone back. So like that candle on Meta, $2,000, no turning back. Microsoft, $2,000, no turning back. Every single big candle, up or down. Netflix was the only one that came back. That one you were down 2,000 because it dropped and then it shot back up, but then it's still a little lower there. So I think the shares on the release have bigger risk in the sense that your risk is undefined. No, I said next week, not next year. Yeah, it's far out the money. I mean, it's in between. It's lower than 150, and it's higher than the $8 that's priced in. It's higher than 118, lower than 150. So again, I'm just playing the yearly move, give or take. The shares, since I spent a lot on that one, the shares would have been cheaper, but shares you'll lose pretty much with the shares. I could lose exactly that same amount within the first minute as the whole option play practically. So that's about it. The reason, and then again, it's just undefined. If the cloud is really good or really bad, if it goes worse, I'll be down an additional $1,000 there. So the only reason I'm doing the option is why options are used. I know I have a defined risk. That's it. That's so in this case with earnings, and after seeing how the last couple of earnings have played out instantly, I would rather have a defined risk than another set of the shares where boom, instantly up or down $1,000, $2,000, and then if there's no, I don't know. I kind of want shares though because after seeing Netflix, but I'm worried because if they do guide lower, they're fucking dead. And that I think that'll be a $20 move on the downside. But then if they reignite cloud, then I think it's $20 extra to the upside. Yeah, we'll see though. We'll see. But in this case, I do want the defined risk, but we'll find out. We'll find out who the answer is, because I could still lose. That's the thing. With the options, I know my risk to the downside is defined, but what's most likely going to happen? They do good, they go up $10, but they don't go up enough, and then I still lose, and then you're clapped either way. In the money calls is a higher risk. So I went with really cheap options. My put was more expensive, but the calls I went with very, very cheap. The options are expensive either way. I agree, but I do think some of the far out, I mean, it's because you have less time though. So I am on less time with it, but they do seem, I don't know. I just don't think people are expecting it to move $20 extra. I think that's where they become, what's it called? Where they're not like too aggressive, but again, the break even is insane if you actually calculate the break evens. And these out of the monies are actually up 300% on the day. That's insane. But then again, the stock, this is the biggest pre-earnings move, I think, since last year. I only have 1 week here, end of next week. But that's, I mean, we're playing cloud, big major cloud beat or not. That's it. Because that's what it's, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. If all of their operating profit is based on cloud, if they recover like Microsoft, it makes sense why they're the only tech stock that's trading as low as they are comparative to where they were last year. That's if they recover. If they don't, the thing is, that's it. You might get a really low guidance number out of Amazon. I grabbed a put on Amazon and I grabbed a call, but I did it reverse. I should have bought the call on the way up, but I think the put, I wanted to sell the put after hours or before the bell because I thought the puts were just getting smashed. They got the early smash off the run, but then I'm thinking by the end of the day, everybody's going to finalize plays and then all the IV is going to shoot up. It's already up a shit ton already on the calls because it went up 5%, but I'm assuming people might want to rush to a little bit of that protection. But the put, again, I shorted it $1 lower, or I grabbed the put $1 lower, and the put is still the same price, roughly. Intel has earnings? Wow. I didn't know Intel had earnings. TPR RH running up. No, I might sell the put before earnings depending on the premium, and then I'm gonna hold the calls. No, I bought one put on Amazon, and then I bought out of the money calls. Put closer to the money. The put I could get in the money if it just recovers today. And then the calls are like, that's it. You need home run cloud. Otherwise, you're losing all of that. Yeah, so Intel. Oh, yeah. Should we get Snapchat too? Intel results to show how it's coping with PC slump. Intel, the largest U.S. chip maker, will report earnings Thursday and provide an outlook for the current quarter, giving an update on how it's weathering a severe personal computer slump. The company has promised that its orders will improve once customers finish drawing down stockpiles of unused components, but analysts, they're concerned that demand for computer processors will remain sluggish even when inventory adjustment is over. They're expected to do $11.11 billion. Oh, they have AI, data center and AI revenue, $3.5 billion. Adjusted gross margin, 39. Second quarter estimate is $11.75 billion. Adjusted loss per share, 2 cents. And adjusted gross margin, 41. Analyst commentary, Rosenblatt, they said sell price target 17. Market data, inventories, and the state of the new product introductions are all somewhat murky to us, but with a definite downward bias, in particular to data center and notebooks, according to analyst Hans Mosenman. They're giving yearly guidance too, but they have 9 buys, 28 holds, 9 sells. Average price target $29.75, 0.1% upside from current price. Implied one-day move following earnings is 7.5%, and adjusted EPS has beaten estimates 10 of the last 12 quarters. Shares are down 34% in the past year, while the SPX is down 2.4. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Timmy tweet on the Powell video. Oh, I'm going to see that. So the clips of the phone call with pranksters who claim to be Zelensky. It's questions about the U.S. monetary. It says the answers are broadly similar to public statements he made for months. Nobody knows if it's real or fake yet. That's just still amazing to me. But then someone said the government confirmed it, but I still haven't seen that. I haven't looked for it, though, either. So maybe that's why I haven't seen it. Okay. And then SPY's trying to work its way up. That's not even power. We got 45 more minutes. Snapchat. Are you guys ready for this? Bow now now bow 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 now now bow bow bow. Everybody snap now bow. Bow, bow, AI, bow, bow. Just mention AI and everything will rip. Everybody now. I'm sorry. I don't want to get anything stuck in your head, you know? Like ghetto superstar. That is what you are. Coming from above. Don't forget about it, okay? Don't forget about it. But here's your Snapchat earnings preview. Snapchat may be weighed down by ad spend in the economy. So Snap is scheduled to report their first quarter results after the market close on Thursday, and analysts are expecting to see pressure on ad spend. However, it is a potentially positive sign for the social media company. Alphabet's results came in better than expected, so did Meta, helped by a recovery in ad sales. Shares of Snap were relatively unchanged on Wednesday. The stock is up about 13% on this year. Bank of America, price target $12, neutral. This is still a tough environment for ad spend, and checks suggest that ongoing pressure and experimental spend and shift to larger platforms. The firm expects a modest improvement in growth, but the second quarter, but progress with Snap's direct response services and time spent will be critical for investor sentiment. Bloomberg says a challenging economic environment could limit positive revenue revisions as advertisers remain cautious with their budgets. However, while growth expectations have come down sharply, the company might still exceed consensus for first quarter EBITDA, driven by a 20% cost cut in fixed cost. Estimate for revenue, $1 billion, North America, $680, Europe, $161, rest of the world, $162. Adjusted loss per share estimate, 5 cents. Adjusted EBITDA, $9.3 million. Daily active users, 383.2 million. Average revenue per user, 2.62 and 6.75 in America, and free cash flow estimate of $81.9 billion. And the second quarter estimate is expected to be revenue of $1.1 billion, adjusted EBITDA of $53 million, and daily active users of 394.6. Snap, baby. Oh, he's back. Stock trading. Stock trading in Snapchat. Be careful. Y'all know what happened last time. Woo. So here it is. You have, oh, wait, we got one more. I got one more analyst thing, I think. Okay. So those Snaps growth expectations have come down sharply for first half with about a 6% negative top-line revision. The company still may exceed consensus for first quarter, driven by a 20% cut in fixed costs. The challenging economic environment could limit positive revenue revisions as advertisers remain cautious and as other people move to TikTok. According to a survey, about 62% of video content creators are likely to move to Instagram, 58% to YouTube, and 31% to Snap if TikTok is prohibited. That's interesting. I didn't think Snap would rank that high. So again, negative consensus sales revisions of 6 reflect easier comps, aka sandbag. Average revenue per user might decrease. U.S. daily active users may be in line with previous quarters. Could see a boost from creators looking to diversify from TikTok. Slowing top-line growth may intensify margin stress. Fixed cost cuts should alleviate EBITDA pressures. SPY is ripping. Are we at 41.19 now? I think, no, we're above that. Yeah, you're at 41.25, so 41.28. And then if you get through 41.28, bro, 41.37 is the gap fill, but then it's 41.48 and 41.50. But I don't, that seems like too much for me today. I mean, I'm down, but still, that's crazy. But Snapchat, they have 7 buy targets, 31 holds, and 4 sells. Average price target, 1080. 5% upside from the current price. Implied one-day move following earnings is 17%. Adjusted EBITDA has beaten 10 of the last 12 quarters, and shares are down 64% in the past year versus the SPX down 3.3. Wow. So not bad, but they have upside. But again, they have upside and they have a sandbag. So we're going to see what they actually do. So, and then Q4 Amazon. Oh, yeah, huh? Amazon and Snap tanked us. Q4. Am I bullish on Snap? Not really. I'm just kind of more like peaky, you know, like I got my eyes open. I'm not going to play it, but I think just like I said, in a weird way, I'm looking for economic signs. And even then specifically, I'm looking, like even with Amazon too, you know, what I would be looking for with these earnings is one thing to play them, but also it's like I'm looking for divergence between the reporting. I want to see where is the economic activity going? Like literally, is there a recovery in ad spend, or is it just individual companies performing better? Is there, you know, like what's going on with all of the other tech names? How are they getting affected by the interest rates? Is cloud actually recovering? Are people actually, you know, cutting back on tech expenses? Are people really, you know, trying to like pull back, or are we still seeing strong consumers, strong ad spend, all of that good stuff? So, but Snapchat we have in the long term, you know, haven't bought since 2020, but I'm watching it. I mean, I hope they could do good and they have a low comp, but you know, my expectation level is very, very low at this point. So, and it's just like, I just want to see if they do better than Google. That's it. If they have an ad recovery better than Google, that will tell me more than not about anything going on right now. We're right at Tuesday's open. Yeah, this is the top of the candle. So this is its own little level here. And then 41.29 is a level. Then this is another close. And this is, so like, there's a lot of mini levels in between here. Why is MCRB on the low? They hate us. No one is recovering. Okay. Okay. Well, there you go. That's your bearish message of the day. SPY's unstoppable. It's good. Y'all needed some emotions. That's it. 4 days down, 1 day up. They just messing with you. Tomorrow's going to be big, though, now. PCE, Amazon after the bell. Woo! It's going to be wild. We're up today because Meta is up 15%. Microsoft's up again. It was just earnings sentiment. Even the earnings in the morning, nothing was really bad. I mean, even MPW wasn't even bad. Like, that should even tell you something. But that's I think positive earnings, no bad updates out the banks. I think tomorrow we are on watch for bad bank news, but then again, whatever happens with Amazon, I mean, that could set the attitude. And then next week, Apple and Powell. I mean, they did a decent amount already. The GDP, well, data, I don't know. I think the GDP was actually pretty negative. But then maybe bad news is good news. Best high yield savings. Look into American Express or like, what was it, Citi? Like the video. Why good earnings, stocks down, there's no explanation, but it must be because of news. It's called the charts. We want everyone to give better info, take the lows and take the highs. I think some days that's it. Like, you know, in the sense that we watch everybody come up with a reason. Even days where we know why something went up or down, it doesn't mean other people don't have different thoughts. So, like, there's been days where, like, we clearly saw data reactions and it was clearly news-driven, and I've seen the whole entire financial market say it was because of something else. So, some days it is news. Some days it is nothing. Some days it is more technical than not, and that's why, I mean, unfortunately, with the market this large and complex, you have to take it all in. So, I do think better info is always great, and even then, to get better, I mean, you do have to take in, you know, a lot of things all at once. Truly is nothing more than the simplest reasons, nothing with news or earnings. Just excuses the news gives. Yesterday you took the lows, now you attempt to take the highs. I see what you're saying, but I definitely think there was just new information, though, that was presented. I mean, earnings does this. That's the sad part when it's all said and done, but I do see the simplicity. ADC, yalla, MPW, go to $20,000. Yalla. Wait, what? How did the long term go up? So I think everything started running up now. Because we took an L on NVIDIA, or excuse me, Abivy today. But everything else is working now. Where's MO? Oh, I think MO flipped. We were down on that. Amzn, good company. They got a lot going on. I haven't looked at their chart in a little bit. I remember when Snap earnings would either make the whole market gap up 2% or gap down. Dude, isn't that funny, though? Like, we're up with today. I mean, Meta is up 15%. So it's like, and this was the first time Meta came before Snap in like a year. So let's see. Let's see, man. Because imagine if yesterday was Snapchat instead of Meta, I wonder how today would have looked. But guess what? We'll never know. We'll never know. Because we're going to get Snapchat after the bell today. And if that was bad, if that came in yesterday, then you know the answer. But we'll see. We will see. I look forward to listening to this stream every week. Amen. I look forward to being on here every week. I actually, every week. A couple hundred weeks in a row, baby. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, MO was up, but they dropped in the morning. And then their earnings they missed, but then they reaffirmed guidance to the upside. Oh, man, another run? Dude, this is hideous. This is disgusting. That's now, again, I was saying 41.19. It's not even power hour. I thought we were going to have the power hour dump, dude. Or I thought it was going to chill out a little bit, but you're fully in squeeze mode now. That's it. You're above the Tuesday gap down open, and now you're working. You're already right here. You're next to 41.33. That is the close of Friday, and then the close of Monday was 41.37. So this is one level, 41.48. Then I'd watch in between here, and then 41.55 is the money zone. Oh, it doesn't do the same to the downside? I don't think that's fair. That's what I said the other day. I called it out. It was here on Tuesday. I said, just Chad, remember this day. Because people say that every time. They're like, oh, it doesn't do this to the downside. It did. It did this on Tuesday. Do you not remember Tuesday? Bro, Tuesday, you gap down, went straight down. You had, that's 20 minutes of bouncing, and then that's it. You had 25 minutes of bouncing that whole day. If you literally just calculate it. Like Tuesday was just straight sell-off. And then even then, the next day kept going. So I don't think that's what I'm saying. There's days it flip-flops, but this week we've experienced straight down. It did it for one effing day. No. Again, it's just like when everybody says why, the stock market's not down, but then we go and look. There's several individual names that are down. Again, there's been days where it has just gone straight down. So, but Tuesday was the most recent one where that one was just undoubtedly flush, no bounce, flush, zero, anything. Josh, I'm bull. There he is. Where were you in the morning, bro? Now you bullish? I know you always bullish every day, but still. Usually you come in earlier with that, man. But it's good. You came back. Always adding to the long term. Amen, baby. Amen. Apple's hitting a high now on this. Netflix still up there. Amazon ain't moved yet. Google's still up 108. Everything is just melted up and pinned to the high. Wait for this epic. Well, tomorrow pre-market, depending on PCE, you might very well get that reaction. It just depends. Again, there's a lot tomorrow. Coinbase responds to SEC Wells notice on their blog. I thought they already did that. But coin headline, Is 3M going up? There you go. You're really quiet about MCRB. You know, just if you word it like that, I already talked about it. You woke up late, dog. I'm sorry. So I'm not really quiet about it. You're just late. So still holding. Keep watching. But we said if you wanted it, the morning was your time to get out. And then we had a couple more updates on it. You're going to have to go back through the video. eBay was good. That could help out Amazon a little bit. That's the X7 on your story. It's not an X7, no. No. 3M is now, we're going to get back to 105. Coinbase, again, you got that update. Procter Gamble now, everything's green, actually. Shit. Energy flip green and healthcare. There's not one red on the day. And are you ready for this one, Chad? Are you ready for this? This one's great. Communications are up 5.85%. That's crazy. 5.8% on communications. That's wild. And Amazon, look, our puts are green now, and then the calls are green too. So this could be the best case scenario, hopefully. Glad I got an MPW. It's chill for now. I'm excited. I'm glad. You know, God is good, bro. And I think we have at least 3 to 6 months of our dividends safe. So let the stock price move around. Who gives a shit? But now we at least know we could have some confidence in our, in our dividends on the year, or at least towards the middle or end. But hopefully at that time, you know, we don't even care, in the sense that we could buy other things or do a lot better. Amazon. Oh, I thought I had Amazon up. I took it off for MPW because we were talking about it. Yeah, PCE, give me a second. I'll get you those numbers in a sec and we could discuss it. No. There it is. So here's where we're at. 44.63 a year. But now we know, again, MPW is now going to be our largest dividend payer. And now like I'm saying, up until here, like September, October, they're going to pay out the next payment in July. Then they'll have earnings around then. But I think up until like here, we should be good with MPW, and then just keep monitoring the situation. I want to do covered calls until it rips, like really, really rips. So, but now it's good. Again, we're doing about $371 a month, and then the portfolio is yielding about 5.7%. $3M, we get more yield off $3M now than JP. It's cool, I guess. Amazon could lose on cloud. That's it. MPW, I think a lot of things kind of dropping out there. Even Amazon, like I said, the puts went green. The calls flipped now too. I would look into JEPI, but at a lower price. Today's the reverse. Amazon will miss. It could. Remember that happened last year. Do you guys not remember that? You remember Amazon? It was like good earnings. Then Amazon had the biggest one-day move to the upside ever, like ever in history. And then the next day after earnings, it had its biggest down day in history. You guys don't remember that? That was last year. I think, where was it? I think it was this one right here. Yeah, like remember we woke up. It was like day before earnings. I think they gapped down. It was this area. Then they had like the biggest turnaround. It was insane. Or was it here? The biggest drop and then the biggest pop? I thought it was biggest pop and then drop. Yeah, Crocs is down 20%. They do have good upside. That's why I'm interested. We're gonna see how it plays out, but if they do bad, it could reverse a lot of what you're seeing today. Because you got to like right now, like Meta does good. It hooks up tech stocks. It hooks up advertisers, people related to that, right? If Amazon goes down and then it's on cloud and consumer, they have way more sympathies than Meta does. So that, again, that's what I'm saying. Communications are up 5.8. If Amazon does really bad, tech and discretionaries and even staples will probably sell off. The bad data will matter more if Amazon misses. Yes, 100%. And tomorrow's the PCE. So let's see. So tomorrow you had quarter over quarter PCE, and that came in 0.2% hotter. So usually quarter over quarter, it could give you a signal, but there's still a gap between the month over month and year over year. So tomorrow, also another thing is I would be looking at personal income and personal spending. And then the employment cost index is supposed to be 1.1, spending and income 0.2 gain, spending minus 0.1. PCE month over month is expected to be 1% or 0.1%. And then year over year, 4.1. Core 0.3 month over month. And then yearly 4.6. It's still the messed up problem, though. This is like our 6th month now, or maybe like 4th or 5th month of assuming or of expecting headline to come down and core to go up, which is pretty gnarly. And then that's it. And then Chicago PMI, and then consumer sentiment. Just watch if there's any gigantic surprise again. Amazon selling. Caterpillar's on the high. MPW sold off a little bit. Yes. That sucks. The calls now lost some of those value, and then the puts went up a little bit. So the puts still haven't gained. They gained a little on the first candle, but they're kind of slowing down into there. Yeah, if it does good, you just got to worry about the data. Even then, though, depending on how good, we might get over the data, the PCE. Or if the PCE comes in line and Amazon's good, then there you go. But then, like I'm saying, it doesn't matter because next week is Powell. So you're only going to deal with this for a little bit. Whatever the next move is, it's only going to last oh so long. Ain't nothing concerning. Be abundant, not fearful. I feel you. I'm just, but like in the guidance, you get what I'm saying. I hope you get what I'm saying. I don't know. I feel you though. I feel you. Powell, no, he ain't doing 50. He's going to do a quarter, and I think he's going to try to either keep the language the same as last time, or might make a slight adjustment to hint at pausing, but then also he's going to keep another 25 on the table. That's what I believe. I think if anything more realistic, I think he keeps the language the exact same and just says, and just says we're going to do one more. We may be soon, only a couple more hikes or whatever, and say we're soon ready, but he's not. I don't think he's going to change it more than what he did last time. But if he did change it more, that would be positive. But then again, I do think a rate hike is still on the table. Unless FRC dies tomorrow. That's the other caveat. Between tomorrow or Monday, you also have FRC news potentially at stake. And SPY about to hit the high. If FRC died, yeah, Powell keep the 25 on him. He does. He really does. There's no point of getting, that's what I'm saying. I think they're going to talk about how things are tightening and how they could be getting ready. Again, if core inflation and headline are going to be below the Fed funds rate, there you go. That's what everybody's wanted for a year and a half now, almost 2 years. So, vive si. But I do think there's no point to put yourself in the box. Sabs. Box has a box within a box. What? Sorry. My bad. Sorry. I like how we ain't heard Sam Bankman never mind. I don't even. His trial's in October. But oh, how the world forgot about one of the biggest frauds so fast. Y'all tell me more about Trump than Sam Bankman. That's a wild concept to me. You're like, wait, Sam who? I don't know. So Sam, no Sam here, bro. No Sam here. I don't know a Sam. I don't know a Jam. I don't know a Cam. I don't know a Lamb. I don't, Brainwashing is detrimental to society? Some people would say it helps stabilize society. Just depends on who you ask. FRC, we're just waiting for another update. And like we said, it seems likely that they might use the weekend to make another announcement after kind of snowballing all of these announcements. So it's just a worry. It may not happen, but we're going to see. Mattel raised to investment grade by S&P. Cat recover. It's 11. So what? 20 minutes till power hour? 12 minutes? I got you. Not 100%. Yeah. No, it's not 100%. No. I hope you guys get that. It's not. I'm speculating completely, but just like we've seen in the past, and even how they've done it. I mean, literally earnings. There's been bombshell after bombshell every day, except for today on FRC, and we even said that on the video yesterday. That chances are nothing happens today. They don't say anything. We go up. Everybody reacts to Meta. And then coming into Friday before close or like before the weekend, even during the weekend, they announce something so that they could have 3 days to move without the stock price moving. So, but it's also, I'm speculating completely. Nothing could happen tomorrow. It's not like it's a PDUFA and you know there's a date. It's just, this is all speculating. Why? Because what they've done is exactly the same as SVB. Like no exaggeration. FRC is doing the exact same thing as SVB. They have billions of unrealized losses, bad assets, held to maturity securities. The stock is plummeting now, and then now they're saying we're going to sell shares, and then we're also going to, what did they say? We're going to sell shares. We're going to sell assets at a loss. The Fed is going to limit them from borrowing. And now they're saying they're still trying to explore these strategic alternatives. But that's exactly what SVB did. Sold shares, sold assets at a loss. That took 48 hours. The shit was gone. So we'll see. Oh, you're talking about Jerry Springer. R.I.P. Trav says we should all throw a chair at a close relative to honor him. I'm kind of down. I'm going to do that. Honestly, I'm going to wait till my girl get here. I'm going to have one of those folded metal chairs, bro. I'm going to throw it at her like it's WWE. I'll be like, what? It's Jerry Springer Day. He died. She'll understand. I'll honestly wait till she get out of her car, and I'll just stand on the roof and throw it down too. And then maybe I could follow it up with the people's elbow. No? Okay. That's not Jerry Springer. I've watched too much WWE, I guess. Marcus Hanlon. I think your hunch is right. Might not be the banks, but I too feel something's going to come over the weekend. I'm 50-50 on it. I mean, pretty much, like, I don't know. Nobody knows. Like, again, that's even the philo. You know what I'm saying, dog? Amen. But it was enough for me to close my bond play. That's as far as I could go with that. You know, when it's all said and done, it just, like, I don't know, but I do. I think the risk is there, but it also could be nothing. But I'd rather be safe than sorry, and I'm definitely, you know, like I said, just keeping an eye towards that, 1 foot near it too. Oh, I didn't even tell you. I got a fucked up story, bro. I already said I'm gonna give my girlfriend the people's elbow. That's a joke too for some of you who are very sensitive. But dude, I went to Ulta with my girlfriend. I love Ulta. I really do, man. They got some great hair care products for somebody with luscious locks like myself. But I went with my girlfriend to Ulta, right? And there was this like lotion, and I really wanted it. It smelled really good. I was like, you know, she'd been telling me I need to moisturize. I was like, damn, all right, facts. I like this lotion here. It was a really good smell. It was that hemp lotion. It was like, it smelled really, really good. It smelled really, really good. I loved it. Honestly, like I was feeling a little bit happy about it. I was like, yeah, I got me a dope lotion. I like smelling good. I like things that smell good. That's my thing. Right? This lotion, I paid a lot of money for it, at least as far as lotion is concerned. It was like $20 for a bottle of lotion, and I thought that was excessive, but I justified it by what it was. I said, okay, it smells really good. This is an emotional $20 purchase. I'll get me lotion, and then I don't have to hear my girlfriend tell me to moisturize. And then I go home, crack this lotion open. I'm ready to put it on, right? I get out of the shower. I put this lotion on. And then I look down, bro. And I am fucking glittering. I straight up, I look like I'm in a Beyonce show as a backup dancer. I straight up look like Beyonce. Not like, not like that Beyonce. Like, I don't look like I'm not like, a strong, independent woman like that. I don't, my hips do lie. I guess that's Shakira. But, dude, apparently, this lotion includes glitter. So now, bro, I'm getting ready to go to bed. And I've just showered. I put this lotion all over me, dog. Like everywhere. Like I'm feeling it. Like I'm like, smell good too. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, bro? And then by the time I realize it, I'm looking like I look like I'm Beyonce. Covered in glitter. Covered in glitter. Covered. I was like, man, this is awful. I was like, I can't wear this now. I thought I was going to be... Man. But yeah, that was my sad moment. NVAX 13D, Shaw Capital, 5.2% stake of outstanding shares. Is that the Saudis? NVAX popping on that 5% stake. Not the Lulu lotion. There was a bad experience, man. I was so sad. I was like, man, I can't be wearing, unless I can rock glitter, but I don't think it's really my style. But yeah, SPY hitting a new high. Dude, NASDAQ is up almost 2.5%. Now they really hate everybody. 41.34. This is amazing. Not really, but this is actually mind-boggling. So you've gotten the first level of Friday cleared now. 41.37, you get above there, you're testing 10 points higher to 41.48. I thought we were going to stop here. I think it was like right here, where was it? Like 41.19. I thought we were going to get a little cool down ahead of Power Hour, but now we got 4 more minutes till the Power Hour festivities begin. Yeah, some cushion for Powell and even cushion for Amazon. Because, again, Amazon could change a lot here. It's not like – that's the funny part about the market and earnings is like it comes in good. We love it. And we get hyped. And we like, yeah, everybody else is going to do good now, right? But then we learned this last year. You one bad earnings, one Grim Reaper, that could change. That the attitude could sour pretty quickly. So it's cushion for Amazon. But I do agree that, no matter what, the main focus, it should be Powell next week. Yeah, Snapclappers ain't going to do it because most of the advertisers reported already. Maybe Pinterest will get clapped by Snapchat, but Meta's going to be safe. And even Google, unless Snapchat does better than them. He said, for $20 and 3 minutes of your time, there's more creative ways to get glittery. Jeez. Haram, Habibi, haram. Is this haram? It sounds very haram. I don't know. Very haram. The Snap clap. Where's Snap? And then Microsoft, dude, 52-week high, 303 again. 305, watch there all the way to the other one. Is the VIX one day going up still? Bro, this means everybody is piling into puts right now. So maybe it is the 0-day options on these. Dude, they're fueling the shit out of it. This is crazy. Do you pay for my girlfriend's food when you go out to eat? I'm really good at Excel. So we actually just, I just make an Excel sheet and then I bill her. And then if she doesn't pay me back in like 72 hours, I assess 3.5% charge on top. And then if she wants to carry the balance over for the month, it's 19% APR, but it does roll over on existing balances. And then, you know, I just calculate it. So she has a tab. I guess that's a simple way, you know, but that's all. No, man, of course I fucking pay for it. What do you mean? You have to, okay? I'm short and ugly. What do you think I got this hot-ass girlfriend by telling her that she has to pay for everything? No, that's just not how it works, unfortunately. Okay? Hate to break it to you. Okay, and I'm a gentleman, beyond being a little lizard. My mama raised me well. You have me at Excel. And I'm glittery now too, so you know I gotta work a little harder. I don't think you could sell. Oh, you mean they're selling calls? No, I don't know, maybe. Or the same puts exist and people are monetizing the calls. But I'm assuming this means there's still a high level of one-day puts there. Hey, and Jay, this is a big move. All right, see if it holds or not. But we have an hour now. Power hour, baby. My girlfriend be tripping when I buy her dinner and stuff. Just shut up then. Don't even say, just, that's cool. If she like that, just don't. You know, that's what they say. When you got a good deal and it's a done deal, don't say anything. That's business 101, bro. No. I'm just tell it. Like, if you got a good deal, just don't say anything. Just go with it. That's it. If they're like, I'm going to sell the house 90% below, you know, you'd be like, are you sure? And if they say yes, just say, okay, all right. That's if you want that. You're sure. Okay. And then that's it. Don't even ask more than once. But you got a good deal. Just do not, just play along with that, bro. Play along with that. It's a new era. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe how old are you? Is that like a younger thing? Damn, they hit you with the suscom. He says, seems like she's guilty about something. I don't know what it is, but I figure it out. Damn, talk about the doubt. I never thought about it like that, man. Shit. Why are you going to freak out all the guys out there with girlfriends now? Nah, anybody, their girlfriend do one nice thing, you're going to be like, why are you being so nice? Is this all because of Meta? I would say so, but then again, there's a lot of things. There's the Microsoft, there is the normal movement, there is the bonds. But easy answer is probably communication index being up about 6% on a day. You think we're bullish? I don't know. It depends on Amazon, and then it depends on PCE. So after hours pre-market is going to be a shit ton of catalysts, or at least two heavy catalysts. Amazon can move you a couple points right off the bell, and then tomorrow PCE, easy 0.5% reaction when it comes out. Oh, Tesla, no. I think Microsoft too. That's a $2 trillion company, up 10% in 2 days. That is $200 billion of market cap created for Microsoft. Not to mention, again, your behemoth Meta is up 15% after running up. You know, it's over 90% on the year now. Year to date, it's up 90% now, I think, or 80, 87 or 89. this feels like mania. I don't think it does. It feels like a slight hint of greed. That's it. Just like we were saying, yes, like today. I think the problem, every time we get a certain little signal, you just have everybody going everybody wants everything. You know what I'm saying? Do you want to wait for Powell to tell you what he's going to do, or would you rather go all in trying to anticipate it? That's what it is. The same thing with earnings and all that. So it's like I think there's just a little bit of a little bit of greed. I wouldn't call it mania. I just think you have a lot of people, they really want to get ahead. It's not everybody, but then again, if you have a decent amount of the population willing to go big and try to get ahead of moves and going for the big one, I think that's what kind of causes it. So I think you have people who want a lot of upside and they want a bottom and they want a lot of upside, and then same thing on the downside. When it drops, you want people who want it to die completely. I believe May is usually weaker or neutral. I mean, April is supposed to be a good month. Actually, are we green now on April? I think we're like break even. Or no, now you're above it. This was April. So now after tomorrow, that'll decide whether or not April was green or not. Exactly. When it falls or a recession, when it pops or a recession. And I think it's just the greed on both sides trying to get ahead of it. Nobody wants to play it when it happens. Everybody wants to front run it. And I think that's where we're getting just a lot of the craziness we see. Damn, S&P's up 2 now. So NASDAQ up 2.5. That's big, but S&P up 2. That's sizable. Again, worst on the day is energy and healthcare, and they are both up half a percent. Okay, first little chicle. Amazon came back a little bit. Snap dropped. MPW already had earnings. So you're like, we already listened to the conference call too, bro. So if you have an option, there's no catalyst anymore. Unless it squeezes from here. So I liked it, but I just cared about the dividend, and then that's it. So I don't know about options on that one. The bonds keep going lower, so that's at least kind of normal. But definitely bonds are dropped big, but nowhere near the scope of young S&P right now. 2% is crazy. Bought and sold, made 7 off MPW. Good work. Good work. I'm just a boomer. I'm here for the dividend. You know what I'm saying? I'm rocking New Balances while I hold my MPW. Feel like that's what a boomer would do. You know what I'm saying? Just New Balances, some khaki shorts. I'm just waiting for the divvy. That's it. The gap has been filled. I think every gap, from Tuesday. We didn't fill this gap, though, so maybe we die tomorrow, but I'm sure everybody's thinking that. So 41.37 now. You filled the gap. This is the last 2 levels, 41.48 and then 41.55. And then if you get above there, you're straight to one-way road to 4,200. Again, because it goes like 41.60 to 75 and then 75 to 40. Like, it's just the ranges start getting wider and wider. Bro, Microsoft is still going. ACM on the high. Apple, too, 168. Bill Gates is happy. He keeps doing his renovation on his house in Del Mar. You know, I walk by that house like a couple times a week. You guys want to know my plan? I don't know if I get in trouble, but I walk by Bill Gates' house like a lot in Del Mar. and it's still being built, and it's like right on the water, right? Calm down, open face, with your terroristic threats. Whoa, calm down. He has a flagpole. There's a flagpole in front of his house on the water, right? And what I want to do is I want to take a flag. I want to make a flag that says youtube.com/the stock market. And I want to hang my flag on his house. Will I get in trouble for that? They'll know who it is, unless I just put Sons of Averaging. But I want to kind of I want to fly the flag and just claim it. Is it a felony? No, for putting up a flag? I got a clean record. I could probably catch a felony. Maybe we downgrade it to a misdemeanor. You know what I'm saying? I got a lawyer. I think legally that makes it my house, yeah. You won't get caught. Yeah, the thing is, if you fly a flag with your name on it, chances are you'll get caught. I don't know about y'all, but maybe for some of y'all, if y'all are looking to do anything sketchy, maybe don't put your name on it. That's usually where the plan kind of falls through. You know what I'm saying? TaskRabbit. That's funny. Just get a TaskRabbit to do it. Hey, can you help me hang up a flag? Okay, I'm not gonna be there, but if I could drop it off for you, just meet me at Bill Gates' house, and then I'll see you. Yeah, just thank you. I did it. All right, maybe we all do it then. Then they'll be like, who did this? And then I'll be like, I did it. And then somebody else comes up behind me and says, I did it. And then I did. And then, you know what I'm saying? Like those movies where they you know what I'm saying? Like a mystery movie. And yeah, okay. I have too much fun. We all stand up. I'll be buying puts now. Well, apparently that's what everybody did on the VIX one day today. Phenomenal. Why do I feel like when the market goes down, the VIX one day is going to go down? Even the VIX one day rallied with the market. But you are getting a little bit red. 45 minutes. I mean, again, not much time, and just start getting prepared, because after this, I mean, it's all about Amazon. A little bit of Snapchat in the background, but we'll see. MPW, 9 strikes being opened in high volume. Another VIX broken after day number 3. No, like low key though, bro. Is that messed up? You mean like what the hell? This thing's been around for 3 days and it already needs maintenance? I would be so mad. Like what? How you mean this? So every day it comes out, the market drops, the VIX already work. We're like, okay, it works. Market goes down, VIX goes up. That's wow. It went up 60% when the market. Wow, that's how it. Okay, yeah. Today gaps up fucking 2.5%. The VIX 0-day is up 12%. What? It's been day number 3, sir. Come on. That's why you never buy anything first gen. For real though, for real. You cannot trade the VIX 0-day. No, it's non-tradable. As of now, I don't think there is plans to make it tradable. But yeah. Looks like Bill, the VIX 1-day. Yeah, right? Maybe it is. I mean, again, most people, the optimal strat after 1 year, you guys know, isn't that crazy? That's fucked up. I don't think you know how crazy that is. Are you ready for this? In 1 week, 2 weeks tops, it will be the 1 year anniversary of 0-day options introduced daily. You know that? It started in May 2022. So it's been almost 1 year of 0-day options every single day. And since then, like we said, up until then, the average profit is a loss of $380,000 a day in terms of like pretty much who ends up losing that's the report I read you about a week ago. And the only good thing about it is that the winning strategy for 0 days is selling them premium, believe it or not. So the people who've made the most, yeah, it's always the dealers. You could be the dealer, you could sell, but that's always the winning strategy. So maybe it's like Bill, because people are using it to get income and they're selling premium on it daily. What about today? If you sold calls, but then again, it just depends where you sold them at. But if you sold puts, especially at the lows, that's it. Even then, even if you sold calls right now, I've looked into it though, but like you have to put up so much money to just get really, really small gains if you do it as a spread. But then again, it's the odds are well in your favor. But like somebody will pay you for a 420 call right now. For tomorrow. Even for today, probably. How much time we have? What, 45 minutes? You could get 415. You can still get 3 cents. Shit, even if you sold the 412 to a degree, and then it just dropped out of the money. Yeah, pennies in front of a steamroller. He said, I'll pay you for some 420, Josh. Hell yeah, I will. So you got 420? I was talking about a strike price, sir. Man, you guys, they were ready to go. They're like, hell yeah, I'm a buyer, Josh. What you got? What time is it? 12:07. I need to go pee. Weird pee schedule today. I don't think I even went to the bathroom that much. Ooh. I like that. Donnie sent me a spread. Amazon, June, 150, sell 150 and a half, and it's free. What? No way. There's a free Amazon option, I think. Oh, it's like a 1 penny difference. If you could get filled, you could. If you could do it, if it's free, I would do it. If you could get it for free, run that shit. It's a little far out the money. Try to get closer, but if those are the only ones offering it, I mean, you could just, it's going to take up buying power, but then you could just close it after earnings. First Republic, I'm not seeing anything, but it is moving a little bit. Good call out. Glad you guys are watching that. It's not at 6 flat, but it did have a little dump right there. Somebody's raging on the 15, a tiny little Honda Fit. Is it like a police chase? A police chase in our hometown? I don't like Google. I mean, Google's already done. I wanted to play it on that post play when everything was running up, but I think we're going to have to wait for some of these other earnings to really confirm or not. No more AI plays yet, but maybe after Powell or a little bit before as things calm down, they might run again. So FRC's dropping. Apple's coming into the high. Amazon, now I'm down on both the put and the call. So premium's starting to die on Amazon, especially as it's not moving. Data for tomorrow, we already went over it. Again, 4.1 is expected to be the PCE year over year. 0.1 for headline, and core is expected to be 4.6 and then 0.3. And then just pay attention, the ECI, the employment cost index, and then personal income and personal spending. That will be another factor to be watching coming into tomorrow. It's coming down. FRC, again, we haven't seen anything. We only got 30 minutes. May PDUFAs. I haven't gone over the list. There's still a bunch. I can't believe it's already May. Bro, what? That's what I'm saying, bro. What happened to this year? Like, what? I hate being old. It just goes by so fast when you're old. So you young guys, you better enjoy it, because I know this 5 months felt like 5 years. But this shit felt like 5 minutes. Like, it's May. And then FRC still dumping. All right, damn, another new high. So again, this is like one of your final levels here. There's just 2 more left. 41.38, 10 points higher, and then 41.55. Okay, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. Oh, they're talking about the one-day VIX. We'll let them kick game for a little bit.
So if anything was going to get this one-day VIX going, I would think if it's not this week where we see.
Let them.
After the bell. Abigail Doolittle joining us right now for Options Insight. And Abigail,
okay, I'll be right back.
I don't
Follow
think
me
I
on
had the VIX
Instagram
up here. I actually wasn't looking at the VIX, mainly because I was looking at that one-day VIX, Abigail, and it put me to sleep the other day. Has it woken up?
Yeah, it is actually higher today, Romaine, and you're giving me a good chuckle here because this one-day VIX that everybody's expecting to show all kinds of volatility, well, it's been a little bit of a dud. Right now, it's at a 15. It is in the green. The traditional VIX is in the red, but it's at a 17, so there's still a disparity there. Let's bring an expert into this conversation, Chris Murphy of Susquehanna. And Chris, Romaine just reminded me, next week we have the Fed, we also have Apple, and we also have jobs. So if anything was going to get this one-day VIX going, I would think if it's not this week where we see just a little bit of movement there, it could be next week. Talk to us about what you think about this new VIX product.
Sure. Yeah. Hey, Abigail. So
It's just pricing one day, so we're going to have to wait till a day before the Fed event to really get some information there. But, we do have some more economic data coming tomorrow morning, so that's probably why it's a little bit higher today. It's not a tradable product. It's more of a data point to use, to look at, to see, what the S&P is, pricing just for the next day. It's going to be more volatile on a day-to-day basis than the VIX is because, each day is very different, whether you do have a Fed event or whether it's just a random day with not a lot of events. Meanwhile, the VIX is a blended number over a number of different days. So that's some of the main takeaways just looking at the VIX one day this week.
Well, I love how you put it as a data point because Romaine and I the other day were chatting. We were both kind of scratching our heads like, why do you need a VIX on the day? And I think that we also had a private conversation about this because I can just actually look at the markets to see what's happening. But you made the point, and we were talking, Romaine made the point that, it could be used for economic data. So it looks like there could be some volatility around that data tomorrow. Let's talk traditional VIX because you were showing or talking about how the new VIX is much more volatile. And in this term chart here, this terminal chart in the Bloomberg terminal, we see that this one-day VIX back-tested view did certainly get above 40 last year, but it also to the downside.
Yeah, and that just goes to show it's if it's high towards the end of the day, that's because we're expecting a more volatile day the next day, either because volatile things have been going on out of nowhere, like the regional bank kind of crisis, or because we have a major Fed or macro event. So once this product has more time under its belt, then it'll be interesting to see, okay, well, the VIX one day was at such and such a level before the last 3 Fed events, right, and now it's at a higher or a lower level. So we're going to need more, we're going to need more time. I know it's been back tested for it to become a more useful product.
That is really great perspective. That makes a ton of sense in terms of being able to use it potentially, at least for near-term traders or around economic events in the future. Krista, we have not just the VIX, we have the near-term 9-day VIX that you informed me about. We have the 3-month VIX, we have the VVIX, which is the volatility of the VIX. There's also this skew index, and I know that a lot of folks on the street don't like the skew index, but it's actually been pretty good over the last couple of years. Far to the money puts, it's starting to tick higher. It tends to be much earlier than market sell-offs. Do you see something like that brewing in the horizon?
Yeah, well, I would say the skew can stay high for a long time.
Good. I'm glad we talked about the one day. Now they talking about the one day. Good work. Good work. Good work. 30 minutes, baby. 34 minutes, Chattadonia. 34 minutes. FRC is valued at $2 billion. Yes. Again, I think the ironic part about that is that, just as a reminder, FRC on paper technically owns $100 billion or more of assets. So that's the irony, because if they get somebody to take those assets, they're worth a lot more than $2 billion. However, if not, and you have to sell those assets at a loss, you're worth a lot less than $2 billion. So that's what we talked about again on the watch list. I put it as like a little text, but when you hear that FRC, when the government says they don't want to help, or they're talking about, hey, the government needs to get involved, how they would do that is that the government would agree to pay an above market rate for their assets. That's how the government can support the deal and all of this. So pretty much their bonds are down, let's say 80%. They bought them for $1 million. They're only worth $200,000, let's say, right? So this is how the government could step in, is by saying, okay, we have the money and we have the time to hold till maturity because we print the money and we're the damn government. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to give you full value for your bonds that are worth 80% less. And then if the government's willing to do that, any big bank, anybody could come in and buy them, and it's a steal, and boom, instant value. But do you see how that's what people mean now with FRC? Because it's not like FRC doesn't have anything. They have stuff. If a couple years ago, what they hold was worth a lot of money, but now it's not because of Jerome and the interest rates, aka your long-term bonds. So the only way the government helps them is by agreeing to buy those bonds at an above market price. If you do that, then boom, You're good to go. It's a ghetto bailout because you're paying way more than what it's worth. The government said yesterday they were unwilling to do that at this time. Yes, at this time. So who knows? But I think they don't want to. Some people argue the FDIC can't. I think they don't want. I think this is our first test now of watching a bank in the wild. That's what I said yesterday. And what I mean by that is that now you pretty much have when this all happened, what happened day after SVB and Signature? Every single day you heard sound and resilient and this concept that your deposits were guaranteed and that, everybody was under the impression that no matter what, the way how fast they responded, it seemed like you were going to get bailed out no matter what. They responded so quickly, so fast. It was like, boom, there you go. You know what I'm saying? Like you had this in the back of your mind. You're like, well, they're going to bail out everybody anyways. Look what they did in 24 hours. So this is now it's repeating the same steps as SVB. But now this time, it looks like the government's not being as assertive to say, oh, no, we're going to bail you out. We'll help. We're here for you. They're saying, we don't want to. We want to limit your borrowings now. Go work this out. And then they got the other banks to give them money. So this is the first time now we find a bank in the same situation. It's struggling. You see all of it. But now this time around, the idea of getting like a get out of the jail free card, you're not really seeing that. So, we will see. But that's why keep your eyes on this coming into tomorrow and then into the weekend. Because right now, this is the first bank this is the bank with the most problems now. And then the safety net does not appear to be the same safety net that was provided last month. Walgreens, little volume. Oh, that's decent. That was the sale thing the other day. And then 30 minutes on the dot, baby. 30 minutes on the dot till the close. And then tell Amazon, Amazon, I can bring it to your door like I work for Amazon. It is mad that FRC didn't take everything. Dude, the audacity is unreal. Like, do you realize not only did they they didn't even put together a presentation. Bro, they didn't. That's like telling your teacher, hey, yo, I'm not taking the final. And then that's it. You don't even give her a present. You don't even tell her your dog ate the homework. You don't even make up a sad story. You know what I'm saying? You don't even explain your family's lineage and be like, no, this is why. And I understand. And it's a very important test for me right now. But listen, this is why. And I have very good reasons to tell you why I'm not going to take this test. They just say, I'm not taking the final. I'm also broke. I'm selling a bunch of shit on Craigslist for pennies on the dollar right now. And I can't get approved for a credit card. And then just walking out the building and not answering any of that. That's exactly what they just said. You realize that, right? They did all of that in the last 48 hours. And then did no room for comment. No explanation. That's it. They say I'm selling shit on Craigslist for a penny. I can't get a credit card, and I'm not taking your final. And then just left. That's it. That is, the audacity is unreal, bro. That's it. It's crazy. It's crazy. Twice they did this. The first time they tried, they were like, yo, look, recent market events. Here's the current scenario. Everything is fine. We got money from the bank. Like, they tried a month ago, they looked like they tried. This time, they were just like, here's all the news. I'm not going to answer any questions. Goodbye. I'll see you in the morning. And then they just left. That's it. It's just nothing. That's very wild. See, that's the thing. That's what mother effers were expecting for MPW today. You see how MPW... people were worried, right? There was worry. There was drama. You don't know. Like, what happened? Dude, they had a presentation. They had explanations. They said, here, let's answer some of your questions. Even if it does sound sketchy in some areas. Let's sit down and talk about this. Here's our presentation. Did you hear about the hospital in New York and Rochester and Virginia? And actually, if you think this, and now everything's on the table, but, like, they tried. Like, you had something. They looked like FRC just didn't try. They just, here's the numbers. There you go. And now we got to sell some stuff. We're going to sell some stuff and, maybe a little bit of shares. But that's it. Recent events. No effort. Well, yeah, that's why we're watching FRC. So it's fascinating. I don't know. I get excited talking about it because I'm just like, is this really happening? And I'm like, and we don't know what's going to happen because, I mean, you already saw what happened a month ago, and now it's like in the back of our minds, we all think it's going to play out some way. So it's like it's either going to play out like that, like the other ones, or it's just like now we don't know. It's just like it's either totally unknown or it's like it's totally going to be like all the other banks. And then now we're dealing with a company that is, I believe, is strategically not communicating because I think they know the market. So again, like I'm telling you, this is why it's wild and no effort. And he's like, all right, we're doing this. I'm out. I think it's very strategic. Again, I think the CEO has been around the block for well over 30, 40 years now. And I think they're strategically they know the market. They know people will panic and everybody's doing this and that. I think they're just trying to drop as much as they can without it going to zero, and then just stay quiet till you could get something worth talking about, really, or something where it's like, just solve the problem or don't say anything and open your mouth and make the problem worse. Yeah, if you talk, our stock will drop to 2. Yeah, pretty much. That's the irony. That's the question we don't know. Isn't that wild? Which one would have had a worse effect? Not saying anything at all or saying something. And that is a trick with the market because we've seen many companies, like even Snapchat. I feel like Snapchat would be 50% higher if a year ago Evan Spiegel didn't say shit. If he just didn't guide and freak out about Apple stuff and they just like, you know what I'm saying? You would have been 50% higher. But what you said it gave a different impression. And then once, it doesn't matter what the impression was because once people react, then there you go. So that could make it come true. But so I definitely think they were avoiding problems and doing it strategically because we don't know if saying nothing or saying something would have been worse. Or FRC is buying time and they're clapping shareholders. I mean, they're definitely buying time, but I don't think the shareholders matter. And in a weird way, if they're buying time, it's probably to protect shareholders. And not fully protect, but what I'm trying to say is that, I mean, look at SVB, look at Signature Bank. They didn't buy time, and it was fast, and it was quick. And all the shareholders still lost. So no matter what, the conclusion is the shareholders lose. So I don't think, you see what I'm saying? Whether if they get taken over by the FDIC, shareholders still lose. Whether that happens sooner or later, there you go. I think they're trying to squeeze out whatever equity they can and that would benefit shareholders. The more equity the company can retain, the better it is for anybody who owns that, and then including the company, and then anybody who potentially buys them, and arguably the financial system. But I don't think they're, I don't think either way. I think shareholders are the ones who suffer. So the timing, I think it would benefit us more, but I do think they are buying time for sure. I don't know why Jeff Bezos doesn't buy him. Amazon should buy FRC as is, absorb the company now with all of the lows, and then list the assets for securities or assets held to maturity for sale. No, listen. And then list it for sale. And then so then that way you'll be forced to realize the loss borderline with the new thing. And then just get a fucking tax write-off. And then maybe get a tax return. That's it. Just buy out the bank. Hold the bonds. You still own the bonds. Just list them for sale. Take the tax loss, and boom, you just write off $100 billion. Be like, yeah, I made $100 billion this quarter, but I also have $100 billion in debt in 30-year bonds from a bank I just bought. Yeah. So I'm gonna need a tax return this year, sir. Yeah, just massive tax harvesting. That's it. I don't know. Jeff, call me. I know you don't run the company. I just want to party with you at Coachella. The last time someone was taken over by the FDIC, dude, a month ago. SVB and a signature. Before that, it was 2009. It was not Wells Fargo, Washington Mutual. And that took 10 days. It took 15 days. It didn't just happen. And then the one before that was like Philly or what was the other one? There's like two other ones. But it was all 08, 07, 08, 09. That's when all of the FDIC bank failures happened. This was the biggest one since WAMU. Yeah, Wachovia. Remember when everyone piled in a mega cap at the summer as the rest of the market participants went down and indexes rolled over? Mm-hmm. And then a quarter later, though, the Dow Jones had the best rally in history. Unfortunately, I was a part of the losing side. But that was the most hated rally, pretty much. It was that's why it was the most hated rally. And then we sold off. Or no, there was like right here. Was that the most? No, yeah, it was right here. And then it was there. But then there was a lot going on, and inflation was high. But it's very similar. You could, whatever was the worry there, I'm sure you could swap it out with what we're dealing with now. Then inflation was high, but then everyone's like, no, it's going to come down. Today, the rates are high, and now we're like, oh, it's going to come down. So it's pretty much the same thing. Signature Bank has a 2,200% dividend. Yeah, Signature Bank does not exist anymore. So it's not even a bank. That's it. So that's not even like a company. It's already been bought out by New York Community Bank. So it's not even like a public asset entity. Everybody who owned it lost 100% of their value. Again, New York Community Bank is the one who actually won off of that. But so there's no dividend. It's not, the Signature Bank no longer exists. Same thing with SVB. They might exist as entities, but they are no longer banks operating. Their values and public values are literally zero. Moment of silence. Zombie banks, they're not even a bank. They just don't exist anymore. They just have they have shells. They're like shell corporations at this point. It's just like a headstone. It's not. they have names. They have headstones, but they're not companies anymore. That's it. And again, every single penny of value, equity, shareholder equity wiped out. Earnings today after the close: Amazon, Snap, Intel, Pinterest, Net, T-Mobile, X, First Solar, Guild, Amzn, Capital One, Mondelez, Skechers, Dexcom, SWN, I know that's Stanley? I don't know, SWN, Sam, LHX, and FE. Someone tell you to keep your chin up? Go look in the mirror and say it. Encourage thyself, my brother. You have it. Don't worry. We still got a couple more. We got a couple more months. Still early in the game. You know what I'm saying? I'm a fan of the comeback. So that's how you got to kind of look at it, man. That's it. I mean, didn't the Chiefs win the Super Bowl? Weren't they losing? Amen. Let's go, baby. Tesla, Mr. 3.9. That's actually not a bad day for him. Shit, not a bad day for the market. We're below 2% though on the S&P right now. And then FDA, Pfizer, they okayed Prevnar vaccine for kids 6 weeks to 17 years old. Prevnar 20. Prevnar. Mobileye was down the worst in its history. I guess it's still down 17. So, but ServiceNow, that one went crazy, red to green. Amazon should be right after the bell. I mean, I think Amazon comes out right after usually. But let's see. Amazon, the puts are up and then the calls are down, but not as much as earlier. And then the puts have more upside, but the calls are holding up very well, even out of the money, surprisingly. Meta dump, Tesla at the high. Yeah, Meta's selling off a little bit. And then even the SPY is kind of little forming a little baby red. Oh, we only have 15 minutes. Wow. The day has flown. I know they prayed on my downfall. Sorry, someone said that in the chat. Now you got T Grizzly in my head. Hit the Raleigh style with the Raleigh on. Sorry, now I'm channeling my inner LeBron. But yeah, I don't know. I think Amazon should be right after. The conference call is at 5:30. I think, is that Eastern? An hour and a half after the bell. This is E-Trade Pro. I've not heard the new NFL. I think I heard one song of it. I think my girlfriend showed me it. I didn't know he had an album. Do you wear cutoff sleeves when you work out to show your guns? Like cut off, like what do you? I wear a tank top. That's about it. No plays on snap except whatever we got in the long term. No pants, just tank top. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know how to work out. Amen. T Grizzly, cool and all. Have you ever heard of B Frizzly? I know they prayed on the peach, son. Every day, dog, I stood tall. We should make that. B Frizzle, Bree Frizzly. That'd be kind of cool. Comes out with the Peach rap album. That's cool. Hit the mobile stream while the desktop streaming. We know what. No, okay. I'm gonna go home. Yeah, that little red did not end up holding. You're going up here again, so we don't have much time left. You have a 10-point range up here, and you got about 12 minutes left. So a 10-minute rigged here. We're going to find out 5-minute rigged. That was already pretty active. 5-minute rigged yesterday. I think we did make some that was the bigger move. I think that candle. Rally with FRC. It depends. It depends what he says, but, you know, maybe Powell might address them not supporting them. So we'll see. I mean, but generally speaking, Powell borderline will affect every single stock in the world. So, but just really it'll be more so information we get from just Powell in general. And then whether or not maybe he comments on the if he comments on this whole deal thing and this little game they're playing. So Lending Tip sent me this. Apparently Ukraine attempted to assassinate Putin with killer drone. Claims is the source. It's on New York Post. For the stream, God bless you, Jarek. Jarek, and good evening. I hope you're ready for earnings, baby. Thank you for liking the video and being with the cult. We love you. And let's go, man. I hope you got the long term and save 10%. It's really good for you. Change your life. For perspective, the SPY moved 2% over the last 3 months. Today, the SPY moved 2%. Amen. I think this is what happened end of last month, too. It's the end of the month scam. Because look this is where we started the year, right? Or the month in April. You're like literally 10 points above where we started the month, right? And then what ended up happening? We went up, we went down, we did all of that, but now you're pretty much break even on the month, on the final day of the month tomorrow. So that's it. So whatever the daily move is tomorrow, that's going to be the move of the month. Isn't that funny? So you just save the whole month of effort when it shows up on the history books. All you have to do is whatever happens tomorrow. So if tomorrow is green 2%, April was 2%. If tomorrow is red 2%, the month of April was down 2%. And it all boils down to just tomorrow. 925 to the buy side, and we're squeezing into that. There's our 10-minute rigged. We already had it. I was already talking. It didn't really do much for 41.55. One day deter. Yeah, but I think that's what happened in March. It was like 2 days determined the monthly return. Because look, it was the same thing in March almost. Well, we went up right after. So March was like right here. Then it wasn't until literally the last 2 days of the month. And then we ended up positive. So this whole thing categorized all of this with the banking crisis too. Okay, there's your little cheek lay. 41.38. So pretty much what, the high? Or no, a little bit. 41, you're 10 points below. And more perspective, even after this 2% up day, we are still down 1.5% over the last 365 days. Oh my goodness. First Solar selling in the close. Well, not much time remaining, Chad. So get ready. Get ready to go towards the exits. You know what I'm saying? Finalize your place. Earnings, Amazon, you better pick your poison, sir. Good luck to those playing Snap and Amazon. Oh, stock traded. Let's go, baby. Amen. GG to all of them. GGGL. GLGG. 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 GG. GG. OpenGG, what? Like OpenAI? GFAI's on the high. Here you go. Yeah, little AI. MP Dubs. It's good for you, Habibi. You did well to us. Oh, where's 3M too? They were running. Oh yeah, 3M. Now we're up on 3M now. This is I think where we got it on Friday or whatever that day was. Yeah. Oh, I got it at 106. I'm a fucking schmuck. I thought it was 105. I'll keep working. Back to 90 again. Meta's coming down a little bit. Why is your name Stop Shadow Banning Me? I'm banning you. Okay? Make an account. You come back new. Don't make it obvious you've been banned before. And, just come back and act normal and be yourself. And hopefully you follow the rules. And, at this point, you probably know my personality and what I vibe with. So that's it. Generally, as long as you're not rude looking for beef, you'll be good, man. But yeah, you be reborn. Yeah, don't draw any attention to it. You know what I'm saying? Because then it's just like, well, I don't know. It's kind of obvious. That's what we were saying. Like, you can't commit the crime and then put your name on it. Normal, yeah, however you normally act. Like, you probably had a name that wasn't Stop Banning Me. You know what I'm saying? So it's not about the name. It's probably the behavior. And that's it. So, if it's banning... I haven't even been banning people like crazy as of lately, too. So I feel like you got to really be a disruption to get banned at this point. So just try not to stand out in the negative sense, and you'll be good. You could feel something without being something. Tell them, baby. I haven't banned anyone since the day you slept in. Don't be suspicious. Just good vibes, man. That's it. People been banned before. God bless you if you have, especially if you're back here. But, good vibes, man. I come in here. I read everything every day. And then you have, all you guys read it too. You know what I'm saying? So, just be a vibe, bro. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Just be a vibe. That's all. Because, that's it. You got to really just... you know what I'm saying? I feel like you got to try at this point to get banned. It's like an attention thing and you need it. And then otherwise, just go on Omegle for attention or something, Or let me know. I could, maybe I could introduce you to some people. I don't know. You tell me. We are approaching that time, Chad. Are you ready? So what are we going to do? Amazon, I want to sell the put. I can make now the put and the call are up. So the put's up 10% and the calls are up 10%. Fuck. So got to decide. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the house with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description, that's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking out promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. If you're going to be hanging on for the connecting flight into Amazon earnings, just please remain seated. It's about 69 degrees and sunny out here in San Diego, California. Looking like a beautiful day unless you thought the market would keep going down and then they scammed us with another one-day VIX as well. But good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Colt Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thanks for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. Let's go. I think I'm going to keep them both. My break even will be $8. So I did $800 priced in both ways. What is priced in on the option? So I'm straddling it. And then instead of going one way on shares. So let's see. I think they're both up. The put's up 10%. Now the calls are up. Oof. The calls are running up even more. You have a good gain on the calls, low key. So let's see. The IVs are through the roof. It's just winter luck. That's bad luck, Josh. Well, that's okay. That's okay. I think as long as I acted, luck will get attracted to the action, So now look, it's going down. You're getting more money on the put. You have more on the call. Oh, did I not do it? Mute your mic. 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you got the earnings after the bell. Intel, Amazon, Snapchat, First Solar, a bunch of others. You got to wrap it up. You've already seen what earnings has done to the market. You have more data in the morning tomorrow. The market is already crazy, and it's the end of the month. So, Chattadonia, wrap it up. Bring it home. Ding 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 ding. Horna. Oh, Chattadonia. We did it. We made it. Let's go, baby. Hold on. I need my GGs, but we're waiting on earnings. You know how it is. Here, I'm going to get you a little bit. I'm going to get you some. I need my GGs. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Wait. Hold on. GG. I don't see anything yet. Did it, we made it. Oh, no. Nothing out yet. Oh, let's go. GG, baby. God bless you. It don't matter. Made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody who contributed. Other people who held it down. Contributed to the community. We're a vibe, baby. Bull, bear, it doesn't matter. Did you contribute? Good game, baby. Let's go. That's how you play. 7 hours. 7 hours and 7 months to go. Here it is. Hold on. Cut it. Amazon. Net sales 4.9 at physical stores. AWS 21.3. Estimate was 21. I don't know. That's a very low bar. Operating income beat. Boom. Operating income beat by 50%. First quarter operating income 4.7. Estimate was $3 billion. Oh, they guided up too. They guided up by $3 billion, but then guided lower by $3 billion. And then they see operating income next quarter either $2 billion lower or another 50% higher, 5.5. Estimate was 4.7. So it's good. They beat on net sales and they guided higher. But the real thing is the operating income. That's where they made it. But it wasn't AWS. AWS beat, but the operating income went up way, way higher. AWS only beat by $300 million, but their operating income went up by $1.7 billion. So they made the money in other stuff. They made more money on subscriptions. They made $1 billion extra on net sales on North America. And then online sales did another $500 million. And then physical stores did another $500 million as well. So their operating income was supposed to be lower, but they did better on that one. And then the what's it called? AWS was a little better with everything else, just doing a little better as well. So we got Intel, First Solar. Hold on. So there you go. That's 15% already. Let's see. Again, this is already very, very large. You guys, it was only pricing in 8%. And you were already up 5. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You're 2% above expectations now. And then again, they guided up, but they lowered the bottom range, but nobody's reacting to that yet. Intel just guided up too. Hold on. Intel with the guide up. Again, they cut dividend last quarter, but they guided up $11.5 to $12.5 billion for next quarter. Estimate was 11.75. So Amazon's up over 10%. So yeah, it's already beating expectations by 2 right now. Any higher, all our calls are going to hit. if we could get a little bit more out of this. Because, again, it was only pricing in 8%. So it's already above that level. And then you haven't even had conference call, and we need more guidance on AWS. No AWS guidance yet, just net sales. But, again, operating income, that's what people were worried about. Is solar dead? Let me get you Intel. Oh, Amazon surges 11 on second quarter net sales look. So Intel adjusted revenue 11.7, estimate was 11.1, 4-cent loss per share, estimate was a loss of 16 cents a share. And then they guided up by like $500 million to $750 million, which isn't bad. Amazon or Intel kind of in the middle. First Solar getting mollywopped already. That's the loser for now. You said somebody else. So First Solar, they guided higher. That's weird. First Solar guided up by almost $100 billion. They see CapEx. They raised the guidance on spending. That's probably why they're down. They raised their full year, or they kept full year guidance the same. Oh, they missed bad on this quarter. Oh shit, I forgot about Snapchat. I mean Amazon. That's it, bro. Amazon, we're gonna run that shit, dude. You might have 1,000%er on your hands. But First Solar operating income was $18 million. Estimate was $87 million. First Solar EPS dropped by 40. It was 40 cents. Estimate was 105. So First Solar did really bad. First Solar was not good at all. They guided up, and then they kept full year guidance the same, but they were just bad, just unequivocally bad. Nah, Snap ain't out yet. No. And let me give you some updates here on Amazon. So the results are out. Top line beat across the board for Amazon. Sales at physical stores through online, North America, and subscription all beat. Amazon beat on first quarter revenue. Shares are shooting up. Amazon can keep growing sales at a healthy pace. Net sales will be between 127 and 133. Consensus was 130. They're also forecasting a wide range of operating income from $2 billion to $5.5 billion. The street was looking for 4.74, and that's it. They're running up so far. No more updates. And then nothing on Snap yet. Amazon, it could, but that's dude, it's already up a lot. So you're already up now you're already 3% above it. Like 3% above expected move. Again, that's why we played it. So remember I told you my play was between 118 and then the high of 150. So I grabbed the 130 contracts for next week. So I don't know. I still might lose, but if these keeps holding up from here, we should be very good on those if you have the same meta reaction. And then we don't have a guy. Oh, Pinterest is down. Pinterest, hold up. Yeah, you got the 125s. That's fire. Those ones will be very good. The AWS beat by $1 billion, just like Microsoft and Google, but we need the guidance on it. But it was operating income because people were worried Amazon wouldn't make any profit because the sales are usually just like it's not a good margin. The real moneymaker is AWS. So they said if AWS drops and sales stay the same, you're not making profit. So what ended up happening is that they walked away with way more operating income than expected because everything did good on top of cloud. And then now they're expecting a wider range. But people thought their operating income this quarter for guidance was going to just get pummeled. And it actually went up by almost $1 billion. There's Intel again. No Snap yet. Where's Snap at? So again, here's an important note about the guidance. Currency impacts are going to be a factor. Net sales are expected to be 127 to 133, or 5 to 10% compared with second quarter. This guidance anticipates an unfavorable impact of 30 basis points from foreign exchange rates. Wow, that's great. So they guided down. They said their guidance number is even as estimated on them losing money on currency, and it's still above estimates. So Jassy cites performance in advertising is doing well, driven by investments in machine learning. Amazon earnings are big across the board. Revenue beat expectations for online, physical, AWS, and seller services. Fulfillment expenses, cost of packaging, and shipping goods also were close to expectations, indicating that spending is under control. Employment dropped 10% to 1.4 million. So beyond the 27,000 corporate layoffs, Amazon is shedding the blue-collar warehouse workers as well, which is typical in the first quarter. Capital One getting hit. I'm waiting for Snap. Pinterest announces multi-year ad partnership with Amazon. Oh, there you go. Are they still down? Yeah. Again, Intel beat and guided up, but I guess 6% on Intel is pretty good. Snap's up for now, but that's just reacting to Amazon. I don't know I think T-Mobile might have already came out. And again, I think we got 1 minute till Snap. T-Mobile. What the hell? Yeah, T-Mobile adjusted EBITDA 7.2, estimate 7.1, EPS 158, estimate 148, revenue 19.6, estimate was 19.8. So EBITDA beat, revenue missed, and then EPS beat, and then they raises net customer addition guidance. And then there's that Snap. Hot dog. So Snap's already down. Let's see if he brings down anybody with him. Where's the market after hours? So Snap, they missed on revenue, and adjusted EBITDA. Snap did awful. Adjusted EBITDA, $800,000. Estimate was 9.3 million. Revenue 988. Estimate was 1. Loss per share of 1 cent. The estimate was 5.1. So costs weren't that bad. And then again, revenue missed by 200 million, but that adjusted EBITDA. So they saved money somewhere, but adjusted EBITDA still, that's adjusted too. I've made more money in 30 days than they made in the last 3 months. That sucks. That's not good. No, I don't know if, it won't kill the market because everybody else did good. If that came out before Meta, we would have dropped 5%. That's an awful number. Yeah, they're down again. 8 fouled it. It did recover last time on it. Sounds bad when you say it like that. It's pretty bad. That's not, again, people, they had a low comp too. What are they doing? They're spending. Evan, stop spending money, dude. Something's fucked up. That's, because they save money on EPS, but, dude, that's not, where are these cost-cutting stuff? Doesn't suck for you. I mean, it does. I mean, we have it in the long term, but, I mean, thankfully, it's no longer the size of what it was. So it's like, at this point, we've already taken the beating on it. Microsoft selling. And then no other updates on Snap. Oh, wait. Adjusted EPS was 1 cent. Consensus was a loss of 1 cent. What they can do. They're just spending money. They need to fire more people, but even then, it costs money to fire people. So if you're not ramping it up while you're paying that bill, you're like, Meta could afford it, but nah, they're not. They're just they cost too much. They're spending too much money. That's it. Somewhere there's so much money being spent, but then they are spending a lot on severance too. But they need to do something about that. They've done layoffs. They did layoffs before, a lot of people, but it's not being reflected. Everybody thought they were going to do way better this quarter because they sandbagged last quarter. So now they're just bagging. They're not even sandbagging. Intel did good. I'm waiting. Then let's see. Let's check back in on Amazon. So employment dropped. We went over that. Employment costs dropped 10%. FX headwinds were a factor. Amazon says it booked $2.4 billion in unfavorable impact year-on-year from changes in Forex. Excluding that impact, net sales increased 11% first quarter compared with first quarter of 2022. Other sympathies are up. AWS revenue growth came in more than 16% above consensus, but advertising is even better. The sales growth for advertising came in 23% year over year, a 35% outperformance relative to consensus. Was that real? No. Ooh. Everything's coming. Again, Snapchat was kind of ugly. I don't know if Snap still has the ability to make everybody vomit, but low-key, we stopped going up after that, both futures and Amazon. So this is the first little hangover effect now. Let's see, but Snap's down 15, even more because it was up 8%. Oh, just back to October lows still, but damn. No, that earnings, I didn't even like their last earnings. I don't even know the last time I saw an earnings I liked out of Snap, to be honest. They are doing back, but we'll see. Yeah, this is the first time Snap sales fall for the first time as a public company. So revenue is up, but down 7% from the same period. The company said demand for their ads was disrupted by upgrades it made to the platforms it sells ads on. They recorded a net loss of $329, which was narrower than the $360 it lost a year ago. Spiegel said we're looking to accelerate our revenue growth. Net. Huge rate on Intel. Net just came out. Oof. Damn. Let me get that one. That's awful. So here are some of your bad earnings coming in. They guided lower by like 5%, a little less. Adjusted EPS beat. Revenue came in 700,000 below. But then that's it. They just guided down. But their quarter came in line. Where's the Meta? Intel, it went up so far. And Amazon steadily up 10 as investors digest the report. It's a little larger than the option market implied, 7.8% ahead of earnings. So they're holding up 10% gain still. And then Snapchat is down like 25%, I think, from where it was at right before it reported. And then net is down 25%. Drops, I feel like, have been common if it's gone down. I think that's the fifth 25% drop we've seen in the last week, at least. Enphase, ServiceNow, there's another one. Now Net and Snap on the same day. Well, let's see. Watch. All that matters is Amazon for now. I want to see if Snapchat, at least that means Google isn't too bad. But even then, Google even got hit a little bit off of it. I don't know if Meta did. Meta is good. I think the money might flow to Meta. Snap for the long term? No. Wait till next quarter. If it goes to like $3 by next quarter, I'll buy it. But Spiegel's a fuckhead right now. I think there's a lot of buybacks, and I think they're going to buy up the stock when it's lower. But do you realize what they just said? They just said we upgraded our sales platform. So we made dramatically less revenue. What the fuck? Like, that's either a giant sandbag or they're dicking around. Does that make sense? So maybe that's your final sandbag for next quarter and then it dumps till then. But that's it. Well, that's the price I would buy at. $3 is where I'll be a buyer again. We lost money because we didn't make the right play. Not even. They just said upgrade. Like, what the fuck? So that's where, and then if I need to see, like, I thought those job cuts were going to really help them later on. Remember, they were supposed to be sandbagging a long time ago, and it's starting to not look like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we need to see it actually. How do you fire that many people and you're still spending more money? And then now, even if you're saving money, you're telling me an upgrade on your platform is not allowing you to monetize as well? Like, that's not, I don't know if that's okay, sir. I don't know if that's okay. But wait till next quarter. And then if it hits like stupid lows ahead of next quarter, I'll buy. But other than that, I mean, thankfully we've already gone through it. Like I'm saying, it shouldn't really move as much as anything else. Or at this point, I mean, back down to where we've been at in October. Yeah, it's a random excuse. Or that's what I'm saying. It's either a giant sandbag or it's the worst excuse ever. And then that's not good. You see what I'm saying? So either way, but I mean the bar was low, but everybody thought they would even beat this low bar. And then Amazon's coming back down. They were getting me excited. That's $5 more. So that's already like another 2-3% from the top. Yeah, Cloudflare, they just guided down. So Jossie, Amazon, said his annual shareholder letter a couple of weeks ago that AWS was facing some short-term headwinds. The idea is carried through into earnings, where he says, while AWS business navigates companies spending more cautiously in this environment, we continue to prioritize building long-term customer relationships, both by helping customers save money and enabling them to more easily leverage technologies like AI. Like generative AI and language models, are uniquely cost-effective machine learning chips. Trainium and Inferentia manage large language models. Bedrock and AI Code Companion, Code Whisperer. We like the fundamentals we're seeing in AWS, and we believe there is much growth ahead. So operating expenses in the first quarter grew by 8.7%. In North America's business. Predominantly, the core business of selling products online was profitable compared to a loss a year ago. Amazon's international business lost $1.25 billion, a little less than it did a year ago. So share surge. Jassy says ads benefited from machine learning, and AWS revenue growth comes in more than 16% above estimates. You're just selling down on, I don't know, maybe it's the Snap effect, but no other updates here on the company. And then Net, you've had two bad earnings, though. Snap, Net, who was the other one? I think First Solar. No, that's 3 bad earnings today. I think all of them were bad except for Intel, and Intel might have gone red already. Or, yeah, honestly, Amazon was your only good one. But so far, everybody else kind of sucked. T-Mobile was good, right? They missed, but they guided up on customers, but even then, they're down now. I think their revenue came in slightly in line. X had good earnings. There you go. That's one besides Amazon. Palo Alto is down because of Net. Datadog, they went up. 7% is big. But yeah, that Amazon's not good. Yeah, Capital One's down 3.7. If Core PC is hot tomorrow, Max, you know exactly what happens. I think the bonds will move more, but a hotter print, I don't think the market will like at this point. I don't think we've ever liked a hot print. Because then again, anything leaning towards rate pause and even the fear factor of the banks, I mean, that's just going to play out. Dexcom should be coming out. Not bad. More earnings bad than not, though, today. More earnings bad than not. And then Amazon was a monster. Core PCE tomorrow, 4.1, 4.6. 4.1 headline, 0.1 month over month. 4.6 core, 0.3 month over month. And then ECI, Employment Cost Index tomorrow will also be another thing that often gets overlooked, but that will have a big factor tomorrow because the wages have kind of been back and forth here. First Solar's ripping now? That's good. I'll take it. They did really bad on the guy. I mean, again, the quarter, their guidance was good, but their quarter, they've dropped the ball heavy. Not as bad as Snap, though, dude. Snapchat made $800,000. That's mind-boggling to me. That's insane. Net was pretty bad, too. Just off guidance, though. We rally if they come in line. Yeah, Amazon's going to be big. You need Intel and the other shit. Don't forget, we still got a conference call. So Amazon is like crazy. Like Amazon is like it's big and it's still not done. We have the conference call. So like Amazon could either go up another 5% or it could sell off another 10% by the time we bell tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? That because again, they're going to give more. They already gave guidance, but they're going to give more specific guidance on cloud and some other things. So just wait for that. Remember, Microsoft and Meta, second leg came from the conference call more or less. Or I guess Meta, you kind of just ran and then you were just, people were gassed off of Meta. Yeah, I guess I think this was around there, but then conference call, you chilled. DWAC files report and regains compliant with NASDAQ listing. Oh, that's cool. They only missed by 21 million. What low revenue wasn't priced in? That's why they spent money somewhere. But the bar was low for revenue, but they spent money somewhere. I'm assuming their severance costs and this cost cutting isn't materializing, but it's just something they spent money. They made $900 million and then walked away with $800,000, bro. Like, hold on. That means 99% of it went somewhere. Where? Hopefully, I just hope it's a sandbag. Like, I hope this is their last sandbag, but even then, it's not. We will see. But I think they're just going to do buybacks. I'm telling you. I think they want, I don't know. But I just think that's being delusional at this point. So I don't believe this too much, but I think they're trying to really sandbag it because if they're buying back their shares, and then if you could buy back your shares at lower prices, you're pretty much making your severance costs back. Remember, that's what we talked about last quarter, is that all the people who they gave shares and compensation and severance to at higher prices, if you buy back those shares at a lower price, you pretty much save that money that you were able to give them. So that's why we'll see, but we need more clarity on their fucking money, dude. Like, what are they spending on? You know, that's good. But even then, the revenue was still a little shaky in the sense that I feel like they could have beat that. I mean, if Meta beat it, I mean, I feel like they could have too. But then again, Google and YouTube also missed. So you are seeing some cracks still in the ad market, but it's not like it's impossible. Yeah, that's what we were saying yesterday or this morning. We said if Snap reported before Meta, oh, dude, we would have been so low on the market. You have no idea. Imagine Snapchat reports first and then Meta was today, like it used to be. Oh, dude, Meta would have been at like 180. Meta would have came back to their earnings price. Because that earnings was bad for Snapchat. And then after Google, everybody would have been like, oh, yeah, it's dead. Everyone would have been like, oh, yeah, ad spend is dead. It's gone. Meggle. FRC has news. I don't see any, but let me check. 1.3 billion team quits First Republic. That's it. Well, that will be tomorrow. That's what we got to wait for. Tomorrow, FRC now. Add this to everything else. Oof. All righty, Chattadonia. That's it, man. We wait for Amazon conference call. Watch if Snapchat snakes its way back up there like it did last earnings. Most of the earnings were bad today. A couple are trying to work their way back up, but Amazon was good enough. Coming off Meta, we got big data in the morning, but Chattadonia, that's it, man. That's the day, bro. That's the day. Here. You know what you need, though? I'll give you one right now. You know, we need some uncle to... I was options trading Anthem. This is what I was listening to in the gym. It got me hyped, bro. You ready? You ready to run it?
Options bid. Show me your mind. I got options, bitch. Talking like Honda, right to got some shit. I'ma get pushing cars on all my stocks. I has my shit vested in everything from value tested dividends. Living in houses in the hills, my life is different. Businesses, I've been doing that since I was little, yeah. Bigger than that, I'm doing the same thing on the biggest scale. Listen here, I can make $1 million anywhere. This ain't fair, I don't show my face cause I am everywhere. Let me in, you don't gotta like me, but the message ill. This is real, never make investments based on how you feel. Pick a field, but you cannot quit it till you get a deal. Need a will, otherwise you'll waste your time just spinning wheels. I do this option shit, they thought it was easy. Like I got here without reading, like I didn't give up sleeping. Tell me what the fuck's a weekend, tell me what the fuck's your reason for this dream you keep on dreaming. It's gonna leave if you don't lead it, huh? Got $1 in a dream, I need a couple cents. I'ma go and sell some preem, pay my mama's rent. But I bought that shit, watch me call the top and shit. I'm confident the cycle ends, and when it does, I'll buy the dip and then I'll get a nicer whip. The guy disliking all my vids will probably be a lot more pissed, but I'm just gonna pray he blessed. Wish I had time to hate this shit. I'm busy chasing greatnessness. I'm trading when the fade begins and selling when they duck kick it. I be talking options, I got lots of those in life. I could get you started, but I can't teach you to drive. I turn on my monitors and swear I come alive. Cash is always liquid, always dripping, never dry. I got options, bitch, talking like Honda, right there, got some shit. I'ma get pushing cars on all my stocks. I has my shit vested in everything from value tech to dividends. Living in houses in the hills, my life is different. Businesses, I've been doing that since I was little, yeah. Bigger than that, I'm doing the same thing on the bigger scale. Listen here, I could make $1 million anywhere. This ain't fair, I don't show my face cause I am everywhere. Let me in, you don't gotta like me, but the message ill. This is real, never make investments based on how you feel. Pick a field, but you gotta get it till you get a deal. This is real. Yeah, pray for all of y'all. I hope you never lose your goals. The mock is valid, don't be afraid to take it slow. It's as impossible to make the money if you broke. And mine's the obstacle, the strangest secret that you know. Adaptable, I had to go DiCaprio, plain as the wolf. Subtract the host, but add some dough. The rooster didn't come to roast. About to cope, but back with folks, it's rapid growth. I have a coat, I have a rose, I have some homes, I have to go contractual. Selling those, but not my soul. I sell the clothes to buy some more. I'm with my bros, divide the dough. My high and low, my favorite hoe. I hit it when she drop it low. I'm never at the cop it close. Only buy options as homes. You don't got those, leave me alone.
Let it ride, baby. I be talking options. I got lots of those in life. I could get you started, but I can't teach you to drive. Oh, I turn on my monitors. I swear I come alive. Oh. Woo! Chattadonia. There it is. There it is. There it is. Oh, well, Chad, you know it's an honor. Tomorrow, last day of the month, we got another earnings season, another month in the books. You got even some philo. You know what I'm saying? So let's go, baby. Let's go, Chad Adonia. We got a little bit more work to do. I'm glad you're here, but that's the day now. We're done, man. So you already know. God bless you. Thank you for the likes. And honestly, thank you for being here. For real, man, if you gave me a minute of your time, I hope you know we appreciate you, and I hope we made the most of it, and I hope you gained real utility and value and maybe inspired to think a little differently, a.k.a. positively, and actually thinking about what you're thinking about. You know what I'm... But anyway, seriously, God bless you. It don't matter who you are. You came here. You gave me an opportunity as well. You contributed with the Chad. You showed love to random people you ain't never seen anywhere in the world. And we all came together on a daily basis, and we did it how it's supposed to be done, from the open till the close. I could get behind that. So thank you. God bless you, and I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did, because that's why they think I'm crazy, because I be enjoying it. You know what I'm saying? But that's the day. God bless you all. Thank you all once again, for real. God bless every single one of you, members, non-members, the stream alerts. But big shout out to the people supporting, man. Again, free 99, but they still showing love. God bless you. Amen. We love y'all. We love y'all. But check out the links, man. Second link, nightly watch. I don't know. Watch list. I don't know. I want you to just watch yesterday's video. So I don't know. I might not do a watch list. I mean, it's all, I think we all just give, unless PCE, maybe I could give you a PCE lesson. Maybe, or let me see. Maybe, I don't know. If I make a video today, I'm probably going to do it about, I want to talk about some economy or some you know what I'm saying? Because this week's already done. I feel like, you know what I'm saying? You should know. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's pretty, it's pretty interesting to see. So we are going to find out. We are going to find out. But yeah, but you'll see. Second link, though, nightly watch list. First link, stream alerts, boot camp, real estate, free long-term alerts. Shout out to the long-term. Check out the merch, but get ready, actually. Get ready for some merch, maybe. You know, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. But make sure you could breathe. It's breathable, but, you know, don't force it. Don't force it unless your earnings are better than expected. Right? Amazon, Meta, and Google, and everybody in the bar sitting on. Anyways, but check that out. Check out the new channels. You had Cole Real Estate yesterday, baby. God bless you all. God bless you all. And we'll be good. The merch, and then Philo. And then follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Okay? It's a private account, so you don't get scammed, but don't fall for anybody. You know what I'm saying? Don't fall for anybody who's like message you, asking you to do certain things. You know, don't fall for that. How to set up the long term. Very, very important. How option pricing works too. Some great portfolios, great videos to learn about the portfolio. And then finally, the prayer request wall, baby. That's it. Me and my mom do this. This is what we do, bro. And then I know all the other Chads do it too, man. You know what I'm saying? That's how all the other Chads do it too. We got it. It's crazy. You know that? Did you do the math? I did the math. You know, I told you 1 out of 10. Did you got the philo today? Mm-hmm. You already did it, man. You know what it is. You know the feel. 1 out of every 10. You know that? 1 out of every 10 comes back. I'm not talking about the stream. I'm saying that's life. You know that? That's the laws of 10. Even that was written in red. Even Jesus himself said that. 1 out of 10. That's it. That's what they say. 10% of people do 90% of the work. 10% of people will get 90% of the earning. 1 out of 10. Only 1 out of 10 people are going to come back to philo. 1 out of every 10 people are going to come back and be like, you know, I'm going to actually care about what I actually think about. I'm going to actually set goals. I'm going to actually keep working. I'm going to keep grinding. 1 out of 10 people actually set the goals, bro. Only 1 out of the 10 people who got healed came back to Jesus. Stop it. So I did the math. You know, I would say there's like a solid, I think it's about like, I would say 1,800 believers is what I boiled it down to. I'd say 1,800 to like 2,000 solid believers, or even like philo prayer warriors is what I'd call it, is what it boils down to, okay? And then so I thought that's 2,000 people. So if that 2,000 people is 1 out of 10, that means do the math, like, right? That means if we were in an auditorium of 20,000 people, that would be hand-selected. 2,000 people in that room would actually have what it takes, would have the belief, have the mental fortitude, be willing to actually think about it, actually have goals, really contributed, actually made a long term. You see what I'm... So that's pretty hype. So that was, I just go back and listen to the philo. That was only a small portion of the philo. That was just elaborating on it there. But that's amazing. You know that? So God bless, baby. I don't know. You already in a special minority. So what are you going to do with it? Round 2, baby. Round 2. But fill out the prayer request wall. You pray for me, I'll pray for you. That's it. I'm not going to tell your friends. I know some of y'all still worried about that. It's all love, but at the end of the day, man, you ever want to do something for me, shoot me a real prayer. That's why a genuine vibe and genuine love goes a long, long way. That's why I always say, that's why genuine ugly, genuine nasty is also, it goes the opposite way, where it's just like, damn, okay, but you got to forgive people. You know what I'm saying? That's just hard. You want faith, you better, stop, don't get me restarted. But anyways, you want to do something good, man, a prayer goes a long way. Pray for me. Thank you for everything. You want to shoot some thanks, shoot me a prayer as well. And that's it, man. God bless you. God bless you. But that's the day, Chad. So go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, Strangest Secret in the World, and Bank of Japan tonight. You are right. It's a big event, but the hype around it has kind of died down. But we'll see if Ueda decides to make a surprise statement, then maybe. We'll see. I doubt it, but maybe. But Chad, that's the day. You read the books, Richest Man, New Proverbs, New Living Translation, Strangest Secret in the World. And listen, why are you here? Why you keep going? Why didn't you quit? Why didn't you give up? Why do you care? Why are you willing to try? Why do you not back down? Why can you feel afraid but not be afraid, huh? Why we keep going, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Let's go. That's it. That's it, Chad. That's it. So I love you. God bless you. That's your day. I'll see you tomorrow. We got a lot, actually. So I don't know. Maybe you will get a watch list. I don't know. We're going to see. We're going to see, dog. We're going to see. I don't know. I'm feeling experimental. You know what I'm saying? I'm feeling round 2. And it's the end of the month, too. I feel like we already know. That's it. And then it doesn't matter because of Powell next week. But, Chad, that's it. Don't let me. The market's always exciting. But I love you. Thank you for another awesome day. God bless all of y'all, especially if deep down you really got the love and you really got the drive and you really got the fight, man. Well, we rooting for you. We on the same side. So let's keep it going, man. So let's go. God bless you. You know what I'm saying? The 1 out of 10 should recognize the 1 out of 10. That's it. Don't let me get too crazy. I see I'm used to the philo after hours now, but you've been getting this intro. Okay, I'm leaving, Chad. I love you. God bless you. Thank you again. Peace out, Chad. Have a wonderful day. And watch for the Amazon call, too. All right, bye.
Yeah, what about me? You didn't even let me get involved today, Josh. I could have told you a lot about the economy, the fundamental. It could have gone money. Money's good, but you need to pay your taxes. I'm fine if you want to fine if you want to be Amazon, pesos. But I'll pay you in pesos, peso. Huh? Peso, tomato to mamba. Huh? Tomato to mamba. It's the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Come on. Let's go. I'm running again. Let's go. I'm fine. But they told me I can't even stand up. I said, fuck you, I'm running. They told me to sit down, Joey. And I said, fuck you, I'm standing up and I'm running. I'm a runner. She's really a cartoon of Roadrunner. We're going to take it there to the 24. And it's here in the bag. We're going to hook them longhorn. We're going to make it to the bag until the chicken stops roasting. We're going to make it. We're going to ring that cowboy until we bring it back. And we're going to put it back in the park. And once we get out of the park, we're going to put it in the drive because we got to take off. And that's what it means to be American. All right. I got to go. It's good talking to you. I'm leaving. Good morning.